Do you know why I love the new NerdWallet app? It shares all your money in one place and possibilities for every next money move.
Welcome to this evening's debate at Belmont University here in Nashville. I am Janet Brown, Executive Director of the Commission on Presidential Debates. Over the next few minutes, you will hear some ground rules for debates. The evening. Over the next few minutes, you will hear many expressions of gratitude to the people and organizations who got us here tonight. To the people and organizations who got us here tonight. Three of them who are genuine champions of three of them debate and genuine friends to the CPD. Of the first debate is Dr. Robert Fisher, the president of Belmont University. The first is Dr. Robert Fisher, 2008 Belmont University. Belmont served as a backup site here in 2016. Belmont served as a backup has managed to make this evening happen in spite of a lot of challenges that 2020 has brought to this campus and all the others across the country. They don't come any better than Bob and his colleagues across the country. The second, they don't come any better than Bob and his Nashville's own Martin Slutsky. Is Nashville's own Martin Slutsky. Marty has been the CPD's executive producer since 2000. And tonight is his 23rd since debate 2000. We could never do this without Marty debate. And he's a treasure. We could never do this without Marty. And he's our third co-chair. Dot Ridings, who is not our here with us this evening. She is in Louisville, Kentucky at home, but here in spirit. She is an absolutely remarkable asset to the CPD board and staff. Absolutely remarkable asset. I'd like now to introduce the staff. Other co-chairs, our founding co-chair Frank Fahrenkopf and Ken Wallach. Co-chairs, our founding co-chair Frank Fahrenkopf and Ken Wallach.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I join Janet in welcoming you all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to Nashville. Janet and welcome really owe a good Belmont, great debt of gratitude, and to Nashville, to the city, really owe to this university. Great debt of gratitude. They've been so courteous and working so hard for this university, and what a beautiful place this is. Working so hard, you all got a chance to walk around and see this marvelous campus. What a beautiful place this is. If I hope you all got a chance to walk around and see this marvelous campus. Working around, there are cameramen, have a crew, lighting people. Working who produce this great background. We have over 60 of them. People who and we've had 4 debates in 4 different parts of this country. And we've had 4 United Airlines in 4 different parts of this country. And is providing thanks to United Airlines, which stepped up to the plate for our entire crew back and forth from one city to another. So we really owe United Airlines. Back and now, this one sounds funny, but we also owe United Airlines. Oh, Anheuser-Busch. Now, this one sounds funny. Great, thank you. But we also not only for their beer, Anheuser-Busch, but for what they've done for this commission for many, many years. But for what they've done for this commission for many, many years. Now, normally, if we were here with normal times, there'd be 900 of you. Normally, probably in this audience. Here with normal times, coronavirus, there'd be 900 of you necessarily in this audience. And with coronavirus, for us, it just wasn't necessary for us. But they have always provided a giant tent to do that. With the food to feed the 5,000 reporters that usually come from all over the world. Food to feed the 5,000 reporters here. And Anheuser-Busch is with us again this year, and we thank the news people who are here. A Pentagram. Anheuser-Busch is with us again this year, and we thank great work you see here. A Pentagram. Crowell & Moring, responsible for some of the great work you see here. In Washington, tonight at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., the National Press Club is putting on for the 4th time Washington, D.C. a media filing center. The National Press Club those of you walk around the campus, you'll see a giant media filing center. And those of you walk around the campus, you'll see a giant world out here. Sitting at tables, watching this on television, and filing their stories. Or sitting at tables, watching this on television, because of the coronavirus, were not able to come here for this. Many, because of the coronavirus, the National Press Club has set up here for this a national filing center for a media filing center for them. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about this media filing center for them. And so I want to spend a few minutes telling you what the rules are about this debate, because I think there's been a few minutes telling you what the rules are and misstatement of what the rules are. There's been some misconceptions. We published in July the rules for this debate and the first debate. We published in July the rules for this debate. 90 minutes would be divided into 6 15-minute segments. That the 90 minutes, the moderator of each being able to name the subject matter, the general subject matter, the moderator of each being able to name the subject matter, the general parties agreed of each that for the first 4 minutes and of those 15-minute segments, that each of them would for 2 minutes of those 15 minutes have the ability to speak without interruptions of any sort. Have the ability. Then after they each spoke for 2 minutes, It was open to open debate. Then after they each spoke, unfortunately, if you happen to watch the first debate, open debate, those rules were not necessarily followed. If you happen to watch, and so the commission felt that we could not necessarily follow. Put in a new rule, and so the commission thought we would do would just put in a way to enforce what they had agreed to. What we thought the original rule would just put in a way to enforce. So you're going to see the original rule. I believe the first question will be directed to the president tonight, and he will speak for 2 minutes to the president. They have lights, you can't see them. They're looking into their cameras to tell them they have how much time is left. So they're looking into their cameras to tell them the president how much time is left speaking. And at the end of 2 minutes, Mr. Biden's microphone, which has been off for the 2 minutes the president has been speaking, will come on. And this will happen at the start of each of the 6 sections. Come on. There's no other censure. There's no other buttons that are going to be pushed to stop them. Because the rest of the time, there's no other buttons that are going to be pushed to stop them. We want them to engage each other. We hope they do it civilly and discuss the issues so that the American people will learn something about where they are on the American people will learn something about where they are on the issues. Debate. Now, each of these candidates. This is a very, very important. The first debate, some weeks ago, had, according to Nielsen, 78 million people who watched it. Now, that doesn't count people who watched it on C-SPAN, but people who, now that doesn't count on their computers or on their iPhones or their iPads. We think on their computers tonight, or on their iPhones or their iPads. 100 million people. We think this debate. Now you're very fortunate. You're sitting on seats that make you part of history. Now you're very fortunate. Those people at home are watching to try to learn something about these candidates. Those people to make that important decision to try to learn they are going to support candidates to make that important decision if they haven't already done so. They are going to support. So it's not for you to participate by clapping. So it's not for you to participate by clapping, by doing anything that would bring you into this. So please, by doing anything that would bring you into, because you're interfering with what those people are saying. Don't yell. Now there also is a rule on masks. It's not only our rule. Now there also is a rule on masks. It's not only this university rule. So that you must wear a mask to come in. It's the rule. You must keep your mask on. So that you must wear a mask. Remove your mask while you're here. You must keep your mask on. And you'll be asked to put it back on while you're here. And if you don't put it back on, you'll be asked to leave. Put it back on. You'll be escorted. If you don't put it back on, you'll be asked to leave. And we'll take time away from the important things that are going on today. Cause you some embarrassment. And we'll take time away from the important things that are going on today. At exactly 8 o'clock, you're going to hear a lot of noise. At exactly 8 o'clock, turn around and look behind you. You're going to hear a lot of noise. Those are the anchor booths of the major networks. Turn around and look behind you. Exactly 8 o'clock, they're all going to go on at the same time. And you're going to hear a lot of voices. They're all going to go on at the same time. And you're going to hear a lot of voices. Don't be surprised. That'll go on, and then they'll settle down. Don't be surprised. Moderator comes out and also says some words. So with that, let me introduce my moderator comes out and also says some words. So with that, let me introduce my co-chairman, Ken Wallach.
Good evening. I join Frank, Janet, and fellow board members, including Yvonne Howe, Janet, and fellow board members who are with us tonight, Yvonne Howe, in welcoming you to the 24th presidential debate, sponsored and organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates, sponsored and the second organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates. As the newest co-chair of the Commission, I am proud to work alongside dedicated board members and a talented staff and crew who against uphill odds have built a nonpartisan institution since the Commission was established in 1987. Our sole mission continues to be the holding of debates that serve and inform the American people. Now, please spare me a moment to explain the American people's efforts. Now, please spare me a moment to explain the past 3 decades' efforts. More transparent criteria for qualification of debate participants. More transparent criteria for qualification a single moderator in order to focus greater attention on the candidate moderator, and the allocation of time for different subject areas are but a few of the many changes that have been made. Many of the details for organizing the debates are left to agreement. Many of the details for organizing the debates are left to agreement. The Commission has selected the times and places for debates, the moderators, the times and the debate formats for debates. Based on experience, these are issues that, if left to the negotiations between the candidates' campaigns, are nearly impossible to resolve in a timely manner. In fact, it were protracted and at times unworkable negotiations on these types of issues that led in part to the establishment of the Commission itself. While there is always drama every 4 years, and this year is no exception. Every 4 years, the process has worked. And this year is no exception. And post-debate research shows that the American people have considered these debates. And post-debate research shows that the American people have considered these debates. An important debates have also created civic education opportunities for the schools and communities that have hosted them. Here at Belmont, the university has launched the debate programming series. The university has issues ranging from democracy to social media. The Commission has augmented these voter education efforts by establishing the Commission has augmented these voter education participants in all 50 states and Puerto Rico, which allows participants to exchange views on issues raised in debates in Puerto Rico and to listen to exchange views on issues raised in debates and to listen Debate Watch 2020 to each other's will include more than 1 million Debate Watch 2020 will include more than 1 the Commission, in partnership with the National Democratic Institute, has helped organize more than 400 candidate debates in 45 countries. More than 400 most important debates in new and emerging democracies. Most importantly, this initiative has led to the formation of Debates International. This initiative a support network of formation of Debates International from nearly 40 countries. Support network of debate. I wanted to recognize the Commission's longest-standing supporter. I wanted to recognize for the past 32 years the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation has given its trust to the nonpartisan work of the Commission. And we are deeply grateful for their generous contribution to this year's debates. Grateful for their generous it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Bob Fisher. Now it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Bob Fisher, President of Belmont University. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Frank. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you. Tonight's a night to celebrate America. But if you're Belmont, it's a night to just celebrate America and thankfulness. But if you're Belmont, it's a night to just express gratitude and the opportunities that we've been given. I want to thank the Commission for your support. Janet Brown, thank you. I want to thank the Commission for your support. Thank you so much. Janet Brown, thank you. It's one thing to be a partner when times are kind of easy. It's amazing. It's one thing to be a partner when times are kind of easy. Real partnerships, amazing, get formed that stick. When times get tough, that's when real partnerships. This has been a bonding experience. So thank you so much to the Commission. This has been a bonding experience. Thank you to HCA Healthcare. Thank you so much to the Commission. They're the ones that have. Thank you to HCA Healthcare. Given you all these tests, and they're the ones sure that everybody here tonight is safe. Giving you all these tests. Their goal was to make sure that everybody here tonight is safe. Along with the Secret Service, who I also want to thank, Metro Police, who I want to thank, along with the Secret Service, all together have made this Metro Police the safest place in America tonight. All together have made this. Thank you, Mayor Cooper, for your support. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, Governor Lee. Thank you, Mayor Cooper, for your support. Thank you to the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation. Thank you, and the National Chamber of Commerce, all of you. Corporation. But most of all, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to the students of Belmont University. I just want to sharing their campus with you, all of you this week. University for sharing. This has been a complicated and unusual semester, to say the least. Complicated and unusual. I want to thank the Ryman Hospitality Corporation for taking several hundred of our students and letting them stay overnight last night and through the day today. And letting them stay overnight. I was worried the students would be complaining about that. Actually, they say they don't want to come back. Complaining about that. They have a water park out there and back. But we're going to get them back. They have a water park out there. Our students have embraced the challenge of living safely together. Our students have embraced, and we simply couldn't have done that without them. Together. You're probably wondering who these two people are that are standing here beside me. You're probably wondering, well, this is Molly Deakins. This is Kendra Turner. They co-chaired the student volunteer group of 250 students. They co-chaired made this thing happen here at Belmont University. I'm so grateful who made this thing happen. Thank you, and thank all the Belmont volunteers to them. for what you've done here. Thank all the Belmont volunteers. And finally, I have to say this. I've prayed enough about this happening. And finally, I have to say this. Totally disingenuous if I didn't say thank you, God, that this is about to happen. Totally disingenuous if I didn't say thank you, God, thank you, that this is about to happen. God bless America. Thank you.
Moderator for this evening's debate is Kristen Welker of NBC News. Moderator for this evening's debate is Kristen Welker of NBC News.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. It is such an honor for me to moderate this debate tonight, the final debate. I want to welcome the first family and the first lady. We're so glad and thankful that you are feeling better. I want to welcome the Biden family, Dr. Jill Biden. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are so excited. We're looking forward to a really robust discussion. And the only thing I would reiterate are the CPD guidelines that when the candidates are talking, please hold any applause or any other reactions, except of course when they walk out. Make sure you cheer and loud and applause so that everyone can hear you when they walk out. Thank you for having me. This is really the honor of a lifetime. I am going to sit down and just get organized and get settled. I am going to sit down and just get organized and get settled, and the show will start very soon. Thank you for being here. Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Krista Welker of NBC University and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's Health Security Advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. Former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover major topics at the beginning of each section. Each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted at the beginning of each first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer. And the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on. But on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. But on behalf of the voters, I'm going to hear each other, and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. We will begin with the fight against the country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? How would you lead the country during this next stage?
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe. It's a worldwide pandemic right now. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe. The mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it down. Fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and we're fighting it. We're fighting it hard. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. It's now gone. There was some spikes in surges in other places. They will soon be gone. And we have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. They will soon be gone. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's ready to be delivered. We have going to be Operation Warp Speed, which is going to be delivered. The military is going to distribute the vaccine. Warp Speed. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I can tell you from personal experience. I got better, and I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic. I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. A therapeutic. I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. I was in for a short period of time, and now they say I'm immune. I got better very fast, 4 months or a lifetime. Nobody's been able to say that. Now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that. Getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. Getting better. We have a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks, take a look at what we've done in terms of everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators everything else all over the world. Thousands and thousands. We're now distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner. It's going away. And as I say, we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner.
How would you lead the country out of this crisis? Former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis?
220,000 Americans dead. You hear nothing else, 20,000 Americans dead. Hear this. You hear nothing else, responsible for not taking control. Hear this. In fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. In fact, not anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as president of the United States. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day. We're in a situation where there are 1,000, and there are over 70,000 new cases. And there are over 70,000 compared to what's going on in Europe. As the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. As the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans. We just wore these masks. President's own advisors have told them. We just wore these masks. President's own advisors have told them. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far still has no comprehensive plan. Still has what I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask. What I would do is make sure we make sure everyone encouraged to wear rapid testing all the time. I would make sure I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe. How to give them the wherewithal, financial resources to be able to do that. And give them the situation now financial resources to be able to do that. New England Medical Journal, one of the serious journals where in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. The way this president has responded to this crisis, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan. I will take care of this.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about President Trump. I'd like to follow up with you. Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks. Regeneron, you also said a vaccine will be
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. No, it's two companies. I think within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly. I think within a matter of weeks. Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well, and we have numerous others. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you because this is new information. You have said a vaccine is coming soon within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and get vaccinated into 2022. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing.
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up. One in counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up. This is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. This is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. He's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine. If it was approved by the government, what steps would you take to give Americans confidence? If it was approved by the government, what steps would you take to give Americans confidence?
Transparent.
In a vaccine, if it were approved.
Make sure it's totally know it. Look at it. Go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this was going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. Don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year. There's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
At all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China, which we didn't from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, China was in January, coming in heavily infected. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. But China was in January. Now he's saying months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. Moved quicker. Now he's saying move quicker. He was months behind me. Many months behind me. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me. H1, many months behind me. Swine flu, and frankly, it was a total disaster. Far less lethal. Swine flu. It was a total disaster. Far less lethal. This kind of it was a total disaster. 700,000 people would be dead right now. But it was a far less lethal disease. Dead right now. Look, it was a far less lethal who ran that for him. Look, as you know, was his own person who chief of staff for him. Said, as you know, it was catastrophic. Chief of staff. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Catastrophic. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. We didn't know what we were doing. Everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make. So everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
We've done all of it.
Our response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. He is xenophobic, after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there, in China, trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. In China, trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. He's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was, We started talking about using the Defense Act, and then we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. Make sure we go out and get whatever is needed. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And again, then he gets out of the hospital. He had nothing. And he talks about nothing. Then he gets out of the hospital. It's all going to be over soon. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump,
There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
We have
President
no
Trump,
choice.
your
We can't
reaction?
lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. Joe does. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace. But he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families. And I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. And I said, you know, this is dangerous. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. You catch it. And I said, you know, I learned a lot. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. I learned a lot, and now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. Of young people, we have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school. We have to recover. And we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though. Vice President Biden, I want to talk 30 seconds, please, about strategy.
No, number one. He says that we're,
30 seconds,
we're learning to live with. No, number one. People are learning to die with it. You folks home who have an empty chair at the kitchen table. People are learning to die with it. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it. Because he's never said, he said it's dangerous. We're dying with it. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous? You said it's dangerous. You tell the people it's dangerous now. What should they do about the danger? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now. What should they do about the danger?
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. And you know what? They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part. It's China's fault. But they didn't keep it from going into the rest of China, including Europe and ourselves. But they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
When we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? It was coming. He said, "Don't worry, it's going to go away. What happened? Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. He said, warm weather. It's going to go away. Maybe inject bleach." He said he was kidding when he said that. A lot of people thought it was serious. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. Of things the president said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people. We are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown. This is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. This is a terrible thing. Because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. Because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about his xenophobia. You certainly did. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese. In a different context. All
right, I want to talk about both of your different strategities to handle it.
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well, both of your different strategies to handle
it. He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommend. Mr. Vice President, you suggested to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus.
It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap, those other concerns he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats. He should have been negotiating what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity. They were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity. I'm not shutting down the neck, but there are, look, You need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums. Do not open until you get this under control. Bars and do not open gymnasiums. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. People the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes. More teachers, more deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes. More teachers, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond,
or at least up to now.
please, and then I have a follow-up about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond. All he does is talk
Please,
about
and then I have a
shutdowns.
follow-up.
But forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York. But forget about him. You look at what's going on in California. You look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina. You look at Democrats all. They're shut down so tight. Democrats all. They're shut down so tight. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down. And we have to open our schools. All he talks about is shutdowns. And it's like, as an example, shut down. And we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, by the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely. Boston became the latest city to move its public school system. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids but also their teachers and families? Sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids but also their teachers and families.
I want to open very small. The transmittal rate to the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. We're not going to have a country. It's a massive. You can't do this. Country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Depression, alcohol, there's abuse, tremendous abuse that nobody's ever seen before. We have to open our country. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. I've said it, and that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country. And that's what's happening. One person in wants to close down. He'll close down the country. Bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not. We ought to be able to safely walk and chew gum at the same time. They need resources to open. We ought to be able to safely You need to be able to, for example, they need resources to open. Have social distancing. You need to be able to, for example, you need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot. Have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a position where you can take, in fact, testing rapidly. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide, in fact, all the resources. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide. And that is not inconsistent with saying that. Do this. And that is not we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, we're going to make sure that we open safely. So don't worry about it. All you teachers out there, don't worry about it. Not that many of you are going to die.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this: if you go and look at what's
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this: if you go and look at what's happened to New York, and when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. These are restaurants that are dying. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with and it's plastic. Not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around Joe, you can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city. Take a look at so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York. So many years. I loved it. It was
New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. In terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. And look at the states that are having such a spike. They're all the United States. The coronavirus. And look at the states that are having such a spike. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. They're the red states. That's where the spike is occurring. States in the Midwest. But they're all Americans. That's where the spike is occurring. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer,
more than 40,000 people. 11,000 people. More than 40,000.
President Trump, what about
you say spike? 11,000. Take a look at what's happening.
President Trump, what about
you say spike? Where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening. Look at what's happening with Pennsylvania, in Michigan, where they've had it closed. Where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison, where her husband was just ruled unconstitutional. It's been like a prison. North Carolina. Now it was just having spikes, and they've been closed. Take a look at North Carolina. And they're getting killed. They're having spikes. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. We can't let that happen. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect, especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. Especially our seniors. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section, President Trump. This week, let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section, President Trump. This week, you called Dr. a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, a disaster. If you're not listening to him and other medical experts fight this.
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But let me, I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. He did say, I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, we are not going to have a problem at all. And others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. We've learned a lot. Anthony also said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
Our response is
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
Our response is that think about he was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air. And it was much worse than much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to much worse one of your colleagues. He went on record and said, in fact, he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. But he didn't want to tell us. Americans don't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. But guess what? Americans don't find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. That, in fact, a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers said, sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous process.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You have raised a lot of money. All the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money. Tremendous. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, somebody that knows most of those people in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up, but I don't want to do that. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records. Takes the money from Wall Street, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Average contribution $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, our working intelligence officials this election again that both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this? Question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this?
And I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections, will pay a price. No matter who it is, they will pay a price. It's been overwhelmingly clear this election won't even get into the last one. It's been overwhelmingly clear Russia's been involved. China's been involved to some degree, and now we learn Russia has been involved. China's been involved to some degree, and now we learn they will pay a price if I'm elected. Iran interfering with American sovereignty. They will pay a price. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's stalking him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he had to say a word. I don't think he's stalking him a lot. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he probably more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, we are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his own national security advisor told him that what is his buddy Rudy Giuliani. He's being used as a Russian pawn. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. That is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything is going on here. Nothing happens. About and Russia then you find out to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. Because they understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin. I don't understand why this president bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan. When he's actually engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it. Trying to destabilize all of NATO. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty. Will, in fact,
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond for two elections in a row. Same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond for two elections in a row now. There has been substantial interference. To put an end to this, 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin. Joe got $3.5 million very friendly with Russia. Former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and you got $3.5 million. Someday you're going to have to explain why did you get $3.5. I never got any money from Russia. Someday you're going to have to explain why did you get $3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I knew all about money from Russia. Now about John, who was John Ratcliffe, who was fantastic DNI. He said John, who is John Ratcliffe, who was fantastic DNI. He said, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. They both want you to lose. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. What I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion going to $420 billion a year. An extra $130 billion going to $420 billion while he was selling pillows and sheets. I sold tank busters while he was selling pillows and sheets. There has been nobody tougher tank busters on Russia than Donald Trump. Nobody tougher. I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. They took over during the submarine during you and Barack Obama. They took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails, it's even the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. And I think you owe an news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family a little while. But what he said was essentially supposed to work with you and your family. Regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now. I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. I have not taken a penny from any foreign source paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact with China, talking about me taking money in China. I have not taken a single penny from any country taking money. So I have not taken a single penny from any country. This is a president. I have released all of my tax returns. 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Why are you paying you a lot? The foreign countries are paying you and your hotels and all your businesses all around the country. China's paying all around the world. And your hotels. And China's building a new road to a new golf course you have. China's building a new road to a new release your tax return or stop talking about corruption.
President Trump, your response.
Release your tax return or stop talking about corruption. President Trump, under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this as soon as we can. Company is, but much more important than that, people were saying $750. But much more important. I asked them. People were saying $750. What did I pay? I said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. I said, sir, you tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars. Tens over the last number of years. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. At some point they think it's an estimate. Nobody told me that. I may have to. Nobody told you that. Excuse me. I already prepaid. And it wasn't written. Whenever they write this, nobody tells you that. $150, which I think is a filing fee. Let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars taxes. I prepaid, number one. Millions and millions of dollars in taxes. I don't make money from Ukraine. I don't make money from China. I don't make money from Russia. I don't make money from Ukraine. You made $3.5 million. I don't make money from Russia. And your son gave you. They even have a statement. $3.5 million, Joe. We have to give 10%. They even have a statement. You're the big man, I think. We have to give 10%. But you're the big man, I think. You're the big man. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. Tell you when you can release them. Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated.
For when you're going to release them?
I have a lot of people in there worse than the Tea Party got treated. IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal that was all settled until I decided to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paid. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. It's worse than paid.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised. To give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get both a chance to talk about this more broadly.
This for 4 years.
Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Show us. Why did you been saying this for 4 years? Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Stop playing Nobody around. Knows it, Mr. President. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows taxes. What they do know paying taxes is you're not so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. He said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system.
Trump, and then I want to get to 2 questions to both of you.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. 3 years. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. And 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place. 18 angry $48 million. And FBI agents went through everything I had, including my tax returns. And they went through everything I had, no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. Absolutely. I guarantee you, if I spent $1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. I guarantee because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of money that your family has taken. I mean, your brother made money in Iraq. Millions of dollars. Your other brother made money in Iraq. And it's all millions of dollars. And they say you get some of it. And you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, all right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this. And Vice President for Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate? In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
With regard to Ukraine, unethical. Here's what the deal. We had this whole question about whether or not because he was on the board. I later we had this whole question about whether or not because he was on the board that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person I had done something through his impeachment. Yet every testifying under solitary person when he said I did my job, testifying under oath, I carried out U.S. policy. I did my job. One single solitary carried out U.S. policy. Not a single thing. Single solitary thing. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do. The Ukrainian government to say something negative about me. Ever would not do. My son has not made money ever happened. This thing about my son has not made money. China. I have not had it. The only guy made money from China is this guy. I have not had it. The only guy made money from China is this guy.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just
President, very quickly, let me ask my question to you.
Didn't have a job for a long time. Could I just was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. Was sadly no longer in. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. Burisma, I hear they paid him $183,000 reputation in the world a month. I hear they paid him $183,000, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right,
and he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a question to you.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong. No basis for that.
Okay, President Trump, this is for
No
you.
one
Since
said
you took
anything he
office,
did was wrong
you've
in
never
Ukraine.
divested from your
President
business.
Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business,
which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign account in China?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was opened in it was closed in 2015, I believe. It was opened. And then I decided it was because I was going to do. I was thinking about doing a deal in China, like. And then I decided millions of other people. I was thinking about doing a deal in China, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Millions of other people like it. I was thinking not to do it, and I decided I'm not going to do it, and I closed it. I decided not to do it. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, and then unlike him, decided to run for president and he does business. So I closed it before I even ran for president. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president. He is the vice president of the United States. Big difference. His son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. And his son, they're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money.
President Trump, thank you. We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. Vice President Biden, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like? If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
Not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China has 51%. All your intellectual property. We would not do that at all. Have a partner in China. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. We're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally. When I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones. And when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52 B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules through it. What's he do? Pay attention. He embraces guys like by the rules. These thugs. What's he do? In North Korea. He embraces guys like and the Chinese president and Putin, North Korea, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies, and he makes up all of our friends, 25%. We make up of the world's economy. We're 25%. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by China. Economically, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them. That's what we did. Economic steel tariffs. That's the way I will run it. That's what we did.
All right, let's talk about North Korea. Let me
know. I have to respond to that.
Okay. All right, let's very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
$1.5 billion from China to manage. After spending 10 minutes in office and being an Air Force China to manage. After spending 10 minutes in office and being an Air Force Two. Email number one. Talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year. Talking about
President Trump on China policy, though. What specifically are you going to do? President Trump on China policy, though. What specifically are you going to do?
First of all, China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
Taxpayers' money.
I just gave $28 billion.
Taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money.
You know the taxpayers. It's called China.
Taxpayers' money.
China paid $28 billion. And you know what they did to pay it? China. They devalued their currency, and they also paid. You know what they did to pay it? And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, and they also paid up. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry. And now they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry. And now we have a steel industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. There's a reason. It's not about his family. He doesn't want to talk about it's about your family. Substantive issues. And your family's hurting badly. My family. If you're making less your family, if you're a middle class family, hurting badly. You're getting hurt. If you're making less right now, if you're a middle class family, you're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, we can't get new tires. They're bald. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, are we going to be able to pay the tires? Who's going to tell her she can't go back to? Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? They're the decisions you're making. Go back to the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and They're the decisions you're making. They're in trouble. The middle-class families. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about. We should be talking about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President. I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr.
And then he
President.
looks family around the table, everything. Let's get off the typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North Korea.
Okay, that's why I got elected. Let's
talk
get off
about
the
North
subject
Korea.
of China. Let's talk around sitting around the table.
Let's talk
Let's
about
get off the subject
We're going to
of
talk
China.
about
Let's
North
talk around
Korea
sitting
now.
around the
President Trump,
table.
you've met with
Come on,
North
Joe, you
Korean leader
do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. Talked about your met with letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test, and yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House. So when I met with Barack, great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem was to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but in the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and we have a different kind of a relationship. And you know, we have a very good 2 months ago, and he broke into a certain area. They said, "Oh, there's going to be trouble." I said, "No, they're not." He broke into because he's not going to do that. And I was right. There's going to be trouble. Instead of being in a war where millions of people sold, you know, is 25 miles away. Instead of being in a war where millions and millions, 32 million is 25 miles away. Millions of people would be.
President Trump, that's 30 seconds. Thank you. Vice President Biden to you, North Korea. Trump, that's 30 seconds. Thank you. Vice President Biden to you, North Korea. Why do you think you would be able to ring under the Obama administration?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because I'd make it clear, I made it clear in China, they had to be part of the deal. Administration when I went to China, I made it clear. They said, "Why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces? Why are you continuing to do? Why are you moving more forces here? Military maneuvers with South Korea?" I said, "Because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can North Korea is a problem. Make sure we can, and we're going to continue to do it so we cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. So if you want to do something about it, legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug. He's legitimized North Korea, and he talks about how we're better off, and they have much more capable missiles. And he talks about able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un. Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions.
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity, that he would be the Korean Peninsula should be a nuclear-free zone. Nuclear capacity.
All right, let's move on to
American
families.
They tried to meet with him. They tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. They tried to meet with him. They tried to meet with him. He didn't like it. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like it.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that before we move on.
And that's okay.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that before we move on.
We have a good relationship. You know what? People don't understand. Having a good relationship with leaders of other countries is a good thing. Having a good relationship with leaders of other countries.
We have a lot of questions to get to. And we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, the reason talk about denuclearization, we're not going to legitimize you, we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us. Stronger sanctions.
And it didn't happen.
Let's move on and talk about American families.
He left me a mess, President. It didn't happen. They left me a mess. North Korea was a mess. And in fact, if you remember the first 2 or 3 months, it was a mess. It was a very dangerous period in the first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit. It was a very dangerous period. They left us a mess, and Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to families and the economy, as you both know. One of the issues today there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and healthcare is at the center of her confirmation fight. Amy Coney Barrett. And healthcare is at the center of her confirmation fight. Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the Supreme Court to overturn it. And your administration, Mr. President, does overturn that law. Those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible.
2 minutes uninterrupted.
Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. You have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. Because Obamacare is no good. It's gone. But then I made a decision, run it as well as you can. Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision, run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route. Premiums are down, everything's down. Here's the problem. They ran it. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is, no matter how well you run it, we have the individual mandate. What we'd like to do is, I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare. But if we don't win, but it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House. Better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, always we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. We have 180 million, far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care. People that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. People that have been successful, middle-income million plans, 180 million people, families. Under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine, he won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better. We have done an incredible job on health care.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Vice President Biden, yes, this is what is your health care plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? What is your plan? 2 minutes. If the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, you have 2 minutes
Obamacare with a public option. What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal, if you qualify for Medicaid, and you do not have the wherewithal, if you qualify for Medicaid to get Medicaid, you automatically have the wherewithal, providing competition your state to get Medicaid, you automatically that's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices. Secondly, by making sure that there's competition premiums and doesn't exist now, by allowing making sure Medicare competition negotiate exists now by allowing with Medicare to insurance negotiate. Thirdly, drug prices. The idea that I want to eliminate private insurance. The reason why I had such a fight that I want to eliminate private insurance. The reason why nomination was I support with private candidates for the nomination. That's why I didn't. Not one single person with private insurance. That's why I did insurance. Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance. They did not lose their insurance, nor unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. They did not lose their insurance. We're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect. We're going to make sure there's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. Actually, none, zero. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. He's been talking about this for a long time. He can't do it. There is no. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing conditions. No, he's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing conditions 17, 18, 19, 20. The fact that I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus. He's already cost the American people because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and economic spillover. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 122 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do? All the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. Socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, who have concerns that your one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government.
I say it's ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, the idea that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. The difference between the president, everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. It's a right. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as gotten endorsed by a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives. This is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? And rolling around because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone. Because you've lost your home insurance, we have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate. And that's what I do. We have to provide.
Excuse me, he was there for 47 years. He didn't do it.
President Trump,
He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. A little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. It was. He didn't do anything. A little while ago, right? He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. More liberal than Bernie Sanders, and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. More liberal. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine. Bernie Sanders just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination. We'll get very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination. We'll get very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania. And you never asked that question. And he says, by the way, so far I respect very much the way you're handling this.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question. He goes for a year.
By the way,
we have a number.
He goes for a year. It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
Vice President, we're going to get to it.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have the Biden care proposal will in fact provide for that affordable health care and lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money for that affordable health care. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And it's going to have lower premiums you can buy into better 10 years to do it. Cheaper plans. And they're going to have lower premiums you can buy into better plans, unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done drug prices drop for anybody on health care. He keeps talking about it.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine.
Then I want to talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill.
When he talks about a public option, and he's talking about destroying your Medicare, when he talks about public option and destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't make it work.
Let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't
Vice
get
President Biden.
I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden. I beat all those other people. And the idea that we're in a situation that is going to destroy Medicare, and this is the guy that we're in a situation that said destroy Medicare. In fact, this is Social Security. If in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt in by 2023. Social Security will be with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. No way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. Lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump, come on, is lecturing me.
He tried to get rid of. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. He tried to get rid of. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Go back and look. But this is the guy. That's when they announced Social Security.
I have to move on to the next question.
They said it's not a guy when they announced if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay,
if I'm
let's move on to the next question.
the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question.
It's his only measure of what's happening. The idea where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, that people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last 3 years during this crisis, just the billionaires in this country made, according to this crisis, Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion
because
more dollars. That's his only measure. $700 billion more dollars. What happens to the ordinary people out there? That's his only measure. What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof. 401ks are through the roof. 401ks are through the roof. That's like one of he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew.
We're going to move on to the next question. Let me move on to my next question. We're going to move on. As of tonight, more than 12 million. Let me move on to my next question. And as of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women, and more families are going hungry. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
You're the president.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because I still have to get. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved. We are ready, willing, and able to do something, including the Democrats. In all fairness, this one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
the Republican leader
I think it hurts her
in the United States.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
the Republican leader will not be able to pass. The United States. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
We made a deal.
Let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party.
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. They have pushed it. Look, this is like it's not new. All the way back in the beginning of the summer. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. It's been out there. It's happening. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. With $800 billion. When I was able to get $145 billion to local communities, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities. Have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep the cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt.
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crimes, was a bailout of all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars. It was a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets. It was also a way of people that come into our country illegally. From our people's pockets, we were going to take care of everything that come into our country. And what that does, and I'd love to do that. I'd love to help them. But what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as to your question. This was a way, but it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat. I'm going to be the American president. If I get elected, I don't see red states and blue states. I'm going to be the American president. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off whether they're red or blue. Cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about. Do you think this is the right time to ask business owners the minimum wage? You of course support a $15. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage?
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out too. Because I think we should be bailing them out now. Those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under now. They're not going to be able to make it back. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. A package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Organize schools, how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. How they can hire more teachers. How they can make classrooms smaller. How they can hire more teachers. How they can businesses as well as the schools need the help. But this businesses as well as the schools need the help. Giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration, but I want to
we have to help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Different from Vermont. Alabama. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very recently.
We have to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping our small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said
not
very
true,
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15
You said
an hour.
very recently
You
you
said
would
recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it
raising the federal
to
minimum
an
wage to
extent. But
$15
what I
an
really
hour.
like, what I would consider administration, but to an extent, not to a
In a
level
second
that's going to put all these
administration?
businesses
In a
out of
second
business.
administration,
It
but
should be a state
not to a
option.
level that's
Look,
going to put all
every
these
in
businesses
different
out of
places. I
business.
know different
It
places.
should be a
they're
state
all
option.
different. Look, some
Every
places, different places. I know
$15 is not
different
so
places.
bad.
They're all different.
In other places,
Some
other
places,
states, $15 would
Okay,
be
President
rewarding.
Trump, thank you.
In other
Quick
places,
response, Vice
other
President
states,
Biden.
$15 would
Okay,
be
President
One
Trump, thank
job.
you. Quick
No
response,
one
Vice
should be
President
below
Biden.
poverty. 2 jobs. People are making
One
6,
job.
7, $8 an hour. These
Below
first
poverty.
responders, we all clap for.
People are making
as
6,
they
7,
come
8
down the
bucks an
street.
hour.
These
Because
first
they've allowed us
responders,
to
we all
make it.
clap for.
What's happening?
As they come down
They
the
deserve
street.
a
Because
minimum
they've allowed
wage
us
of
to make it.
$15.
What's happening?
Anything below
They
that
deserve
puts you
a
below the
minimum
poverty
wage
level.
of $15.
And there is no evidence
Anything
that when
below
you
that
raise the
puts you
minimum
below
wage,
the poverty
businesses
level.
go out
There
of
is
business.
no evidence
That is
that when you
simply
raise the
not
minimum
true.
wage,
We're going to talk about
businesses go
immigration.
out of
We're going to
business.
talk about
That is
immigration now,
simply
gentlemen.
not true.
And
We're
we're going to talk about
families
families. We're going to
within
talk
this
about
context.
immigration
Mr.
now,
President,
gentlemen.
your administration
And
separated children from their parents at the border.
Mr. President, your administration
separated
You've
children
since
from their
reversed your
parents
zero
at the
tolerance
border. At
policy,
least
but the United
4,000
States
kids.
can't
You've
locate
since reversed
the
your
parents
zero
of more than
tolerance policy,
500
but the
children.
United
So
States
how will
can't
these families
locate
ever
the
be
parents of
reunited?
more than 500
Children are brought
So
here
how will these families
by
ever be
coyotes
reunited?
and lots of bad people. Are brought here, cartels, by coyotes, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 4 miles of brand new borders we've ever had. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through.
But how will you reunite these kids with their
They
families?
just legally,
Mr.
and they
President?
built cages.
But how will you reunite
Let me just
these
tell you,
kids with their families?
and then they had a
They
picture
built
in a
cages.
certain
You know, they used to say,
newspaper.
"I built the cages."
There was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, "Look at these cages." There was a President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built. These cages in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying
Do you have a
very
plan
hard.
to reunite
But a lot
the
of these
kids?
kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes. A lot of these kids come out without the
Vice
parents. They
President
come
Biden, let me
over
bring you
through
into this
cartels and
conversation.
through
Quick
coyotes and
response
through
and then another
gangs.
question to you.
These
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this
500
conversation.
came
Quick
with
response and then another question to you.
These 500 they separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. They separated them at the border, begged to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. And guess what? They cannot. It's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents. They cannot. It's not. They got separated from their parents. Their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock. They got separated from their parents. Every notion of who we are as a nation. Laughing stock and
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it.
Who we are as
We
a nation.
changed the policy.
Your response
They
to
did,
that?
Kristen.
We
They
did
did
not.
They
We
built the
changed the
cages.
policy.
Your
They-
response
Who
to
built the
that?
cages?
Let's
Joe?
talk about
Who built the cages?
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking
Who built
about.
the cages?
What
Joe?
happened? Let's talk about
Who
what
built the
parents
cages?
were
Joe?
ripped. Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. Parents were, and now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents. And now they cannot those kids find are over 500 nowhere to go. Those parents, nowhere to go. Kids are alone. It's criminal. Nowhere to go. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down.
seconds
We
and
brought
then I need to
reporters,
ask.
everything.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this. They
10
went down.
seconds
We
and
brought
then I need to ask.
reporters,
They're in
everything.
facilities that were
They
so
are
clean.
Some of them
have
haven't
gotten
been
such good.
reunited.
But just
They're in
ask one
facilities
question.
that were so
Who built the
clean.
Some of them
cages?
haven't
I'd
been
love you to
reunited.
ask
But
about
just
that.
ask
Who
one
built the
question.
cages?
Let me ask
Who
about your
built the
immigration
cages?
policy,
I'd love
Mr.
you
Vice
to ask
President.
about
The
that.
Obama
Who built the
administration
cages?
did Let me fail to ask about your deliver immigration immigration policy, reform, Mr. Vice Mr. President. The The Obama Obama administration did during the fail to deliver administration. It also immigration presided reform, over which had been a record key deportations promise as well during as the family administration. detentions It at the also border presided before over changing record course. deportations So why as should well voters as trust you family with an detentions immigration at the border overhaul before now? changing course?
We made a
So
mistake.
why should voters
It
trust you
took
with
too
an
long
immigration
to get it
overhaul
right.
now?
It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. It took too long to get it right. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Not vice president. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to 11 million undocumented people. A pathway to citizenship. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country. They're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country. They are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that. The idea that they're going to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across I can imagine the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, "Oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you." And it's illegal. They've been here. Many of them say, "Oh no, Mom, leave me here." Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. crisis. Them are first responders. We owe them. Out there taking care of people during this crisis.
He had 8 years
we owe them.
to do what he said he was going to do. He had, and I've changed without having a specific We got rid of catch and release without having rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president, and that they lived with. But nothing except build cages to keep children in. Nothing except build cages.
Catch and release. You know what he's talking
in.
about there?
Vice President
If in
Biden,
fact you had the catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? They were arrested. If in fact you had, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were arrested. They were released. They in fact, and guess what? They showed up for their hearing. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that's anybody seeking this is the first president in the history of the United States to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case. That's never happened before in America. You seek asylum based on the following and you make your case premise. Why I deserve it. Asylum based on the following. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river. American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration of the laws. It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in, a rapist would take their name, a very bad person would come in. We have to release them into our country. We would take their name, and then you say they come back. Them into less than 1% of the people. And then you come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We have to send come back in 2 years, and Border Patrol out to find them. We're going to give you a court case. Come back in 2 years. We're going to give you a court case. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only those with the lowest IQ. They might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section. Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
You don't know the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden,
they don't come back.
Check it out. The law, what he's telling you is
let's
simply
move
not.
But we don't have to worry about it.
Next
They
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it.
Let's move on to the next
We don't have to
section.
worry about it. They terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it.
Let's move on to the next
Yeah,
section.
525 kids not
Let's
knowing
talk
where
about
God's
our
name
next
they're gonna
section,
be
which
in
is
Las
race in America.
Let's
and I want to
talk
talk about the way black and brown Americans experience race in this country. And I want to talk about the way black and brown Americans is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Including by the police, Mr. Vice President, for no reason other than the color of their skin. I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do.
Do you understand why these parents
my daughter
fear for their
is a
children?
social worker. I do. And I do. She's written a lot about this. She's has a graduate degree from University of Pennsylvania. She's written a lot about this. And you know, graduate degree from University of Pennsylvania. One of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, was to learn more about what was going on. What I didn't, I never had to tell my daughter. Learn more about if she's pulled over. What I didn't, I never had to tell my daughter traffic stop. If she's put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. Top of the wheel. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child. No matter walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on. Has to teach their child when you're walking down the street. You in fact don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Just making sure that you in fact hands on top of the wheel because you are in fact the victim. Whether you're a person making $300,000 a year person or someone $300,000 a year person. The fact of the matter is someone who's on institutional racism in America. The fact of the matter is we have always said we've never lived up to it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. We've never lived up to it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We have never ever lived up to it. We've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better education, better access to health care, opportunity, better access to money to start businesses, better access to the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things. We can do, and I've laid out a people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence. The ability to have wealth as well as it is.
Same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why I would like you to speak directly to these families? Do you understand why these parents
he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called,
and he called them super predators
to the black community.
And he said that.
And they were called
super predators.
And they kept never lived that down. 1994,
your crime bill.
They kept never lived that down.
Nobody has done more for the black
community
super predators
than Donald Trump.
Nobody has done more for the black with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, nobody Obama and
what I've done.
Joe,
criminal
justice reform.
I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it.
Do it.
They might have wanted to do it,
but if you had to see the arms I had to
it,
twist,
they might have wanted to do it. It was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. Liberal
2 weeks later, they're out
cried
saying,
in my office.
They cried in the Oval
Criminal
Office.
justice reform.
2 weeks later, they're out
Prison
saying,
reform.
we have to defeat him.
Opportunity zones
Criminal
with Tim
justice
Scott,
reform.
a great
Prison
senator
reform.
from South
Opportunity
Carolina.
zones with
He
Tim
came in
Scott,
with this
a
incredible
great
idea
senator
for
from
opportunity
South
zones.
Carolina.
It's one of the most
He came
successful
in with this
programs.
incredible
People
idea
don't
for
talk about
opportunity
it.
zones.
Tremendous
It's one of the most
investment
successful
is being made.
programs.
Biggest
People don't talk
beneficiary,
about it.
the black and
Tremendous
Hispanic
investment
communities
is being made.
and
Biggest
then
beneficiary,
historically
the
black
and
colleges
Hispanic
and
communities.
universities.
And then
After 3 years
historically
of coming
black
to the office, I
colleges
love
and
some of those guys. They were
universities.
great. They came
After
into
3
the
years
office
of coming to the office,
and they said,
I love some
what
of
are
those
you
guys.
doing?
They
After
were
3
great.
years, I said,
They
why
came
do you
into
keep
the
coming
office.
back?
And they
Because
said,
we have no
I said, what are
funding.
you
I
doing?
said, you don't have
After
to
3
come
years,
back
I said,
every
why do you
year.
keep coming
We
back?
have to come back. Because
we have no
President
funding. I said,
Obama
you don't have
would
to come
never
back
give
every
them
year. We
long-term
have to come back.
funding.
Because
And I
President
did.
Obama
10
would
year
never give them
long-term
long-term
funding. And I gave them more
And I
money
did.
than they asked for
10-year
because they said, I
long-term
think you
funding.
need more.
And I gave them
And I
more
said, the
money
only bad
than
part
they
about
asked for
this
because
is
they said,
I
I
think
never
you
see
need
you
more.
again. Because
And I said,
I
the
got
only
very
bad
friendly
part
with
about
them.
this is
And they like
I
me
may
and I
never
like
see
them.
you again.
But I
Because
saved. I got very friendly with them.
Colleges
And
and
they like me
universities.
and I like them.
Okay,
But I
and we're going to talk
saved
about
it.
both of your records, but your
Colleges
response to
and
that,
universities.
Vice.
My
Okay,
response
we're
to
going to
that
talk
is
about
I
both of your
never,
records, but
ever
your
said-
response to that, Vice.
My response to that is I never. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in, the fact of the matter is, in 2000, law for a while. After this is a guy who said the problem with the crime bill is not enough people in jail. This is a guy who's not enough people in jail. The problem with the crime bill. Go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said not enough people. Not enough people. And go on my website, get the marauding gangs, young gangs, the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park 5 going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty that they got the crime of the crimes they were suggested. Look, guilty. And talk about he crimes they were he did in fact look and talk about he commuted 20 people sentences. He did in fact. We commuted over 1,000 people. 20 people. He commuted 20 people. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that in fact over 1,000 initiated. The very law he's talking about is a law that in fact we're in a situation here where by Barack Obama the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. And set up drug courts. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do. Not to jail.
Why didn't he do it 4 years ago?
The system, and that's
Why
what I'm
didn't
going
you
to
do
do.
that 4 years ago? Even less than that. Why didn't
I
you?
am
You were
not
vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do.
I am
You were
not
vice president. But you keep talking about all these things you're going to do, and you guys did nothing. But you were there, Joe. I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama. You know, Joe, I ran because of you. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. Because you would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. Never run. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you. All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
I'll tell you what, you know who I am. I hope he does. You know who he is. What's happening here? You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. You know my character. I am anxious to have this race. For honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to see this take place. I am anxious to have this race. Character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up, please. Respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
This is true about Russia, Ukraine, China,
other countries.
If this is true about Russia, Ukraine, then he's a corrupt politician. So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. So don't call you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about race. President Trump, we're talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump, we're talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks. Because look, who said that what this he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. Who said that they have said that this has all the Russian plan. 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except what he's saying is and his good friend Rudy Giuliani. Nobody.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
This is where he's going.
That's exactly what.
This is Russia.
Gentlemen, I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with
I want to
Russia.
stay on the issue of race. We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr.
Here we
President,
go
you've
again with
described
Russia.
the Black Lives Matter movement on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of that kind of language from a president?
The first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting, the first time pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs. They were chanting, pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, talking about fry them. Pigs, like bacon, talking about our police. I said, that's a horrible thing. Pigs in a blanket, and they were marching down the street. Like bacon. And that was my first. That's a horrible thing. And glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. That was my first, as far as my relationships with all people. I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
What do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I criminal justice reform, colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. I don't know what to say. It's a very. They can say anything. Makes me sad. I mean. Because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark. But I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this. But I don't care who's in the audience.
Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you. Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
He pours fuel on every single racist fire. He pours fuel every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's getting rid of those Mexican rapists. Coming down the escalator saying Muslims rid of those Muslims. Mexican rapists. Moved around. He's banned everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on stage here, he says to them to stand down and stand ready. Come on, stage here, this guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn. Stand ready. Come on.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in?
I mean,
you said you're Abraham Lincoln.
Where did that? No, where did that come in? I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said what I've done for the black community. I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said what I've done for the black Abraham Lincoln. Now you have done nothing other than the crime bill. Which put you have done nothing other than the thousands which put black men mostly in jail.
All right, let me ask Vice President Biden.
You look at what's happening with the voting right now. You know what?
Let me ask Vice President Biden.
You look at what's happening with the voting right now. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within
this. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond. Contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, who had small amounts of drugs in their possession, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s we passed 100%, all 100 senators. In the 80s we passed a bill 100% drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the Senate, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board drug offense. That's what we should be spending money. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded. That's by Republican friends. That's why I set up drug courts, not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done. Because I think maybe that's what we've been trying to do. Now that's what I'm going to get done. In fact, because I think the American people have those laws now seen that they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. But why didn't he get it done? It's all talk, no action with these politicians. That's what I'm going to do when I become president. Why you were vice president along with Obama when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done. Why didn't you get it done? You're all talk and no action.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left on.
You got
released
nothing.
38,000 prisoners from federal prison. We have 38,000. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. We're the ones that put in the legislation saying we're the ones that put in what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. How they were conducting themselves. I could go on. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked
back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked 8 years, a short time ago. Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. A short time ago. Why did tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison? Tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe. Sometimes you got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it. Like I did with criminal justice reform.
We're running out of time, so we got to get on to
Democrats
climate
into it.
Gentlemen, you both have running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted. At the same time, starting with you, President Trump,
we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard. Lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means. Joe, I haven't heard Obama use the term, and we have the best carbon emission numbers that we had in 35 years. Carbon emission numbers that we've had. We are working so well with industry under this administration. We are working so well with industry. But here's what we look at Russia. Look at China. Look at India. How filthy it is. Filthy. Look at Russia. The air is filthy. India. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. And we were treated very unfairly. Our businesses. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. Of jobs. I will thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. It was so Russia goes back to a low standard until 2030. Kicked in Russia goes back to a low standard. It would have destroyed our business. Kicked in right away. It would have been. We have done. It would have destroyed our business environmentally. You ready? The cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years. And the best carbon emissions. We haven't destroyed our industries in many, many years.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes.
We haven't destroyed our industries.
Climate change,
President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Global warming is the next essential threat to humanity. Climate warming. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're told by all the leading scientists in the world, we're going to pass the point of no return. We don't have the next 8 to 10 years. We're going to pass 4 more years of this man, eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up, eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up, limit emissions, to clean up, put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as I was able to get people worried about all the environmental organizations as well as labor plan. The people because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. Because what it does, we're going to invest in millions of new 500,000. We're going to invest in 50,000 charging stations on our highways. 50,000 so that we can own the electric car market in the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings that we're going 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels so they don't leak as much energy, saving creating hundreds of significant number of jobs oil in the process. And by the way, and the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. And it's going to clean the environment. Our health and what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that's what's happening. My plan right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that create 18.6 million jobs. My plan 7 million more than his. 18.6 million jobs. I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth and his proposal. I'll create $1 trillion just on economic growth.
President Trump, you're
They came out
not on climate, just on the economy.
$6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan. $6,500 will be taken away from families. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. His environmental plan, you know who developed about the climate? AOC plus 3. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC $100 trillion. Look, if we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, if we had the best year not even come close to a number like that. 100 years. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. They want to take buildings down because if you had no windows, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest if you had no window that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. Anybody has ever seen. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say buildings and build new buildings with little tiny. They want to knock down buildings and many other things. And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time. We have a lot more questions. So let's hear from the Vice President. Running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
$100 trillion. I don't know where he comes up with. Give me a break. This plan was dollars. This is planned to endorse by every major environmental group. This is planned every labor group. Major environmental because they know the future labor group. The future labor and us because they know the future and they know they're good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America getting us there. And by the way, is the fastest growing industry in America. Solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer. Solar energy is the fastest growing. He thinks wind causes cancer. And they pay good prevailing wages. 45, $50 an hour. And they pay good prevailing wages. And we can be cleaner if we go. We can grow and we can be cleaner.
Please respond, and then I have to follow.
We are energy independent for the first time.
Please respond, and then I have to follow.
We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. It's extremely expensive. I know more about kills all the birds. It's very extremely expensive. Got a lot of problems. And they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clear. Is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas. Solar doesn't quite have it yet.
Find me a
solar. I love solar. Solar doesn't really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. Big, beautiful factories. It's all a pipe dream to compete. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, we'll get rid of your oil industry. But if you want to kill the economy, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond. All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I said, show the tape. Put it on your website.
Put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is, put it on your website.
Put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is, I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need. I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking. Make sure that we can capture gas. We can do that. We can do that by investing money in doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this part.
He was against fracking. He said it.
I have one more question in this part.
He was against fracking. He said it until he got the nomination. Went to Pennsylvania. But you know what? Pennsylvania Pennsylvania. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what,
Fracking on federal land, I said, no fracking and/or oil. Fracking on federal land, I said, no fracking and/or oil.
And then I want
on
to move on
federal
to
land.
our final. This final question. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. In Texas, their administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they are making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. Employed heavily, if you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, if you look at the kind of Asians that we produce, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain than it was under in 3 years than it was under 8 years. It was under in 3 years than it was under, to put it nicely, 8 years. 9 times more. 2 of them. Now, to put it nicely, somebody lives. I have not heard the numbers or the statistics. Somebody lives. I have not heard the numbers or the statistics. Tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship. We got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant. And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline.
Vice President Biden, your response,
and everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember,
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final
fence
question.
line. She doesn't understand this. They live near chemical fence lines. She doesn't understand this. Chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River. My mom get in the car any place in the first frost to drive me to school. Turn my mom get in the car, oil slick in the first frost. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. That's why so many people in my communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do you do? You impose restrictions on the pollution. What do you do coming out of those fence lines? Restrictions on the pollutions that
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil industry?
I have a transition from the oil industry, yes.
Would you close down the oil industry?
I have a transition from the oil industry, yes. I would stop. I would transition because it is a big statement. Oil industry, because I would stop significantly. Because here's the deal. Oil
That's a big statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, here's the deal. Because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. Because it has to be replaced by renewable energy to the oil industry. I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. I'd stop giving. He won't give federal subsidies to the. I'd stop giving them gas subsidies. Excuse me, to the. He won't give federal subsidies to the and wind, the gas. Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do give it to solar and wind. And that's maybe the biggest statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement. Because basically what he's saying is he is going to destroy. That's the biggest statement. Because basically what he's saying is he is going to destroy. Remember that Pennsylvania, Oklahoma.
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question.
The point is, look, we have to move toward everything out of context. But the net zero emissions. We have to. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production. The first place to do that by the year 2035.
Is he going to get China to do it?
No, we're finished with this.
Is he going to get China to do it? Is he going to get China to rejoin Paris? Is he going to get China to
abide by what they agreed to?
This is about leadership,
China abide by what they agreed to.
This is about leadership, President Trump. And imagine this is your inauguration day. Go to you. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? What will you say in your address 1 minute starting Americans?
We have to make a country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls. They wanted to get together. We had the best normally people that would call me. Unemployment numbers in the history of our country. The best Hispanic. Women, Asian, in the history of our country. People with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, number one in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. MIT graduates, you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. And you know what? Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes. And he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression the likes of which you've never seen. If he gets in, 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right.
Will go to hell,
Vice President
and it'll be
Biden,
a
same
very,
question
very
to
sad
you.
day
What
for
will you
this
say
country.
during your inaugural
Vice
address
President
to
Biden, same
Americans
question
who
to
did
you.
not
What will you say during
I will
your
say,
inaugural address to
I'm an American
Americans who
president.
did not vote
I represent all of you,
say,
whether you voted for me or against me.
President.
And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. For me or I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we're going to choose enormous opportunities. We're going to choose to move forward because to make things enormous opportunities. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. At the same time, we can make sure that our systemic racism is being at the same time and we can make sure motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. On the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, is on the ballot here is respect, treating people with dignity, decency, making sure that everyone has an even chance. Treating people with dignity, I'm going to make sure you get that. Making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that.
I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden. Thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to Belmont University watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
And now it's time to hear from you and get your reaction to this final debate. And now it's time to hear from you and get your reactions up on the screen if you want to dial in. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748 if you want to dial in. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748 if you support Vice President Biden. If you support President Trump. If you support Vice President Biden.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you.
Spectacular outdoor vistas and recreation, a strong economy, a can-do entrepreneurial ethos, and is known for collegiality and collaborative spirit. This vitality is why the University of Utah is on the rise, now recognized as one of America's leading research universities.
To the PBS NewsHour special coverage of the first 2020 presidential debate. In just a few moments, President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden will be in the spotlight in Cleveland, Ohio, in their first one-on-one debate. It's the first of 3 presidential debates and 1 vice presidential debate ahead of Election Day, November 3rd. Due to the pandemic, only about 80 people will be in the audience in person tonight on the campus of Case Western Reserve University, which is co-hosting the event with the Cleveland Clinic. The moderator is Fox News' Chris Wallace. We at the
faculty
NewsHour
and
are
our staff
practicing
are
social
achieving national
distancing while
recognition
I am
and support
broadcasting
at
from our
unprecedented
studio.
levels.
Our reporters
Among
and
them,
our analysts will
evolutionary
join us
geneticist
remotely.
Nels
That's
Elde,
White House correspondent
just
Yamiche
yesterday
Alcindor,
named a
our
MacArthur
congressional
Fellow.
correspondent Lisa Desjardins, who's covering
Professor
the
Elde.
Biden campaign.
All of us
Senior
at the
national
University of Utah
correspondent
are
Amna
united in
Nawaz,
purpose.
who'll be watching the
We
debate with a
strive to
half a
provide
dozen
today's
voters from
students
around the country.
with an exceptional
Amy Walter of the
experience
Cook
that will
Political
equip them
Report,
for a vibrant
along with
future
Washington
as
Post
members of
contributing
the global
columnist
community.
Gary Abernathy,
Students
joining
are
us from
quite
Ohio,
simply at the
and
center
syndicated
of all we
columnist
do.
Cynthia Tucker in Alabama.
Let me introduce you to our
Welcome
student body
all
leaders.
of you, and we're going to
Ephraim
ask you
Kuhn,
now
President,
for a quick word
Michelle
from each one of you,
Valdez,
starting with
Vice
Yamiche.
President
Tell us
of
how is the
Student
president
Relations,
preparing?
and Ayana Amici, Vice President of University Relations.
The
These
president did not
individuals
do straight to
exemplify
traditional debate
inquisitive,
prep. He
smart,
wasn't
creative
having mock
students
debates
who
or having
will lead
anybody
us
play
into
his
the
political
future.
opponent. But what he
I
was
asked
doing
Michelle
was
one
testing
thing
out his
she
attacks
wanted the
on Joe
world
Biden
to know
in the media
about the
and
University of
answering
Utah.
questions from
And
reporters.
she said
so what we can expect is the
that
president
this is a
to
place
really
for
go after
everyone
Joe
from
Biden
any
in very
background to
personal
come
terms.
and
He's going to
accomplish
go after Hunter
extraordinary
Biden. He's going to go
things.
after Joe Biden's
This is an institution
history
for
and his record
anyone,
on
not only
China,
to learn,
on the
do
criminal
research,
justice
teach, or
system,
lead,
on so many other
but
fronts.
to do
I mean,
all
the
of
president
those
is really
things
someone
in
who's
an
going to make this
exemplary
in some ways
manner.
a brawl. He's looking
At the
for a street
University of
fight.
Utah,
So there are people
there
in the
is
Trump
endless
campaign who feel that he is confident
And
and that he
Ephraim
will do a
offered
good
a
job
message
here.
of hope for the
So
students who
meanwhile,
are
Lisa
listening
Desjardins,
tonight.
how is
If
Joe
there's
Biden
anything I
preparing?
hope for the students, young, emerging leaders watching and listening
The
tonight,
Biden camp has
it
had a
is
more
the
traditional
hope that we
preparation. In
will
some ways,
feel
you could say Joe
empowered
Biden
to make
has
our
prepared for
voices
this moment
heard
since
and our presence
1987,
known.
the first time he ran
And
for
the
president.
hope that we
Tonight,
recognize
they say
the
he will
power
defend
and
his
potential
record,
we
but
have to
also
act
go after
to
President
make
Trump
a
when
significant
needed.
difference
The
in our
question will
communities.
be, when does he
But it all
engage with
starts
President
with what
Trump,
we do
and when
today,
does he step back and let
especially
viewers
as we tune in
decide the
tonight.
president's words
We
for
are the
themselves?
future, yes,
To
but
Amy
we are
Walter,
also
Amy,
the present.
what is the
and
one thing
present
you're
we will
looking for
be.
tonight?
This election
Well, it's
may be the
unlikely
first
that we're gonna
involvement
see
in the nation's
overnight
political
that
process for
opinions about
many
either of these
students.
candidates are gonna
We have
change.
emphasized
What I'm
how
really
very
looking for is to
important
see
it
if the
is to be a
narrative
part
changes
of
in
an
the next few
informed,
days
involved
after this debate.
citizenry.
Is Donald Trump able
Ayana
to get
offered
off
this
his back
message
foot
from
onto
students
his front
here at
foot,
the
make it
U
about something
to
other than
students
his own
listening from
challenges,
around the world.
make it about the
I want
shortcomings of Joe
students
Biden?
worldwide to
Amna
know that
Nawaz,
partaking
you are going to be
in election
watching with a
processes
group
is
of
indispensable,
voters from around the country.
as
Have
we
they
are all
made their minds
citizens
up
of
yet?
humankind. And our chief
Judy,
role as
most
such
of
is
them have.
to
We assembled
tailor
a group
the
of
world
6
to be
people
more
from around the
ethical
country,
than the
from
one we
Tennessee,
grew up
Ohio,
in.
Pennsylvania, New
In
Jersey,
order
South
to
Carolina, and
avoid
California.
complicity in
3
governmental
for Biden, 3
injustice,
for Trump. Only
it is
one
our
said he was open to changing
responsibility
his
to
mind.
vote for just
We will be coming
outcomes
back to
within
you
our own
after the
respective
debate.
structures.
Right now, as you
It
see,
is our
debate moderator Chris
responsibility
Wallace
to be
about
commonly
to introduce
decent.
the candidates. Let's
From
go to
all
Cleveland.
of us at the University
now,
of Utah,
as this
our very
debate
best
gets
wishes
underway.
to
Good
Vice
evening
President
from the
Mike
Health
Pence
Education
and Senator
Campus of
Kamala
Case
Harris
Western
this
Reserve
evening.
University
And my
and the
deepest
Cleveland
appreciation
Clinic.
to all who helped
I'm Chris
plan
Wallace
and
of
prepare
Fox
for
News,
tonight.
and I welcome
From
you
our
to the
campus,
first of the
Utah
2020
Debate Commission,
presidential
and the
debates
Commission on
between
Presidential
President
Debates.
Donald J. Trump
Thank you all,
and former
and
Vice
again,
President
warmest
Joe
welcome
Biden.
to the University of Utah.
This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The Commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the Commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the Commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court.
Congratulations,
Vice
you have
President
scored the most
Biden, you say
exclusive
that this is an
tickets
effort by the
in
President
the United
and
States. Hamilton has
Republicans
nothing on
to
the Commission
jam
on
through an
Presidential Debates
appointment and
when
what
it
you
comes to
call
exclusive tickets.
an abuse of power.
I
My
wanna
first question
offer a
to
special
both of you
welcome
tonight,
to,
why are you
Vice
right
President
in
Pence's
the
family,
argument you make
I think is
and your opponent
there,
wrong?
to Senator
where do you
Kamala
think
Harris's family
a
on this
Justice
side,
Barrett
and most
would
especially to
take
my
the court?
bosses, who are
President
seated
Trump,
right
in
up
this
there,
first segment,
and I'm
you
very
go
glad that
first,
they came
2 minutes.
and joined us. My bosses from USA
I
Today.
will tell you very simply, we won the election.
We're glad
Elections
that you're
have
here.
consequences. We have the Senate.
But this
we
debate
have the
is
White
not about
House,
you,
and
it's
we
not
have a
about me.
phenomenal
It's about the millions
nominee,
of Americans who are
respected
going to be
by
watching
all,
it.
top
And that's why I'm going to ask you
academic,
for your help. I'm going to ask
good
you
in every
for
way.
your
Good in
silence.
every way.
I'm going to
In
ask
fact,
you during
some
the
of her
debate not to
biggest
cheer or
endorsers
to boo
are very
or to
liberal
hiss
people
or to laugh,
from Notre Dame and
because
other
that is
places. So I
distracting
think
for
she's
the
going to be
people that we are
fantastic.
really
We have plenty of time.
staging this debate.
Even if we did it
to
after
reach.
the election
There will be
itself.
two
I have a
times
lot of
when you
time
can
after the
applaud.
election, as
That
you know.
will be when I announce
so I
the
think
two
that
candidates on the
she will
stage.
be
They'll come on the
outstanding.
stage
She's going to be
That'll be a time
as
to
good
applaud.
as anybody
And then
that
applaud
has served
again
on that
at the
court.
very end
I
of the
really
debate.
feel that
But if
we
you
have
could-
a professor
if
at
you
Notre
could
Dame,
keep,
highly respected by all.
restrain
Said
your
she's the single
enthusiasm
greatest
between those
student
two
he's ever
times, I'd
had. He's been a
appreciate it.
professor
And if
for
you
a
could
long
send me a
time in a
little
great
good karma,
school.
that would also be
And
appreciated.
we just
but
we won the
quietly.
election, and therefore we have the
I'm
right
going now to
choose her.
sit down and get
very
settled
few people
and
knowingly
turn my back to
would
you,
say
but not
otherwise.
in a
And by the
rude
way,
way.
the Democrats,
And I'll see
they
you
wouldn't even think
on the
about
other
not
side.
doing it. If they
Thanks
had, the
again.
only difference is to try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I have nothing, I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have
is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said, and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now. I am,
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about this.
And if you were here,
Look,
it wouldn't be 200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
infected. You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President.
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're
Mr.
not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already
You don't know it's
begun.
on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for a
her
minute?
view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me.
opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask you,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part
me.
of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to,
will
Mr.
protect
President, I'm the
pre-existing.
moderator of this
University of
debate,
Utah in
and I would
Salt
like
Lake
you to
City.
let me ask
Welcome
my
to the
question,
first
and then you can answer
only
it.
Vice Presidential debate
You,
of
in the
2020.
course of these 4 years, have never
Sponsored
come
by
up
the
with a
Nonpartisan
comprehensive
Commission
plan
on Presidential
to
Debates.
replace
I'm Susan
Obamacare,
Page of USA
and
Today.
just
It
this
is
last
my
Thursday,
honor to moderate
you
this debate,
signed
an
a
important part
largely
of our
symbolic
democracy.
executive order to protect
In
people
Kingsbury Hall
with
tonight, we have a
pre-existing
small
conditions
and socially
5 days
distant
before
audience,
this debate.
and
So
we've
my
taken
question,
extra
sir, is what
precautions
is
during
the
this
Trump
pandemic.
health care plan?
Among other things,
First of all, I guess
everyone
I'm
in the
debating you,
audience
not
is
him,
required to
but
wear a
that's
face
okay. I'm not
mask, and
surprised.
the
Let me just
candidates
tell you something.
will be seated 12 feet
There's nothing
apart.
symbolic. I'm cutting
The
drug
audience
prices.
is
I'm going with favored
enthusiastic about their
nations, which no
candidates, but
president
they've
has the
agreed to
courage to
express
do
that
because you're going
enthusiasm
against big
only
pharma.
twice. At
Drug
the end of the
prices will be
debate,
coming down
and
80 or
now,
90%.
when I introduce
You
the
could have done it
candidates.
during your
Please
47-year
welcome
period in
California
government, but you
Senator
didn't do
Kamala
it.
Harris
Nobody's
and
done
Vice
it.
President
So we're
Mike
cutting
Pence.
health care.
What about
All of the
pre-existing
things that we've done, insulin, I'll give you an example. Insulin, it is destroying families, destroying people because I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap.
Take a look at all of the drugs that what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because when they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let
but
me
this
ask
is
you about,
big.
let me,
This
you'll
is
be happy.
big
Senator
stuff.
Harris and Vice
You'll be
President
happy.
Pence, thank
I'm
you for
about to
being
pick up
here.
on one of your points
We're meeting
to ask
as
the Vice
President
President,
Trump and
which
the
is
First
he
Lady
points out
continue to
that
undergo
you would like to
treatment in
add a
Washington
public
after testing
option
positive
to
for
Obamacare.
COVID-19.
And the
We
argument
send our
that he
thoughts and
makes and
prayers
other
to them for
Republicans
their
make
rapid and complete
is that that is
recovery
going to
and for the
end private
recovery of
insurance.
everyone
It is not.
afflicted by the coronavirus.
I ask you the question.
The two campaigns and
it
the
will end-
Commission on Presidential Debates
It
have
will
agreed to the
end private
ground rules
insurance
for
and
tonight.
create a government
I'm here
takeover of
to
health care.
It does not. It's only for
On
those
behalf
people who
of
are
the
so
millions of
poor they
Americans who are
qualify for Medicaid.
One note,
They can get
no one
that
in either
free
campaign
in most
or at
states
the
except
commission
governors who
or
want to
anywhere
deny
else
people who are
has been
poor
told in advance
Medicaid.
what topics I'll
Anyone who
raise
qualifies
or
for
what
Medicare would,
questions I'll ask.
Medicaid would
This 90-minute
automatically
debate will be divided into
enrolled
9
in the
segments
public
of about
option.
10 minutes
The
each.
vast majority
I'll
of the
begin a
American
segment
people
by
would
posing a
still
question
not be
to each of you.
in
Sometimes the
that
same
option.
question.
Number one.
So
Sometimes
you
a different
agree
question.
with Bernie
Number
Sanders,
six.
who's
I
far
did.
left,
You will
on the
then have 2
manifesto,
minutes
we
to
call it,
speak
and that
manifesto.
gives you
without
socialized
interruption by
medicine.
me
Look, hey,
or
I'm
the
you
other.
saying
not
you
going to
didn't
listen to him. The
Then we'll
fact of the
take 6
matter
minutes
is,
or so
I beat
to
Bernie
discuss
Sanders.
Not by much.
At that
I
point,
beat him a
although
whole
there
hell of a
will
lot.
always
I'm
be
here
more
standing
say,
facing you.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost
We want
every
a
primary.
debate
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
But
very
Americans
here's the deal.
also
I got very
deserve
lucky. I'm going to
a
get very lucky
discussion
tonight as
that is
well.
civil.
And tonight
These
I'm going to
are
make sure
tumultuous
because
times,
here's the
but we
deal.
can and will
Here's the deal.
have a
The
respectful
fact is that
exchange
everything he's saying
about the
so
big
far
issues
is simply a
facing
lie.
our nation.
I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody
Let's
knows
begin
he's
with
a
the
liar.
ongoing
But you
pandemic.
I just
agree
want
that
to
you're
make
the-
sure.
you're the
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class.
Senator
first
Harris,
in-
the coronavirus is
I
not
wanna
under
make
control.
sure-
President, can you let him finish?
Over the
sir?
past
He
week,
doesn't know how to
Johns
do that.
Hopkins reports
He
that
has-
39 states have
you
had
picked
more
Mr.
COVID
President.
cases
The
over
wrong
the
guy,
past
the
7
wrong
days
night at the wrong
than in the
time.
week before.
You agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
9
Sanders at the
states have
manifesto.
The whole
had-
idea-
Let him.
Even if
There
a
is
vaccine
no
is released
manifesto,
soon,
number
the
one.
next
Let him speak, Mr.
administration
Number
will
two.
face
You just lost the
hard
left.
choices.
Number two.
What would a Biden
just lost the
administration
left.
do in January and
You
February
agreed with
that a
Bernie
Trump
Sanders on a
administration
plan.
wouldn't do? Would you impose
Absolutely
new
agreed.
Do you have any
lockdowns for
idea what
businesses
this
and
clown's
schools?
doing?
Call it
Mr.
Medicare.
You
federal
have any
mandate
idea?
to wear masks?
Socialized medicine.
You have
Mr.
2 minutes
President.
to
Tell you what,
respond
he
without
is not
interruption.
for any help for people needing health care.
American people have witnessed what is
because
the
he in
greatest
fact
failure
already
of any
has cost
presidential
10 million
administration
people
in
their
the
health
history of our
care
country.
that they had from their employers
here are
because
the
of his
facts.
recession. Number one. Number two,
210,000
there are
dead
20
people in our
million
country
people
in just the
getting
last
health care
several
through Obamacare now that he wants
Over
to take it
7 million
away.
people who have
He won't
contracted
ever
this disease.
look you in the eye and say that's what he
1
wants
in
to
5
do.
businesses.
Take it away.
No, I want to give them
Number
better
three.
health
looking
care at
at
a much lower price.
frontline
because
workers
By the way, he
who
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
treated
how. He doesn't
like
know how to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
We are
fixed it
plan.
looking
to an
at
extent.
over
He has
30
never
million
done
people
a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but
who
probably
in the
doesn't.
last several
Obamacare
Gentlemen, you
months.
is
realize
no
if you're
good.
both speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time.
and it's too
And here's
expensive.
the
Let
thing.
the president's. Go ahead, sir.
On January
Obamacare is no good.
28th,
We made it better, and I
the
had a
Vice
choice to make
President and
very
the
early
President were
on. We took away
informed
the individual mandate.
about the nature
We
of this
guaranteed
pandemic. They were
pre-existing
informed that
conditions,
it's
but took away
lethal
the
in
individual
consequence,
mandate.
that it is
Listen,
airborne,
this is the way it is.
that it
And
will
that
affect
destroyed-
young people,
That they shouldn't even call it
and that
Obamacare.
it
Then
would
I had a
be
choice to make. Do I let my
contracted because
people
it is
run it
airborne.
really well or badly?
And
if I
they
run it
knew
badly, they'll
what was
probably blame
happening,
him, but
and
they'll
they
blame me.
didn't
But more
tell
importantly, I want to
you.
help people. Okay?
Can you
I
imagine
said, you got to
if you
run it
knew
so
on
well.
January
That's
28th,
And I just had a
as
meeting with
opposed to
them. They
March
said the problem
13th,
is no matter
what
how
they knew,
well
what you
you
might have
run
done to prepare,
Obamacare, it's a
They
disaster.
knew and they
It's too
covered it up.
expensive.
I got you.
Premiums
I
are
got
too
you.
high.
President said it was
That
a
doesn't
hoax.
work.
That's
So
what his people
we
say.
They
do want to
minimized
get
the
rid of it.
seriousness of it.
Chris,
The
we want to get rid
president
of it.
said,
understand it,
you're
sir,
on
but
one
I
side
have
of
to-
his
I have
ledger.
to
If
give
you
you
wear a
roughly
mask,
equal
you're on the
time.
other side of his
Please
ledger.
let
If
the
you
Vice
don't.
President talk.
Good.
And
He
in
has
spite
no
of all of
plan
that,
for
today they
healthcare.
still don't have a plan.
Please.
He sends out
They still don't have a
wishful
plan. Well, Joe
thinking.
Biden
He
does.
has executive
And our
orders that
plan
have
is
no
about
power.
what we need
He
to do
hasn't
around a
lowered
national
drug costs for
strategy
anybody. He's been
for
promising a
contact
healthcare
tracing,
plan
for testing,
since he got
for
elected.
administration
he has
of
none,
the vaccine,
like almost
and making
everything
sure
else he
that it will
talks
be
about.
free for all.
He does not have
That
a plan.
is the plan that Joe
He doesn't have
Biden
a
has
plan.
and that I
And the
have,
fact is,
knowing
this
that
man
we have to
doesn't
get a
know what
hold
he's
of what
talking
has been
about.
going
Sorry,
on.
I have one
And we need
final
to
question
save
for you,
our
Sure.
country.
Mr.
And
Vice
Joe
President.
Biden is the best leader to do that.
If
And
Senate
frankly, this
Republicans,
administration has
we weren't talking
forfeited
originally
their
about the
right
Supreme
to
Court here.
re-election.
If
based on
Senate
this.
Republicans go ahead and confirm
Vice President
Justice
Pence,
Barrett.
more than
There
210,000
has been
Americans
talk
have
about
died of
ending the
COVID-19
filibuster
since
or
February.
even packing the
The U.S.
court,
death toll
adding
as a
to the
percentage of
9
our
justices
population
there.
is
You call
higher
this a
than that of
distraction by
almost
the
every
president,
other
but in fact,
wealthy
it wasn't
nation
brought up
on
by the
earth.
president.
For instance,
it was brought
our
up
death
by
rate
some of
is
your
2.5
Democratic
times
colleagues
that of
in
Canada
the
next
Congress.
door.
So my question
You
to you
head
is, you have
the
refused in the
administration's
past to talk about it.
coronavirus task force.
Are you willing to tell
Why
the
is the
American people
U.S. death
tonight
toll
whether or
as a
not you will
percentage of our
support either
population
ending the
higher
filibuster
than that of
or
almost every
packing
other
the
wealthy
court?
Whatever
country?
position I
And you
take
have
in that,
2
that'll
minutes to
become the
respond
issue. The
without
issue is the American
This is
people
a
should
thank
speak.
you, and I
You
want to
should
thank
go
the
out
Commission
and
and the
vote.
University of Utah
You're
for
in voting now.
hosting this
Vote
event,
and let your
and,
senators know
Senator
how
Harris,
strongly you feel.
it's a privilege to be on the
Vote
stage
now.
with you.
Make sure you, in fact, let
Our
people
nation's
know
gone through a
you're
very
senators.
challenging time
I'm not
this
going to
year.
answer the question
Why would
because
you answer that
because
question?
the
You
What I
asked
want the
Jimmy
American
Odom,
people to
the
know
question
Supreme Court
is
Justice,
from the very
radical left.
first
would you
day,
shut up, man?
President
Who is
Donald
on your
Trump has
list,
put the
Joe?
health of America
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
right.
Gentlemen,
Before there were more
this is
than
so-
5 cases in the United
we have
States,
ended,
all people who
we
had
have ended
returned from
this
China.
segment. We're going to move on to the second
President
segment.
Donald Trump
really
did what
a
no other
productive
American
segment,
president had ever done. And that was he suspended
the people
all
understand,
travel
Joe.
from China. The second
47
largest
years you've
economy
done
in the
nothing.
world.
They understand.
All right.
Now,
The second
Senator
subject
Joe
is
Biden
COVID-19, which is
opposed
an awfully
that
serious
decision.
subject, so
He said it was xenophobic.
let's try to
and
be serious
hysterical.
about it. We have had
But
more
I
than
can tell you,
7
having led the
million
White House
cases
coronavirus task
of
force, that
coronavirus
decision
in the
alone
United
by
States,
President
and more
Trump
than 200,000
bought us invaluable time
people
to stand up the
have
greatest
died.
national
Even
mobilization
after we
since
produced
World War II.
a vaccine,
And I
experts
believe
say
it
that
saved
could
hundreds
be
of
months
thousands
or even
of
years
American lives.
before
Because with
we
that
come
time,
back
we were able to
to
reinvent
anything
testing. More than 115
approaching
million
normal.
tests have been done today.
My question
We
for
were able
both
to
of you
see to the
is,
delivery
based
of
on what you have
billions
said
of supplies so
and
our
done
doctors
so
and nurses
far,
had the
and what
resources
you
and
have
support
said
they
you
needed.
would do starting
And
in
we
2021,
began really before the
why
month of
should the
February was
American
out to
people
develop a
trust
vaccine
you more than
and to develop
your
medicines and
opponent
therapeutics that have been
to
saving
deal
lives
with
all
this
along the way.
public health
And
crisis
under President
going
Trump's
forward?
leadership,
In this
Operation
case,
Warp Speed, we
the
believe
question
we'll have
goes to you first,
literally
sir.
tens
2
of
minutes
millions of doses of a
uninterrupted.
vaccine before the end
luck.
of this year. The reality is, when you look at the
200,000
Biden plan,
You
it
said over
reads an
7
awful lot
million infected in the United
like
States.
what President Trump and I and
We,
our
in
task
fact,
force have been doing
have
every step of
5%
the
or
way.
4% of the world's
And
population.
quite frankly,
20% of the
when I
deaths.
look at their plan that talks about
40,000 people
advancing
a day
testing,
are
creating the
contracting
PPE,
COVID.
developing a
In addition to
vaccine,
that, about between 750
it looks a
and
little bit like
1,000 people a day
plagiarism,
are dying.
which is something Joe
When he was
Biden
presented
knows a
with
little
that
bit
number,
about.
he said it is
And I think the American
what it
people
is.
know that
Well, it
this is
is
a
what it is
president who has
because
put
you
the
are
health of
Vice
America first and the
That's
American
why it
people,
is.
I believe with
The
my
president
heart,
has
can
no
be proud of
plan.
the sacrifices
He
they
hasn't
have
laid
made.
out anything.
It saved
He
countless
knew
American
all the way
lives.
back in February
Senator
how serious
Harris,
this
would you like to
crisis
respond?
was.
Absolutely.
He knew it
Whatever
was a
the
deadly
Vice President
disease.
is claiming the
What did he
administration
do?
has done,
He's
clearly it
on
hasn't
tape
worked.
as acknowledging he knew it.
When you're looking
He
at
said he
over
didn't tell us or give people a
210,000 dead
warning of it
bodies in our
because
country,
he didn't want to panic
American
the
lives
people.
that have
You
been
don't
lost,
panic.
families that
He
are
panicked.
grieving
In addition to that,
loss.
what did he do?
And you know,
he went in and we were
Vice
insisting
President
that
is the head of the task
the
force.
people we had on the ground in China should be
And
able to go to
knew
Wuhan
on January
and determine for
28th how
themselves
serious
how
this was. And
dangerous
then
this
thanks
was.
to Bob Woodward,
He did not even ask
we
Xi
learned
to do that.
they knew
he
about
told us
it,
what a
and
great
then when
job
that
Xi
was
was doing.
exposed,
He said we owe
the
him a
Vice
debt of
President said,
gratitude
when asked,
for being
well, why
so
didn't y'all tell
transparent
anybody?
with us. And
He
what
said
did he do
because
then?
the president
He
wanted
then
people
did
to
nothing.
remain
He waited and waited and waited. He
Well,
still
let's go.
doesn't
I
have
no,
a
but
plan.
Susan,
I
this is
laid
Susan,
out
and I want to add,
exactly
if Mr. Vice President, I'm
what we
speaking.
should be
I'm
doing.
speaking.
And I laid out
You have
exactly
15 more
why,
seconds,
what
and then
we
we'll
should
give
be
the
doing.
Vice President a
We
chance
should be
So I want to
providing
ask
all
the
the
American people,
protective
how
gear
calm
possible.
were
We
you
should
when
be
you were
providing the
panicked about
money
where
the
you're going
House
to
has
get your next
passed
world flow.
in order to be able to
How
go
calm
out
were you
and get
when your
people
kids
the
were
help
sent
they
home
need
from
to keep
school
their
and you didn't
businesses
know when they
open.
could go back?
Open schools
How
that
calm
cost a
were
lot of
you
money.
when
You
your
should get out of
children
your
couldn't
bunker
see your
and get out of
parents
the
because
sand
you
trap
were
and
afraid
get
they could
in
kill
your
them?
golf course and go
Let's
in the
give Vice
Oval
President
Office and
Pence a
bring
chance to
together the
respond. Vice
Democrats
President
and
Mitchell, you have 1
Republicans
minute to
and
respond.
fund
There's not
what
a day
needs
gone
to
by
be
that I
done
haven't
now
thought
to
of every
save
American family
lives.
that's lost a loved
So
one.
if we would have listened to
And
you,
I want all of you
sir.
to know that you'll always be in
if
our
we would have
hearts
listened to you,
and in our
the
prayers.
country would have been left wide open.
But when you
Millions
say
of
what the
people would have
American
died.
people
Not
have done over these
200,000,
last
and
8
one
months
person is too
hasn't
much.
worked.
It's China's fault. It
That's a
should have
great
never happened.
disservice.
They stopped it from
The
going in,
sacrifices
but it
the
was
American
China's
people
fault.
have made.
And by the way, when you talk
The
about
reality,
numbers, you
if
know
I
how many
may,
people
if I
died
may
in
finish,
China.
Senator.
You don't know how many
The
people
reality
died in
is,
Russia.
Dr.
You don't know
Fauci
how many
said
people died in India.
everything
they don't
that he
exactly
told
give
the
you a straight
president in the
count, just
Oval
so you
Office, the
understand.
president told the
But
American
if you look at what we've done,
President
I
Trump, I will
closed
tell
it,
you,
and you
has
said he's
boundless confidence in
xenophobic.
the
He's a
American people, and he
racist, and
always
he's
spoke with confidence that
xenophobic
we
because you didn't think I should have closed our country.
When you say it
Wait a minute,
hasn't
his 2
worked,
minutes.
You didn't think we should have
Dr.
closed our
Fauci and
country
Dr.
because you
Birx, our
thought it was
medical experts came to
it was
us in the second
terrible.
week of
You
March.
wouldn't have closed it for
They said
another
if
2
the
months.
president didn't
By
take
my
the
doing it early, in
unprecedented
fact,
step
Dr. Fauci
of
said
shutting down roughly
President
half of the
Trump
American
saved
economy,
thousands
that
of
we could
lives.
lose
Many of you
2.2
Democrat governors said,
million President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the
They also said to us if we did everything right,
the
Susan, we could
governors
still
said I
lose
did a
more than
phenomenal job.
200,000
Most of them said
Vice
that.
President
one
Pence.
life
In fact,
lost
people
is
that
many,
would
Susan.
not be necessarily
But
on
the
my
American
side
people, I
said
believe,
that.
deserve credit
President Trump did
for
a
the
phenomenal
sacrifices
job.
that they have
We
made,
did.
putting
We got
health
the
of their
gowns. We
family
got the
and their
masks. We
neighbors
made
first,
the
our
ventilators.
doctors,
You
our
wouldn't have
nurses,
made
our first
ventilators.
Vice
And now
President.
we're weeks
And I'm
away
going to
from
speak
a
up on behalf
vaccine.
of what the American
We're doing
people think.
Vice
therapeutics
President Pence,
already.
you were in the front
Fewer
row
people are
in a
dying
Rose
when they
Garden
get
event
sick.
11 days ago.
Far
What
fewer
seems to have
people are
been a
dying.
super spreader
We've done a great
event
job.
for senior
The only thing I
administration
haven't done a good
congressional
job, and that's because of
no
the fake
social
news.
distancing,
No matter what you say
no
to them, they
masks,
give you bad
and now
press
a
on it. It's just
cluster of
fake news.
coronavirus
They
cases
give you
among
good
those who were
press.
there.
They give me bad press.
How can you
because
expect
that's the way it
Americans
is,
to
unfortunately.
follow
But
the
let me just say something. I don't care.
administration's
I've gotten used to
safety
it.
guidelines to protect
But I'll tell you,
themselves
Joe,
from
you could
COVID
never have done the
when
job
you
that
at the
we
White
did.
House
You
had
don't
not
have it
been
in your
doing
blood. You could have never done that job.
Well, the I know American how to do people the job. have I demonstrated. know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very
done.
well in swine flu.
They've been given the
H1N1,
facts.
you
They're
were a
willing to put the
disaster.
health of
Your
their
own
families
chief
and
of
their
staff
neighbors
said you were a
first.
disaster.
14,000 people died, not
President Trump and I
200,000.
have great
Of
confidence
economic
in the
recession.
Sir, you made a
There was-
far
there
less
was
than
no
their
because
ability
You made a point.
to
Let
take
him
that
answer.
And there was no one,
and put it into
we didn't
practice.
shut down the economy.
In the height of the
This is
epidemic,
his economy.
when we were losing
shut down. The reason
a
it's shut down is
heartbreaking number of
because
2,500
you folks at
Americans
home,
a
how many
day,
of you got up this
we
morning
surged resources
and
to
had
New
an
Jersey,
empty chair at the
New
kitchen
York,
table
and New
because someone
Orleans,
died
and
of
Detroit.
COVID?
We told the American
How
people
many
what
of you
needed
were in a
to be done, and the
situation
American
where you
people made
lost
the
your
sacrifices.
mom or dad and you
When the
couldn't
outbreak
even
in the
speak to
Sun
them,
Belt
you had
happened
the
this
nurse
summer,
holding the
again,
phone up
Americans
so you
stepped
could in
forward.
fact say goodbye.
You
But
would've
the
lost
reality
far
is
more
the
people.
work
Far
of the
more
President of the
people.
United States
And you would have
goes
been
on.
by the way,
months later.
The vacancy on the
his
Supreme
own-
Court of the
his
United
own
States
CDC director says
has come
we
upon
could
us, and
lose
the
as many
President
as
introduced
another
Judge Amy
200,000
Thank
people
you.
between
Thank you,
now
Vice
and the end of the
President.
year.
At that- if I
And he
may
held up, he
say,
said,
that Rose
if we
Garden
just
event,
wear a mask, we can
there's been a great deal of
half those
speculation
numbers.
about it.
Just a
My wife
mask.
Karen and I were
by
there,
the way,
honored to
in
be there.
terms of the
Many of the people
whole
who
notion
were
of
at
a
that event,
vaccine,
Susan, actually
we're for
were
a vaccine,
tested for
but I don't
coronavirus.
trust him at all. Nor
And it
do
was
you.
an
I know
outdoor
you
event,
don't.
which
What we trust
all
is
of
a
our
scientist.
scientists
You don't
regularly
trust
look
Dr.
into.
Johnson, Pfizer.
The difference here
by
is
the way,
President
and
Trump
gentlemen, let me
trusts the
move on
American
to
people
questions
to make
about the future,
choices in
because
the
you
best
both have
interest
touched on one of
their
the two of the
health.
questions I'm
Joe
going to ask.
Biden, Kamala Harris,
Focusing on the future for
consistently
President Trump,
talk about
you have
mandates, and not just
repeatedly
mandates with
either
the
contradicted
coronavirus,
or
but
been at
the
odds
government
with some of your
takeover of
government's
health
own
care,
top
the
scientists.
Green
Before
New
last,
Deal,
the
all
head of
government
the
control.
Centers
We're
for
about
Disease
freedom and
Control, Dr.
respecting the
Redfield,
freedom
said
of
it
the
would be
American
Let's talk
summer
about respecting the
before
American
the
people.
vaccine
You respect
would
the
become
American people when
generally
you tell them the
available
truth.
to
You respect
the public.
the American
You
people
said
when you
that
have
he
the
was
courage
confused
to be a
and
leader,
mistaken. Those are
speaking
your two
of those
words.
things that you may not want people to
Dr.
hear, but they
Slaoui, the
need to
head
hear
of
so
your
they can protect
Operation Warp
themselves.
Speed, has said
But this
exactly the same
administration
thing. Are they
stood
both
on
wrong?
information
Well, I've
that if
spoken to
you
the
had
companies
as a
and we can have it a
parent,
lot
if
sooner.
you
It's a
had
very
as a
political
worker
thing
knowing you
because
didn't
people
have
like
enough
this
money
would
saved up,
rather make it
and now you're
political than
standing in a
save
food
lives.
line
It is a very political
because
thing.
of
I've
the
spoken to
ineptitude
Pfizer. I've spoken to
of an
all of the people that you
administration
have
that
to
was
speak to. We have
unwilling
great
to speak the
Moderna,
truth to the
Johnson
American
& Johnson,
people.
and others.
So let's
they can
talk
go
about
faster than
caring
that by
about
a
the
lot.
American people. The
Become
American
very
people have
political
sacrificed
because
far
the
too
left,
much
or I don't know
because
if
of
they're
the
called left, I
incompetence
don't know
of
what
this
I call it.
administration. It is asking too much of the
I
people.
disagree with
We're
him.
talking about-
It is
I
asking
disagree with
too
both
much
them.
of the
And he
people.
didn't say that. He
That
said
they
it
would
could be there,
not
but
be
it could also
equipped
be
with the
much sooner.
information
I had
they
him in my office
need
2 days
to
ago.
help
talked
themselves
about
to
the summer
protect their
before the
parents
president
and their
available.
children.
Just like
He said it's a
Kamala Harris,
possibility
Senator
that
Harris,
we'll have
I'm sorry.
It's
the
fine, I'm
answer
calm.
No,
before
Senator Harris to
November
me.
1st. It could also
For
be
life to get back to
generally
normal.
available. Not
Well,
Dr.
we're going
Anthony
to deliver
Fauci
it
and other
right away. We
experts
have the
say
military
that
all
most
set
of
up
the people who
logistically.
can be
They're all set
vaccinated
up.
need to
We
be
have our military
vaccinated.
that delivers
But half
soldiers,
of Americans now
and
say
they
they
can do
wouldn't take a
200,000 a
vaccine
day.
if it was released
They're going
now.
to be
This
delivering
is the
the
same man.
If the Trump
It's all
administration
set up.
approves a vaccine
By
before
Easter,
or
this
after
would
the
be gone
election,
away.
should
By
Americans
the warm weather, it'd be
take it,
gone.
and would you take
Miraculous,
it?
like a miracle.
If the
By the way, maybe you could
public
inject
health
some bleach in your
professionals,
arm.
if
That would take
Dr.
care of
Fauci,
it.
if
This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
tell
you
us that we should take it,
I
I'll be
would've
the
said
first in line to take it.
So here's the deal.
Absolutely. But if
This
Donald
man
Trump
is
tells us
talking about
that we
a
should take it,
vaccine.
I'm not taking it.
Every serious
Vice President
every
Pence,
serious
there have been a lot of
company is talking
repercussions
about
from
maybe
this
having a
pandemic.
vaccine.
In recent days,
done
the
by
president's
the end of the
diagnosis
year.
of
But the
COVID-19 has
distribution of that
underscored the
vaccine
importance
will not occur until
of the job
sometime
that you
beginning or the
hold
middle of
and
next
that
year
you
to
are
get it
seeking.
out. If
That's
we
our
get the
second
vaccine.
topic tonight.
And pray
It's
God
the
we
role
will.
of the vice
Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up the.
One of you will make
I
history
want to
on
pick up
January
this
20th.
question, though.
You will
say
be the vice
public
president
can
to the
trust the
oldest
scientists, but they
president the
can't
United
trust
States
President
has
Trump.
ever
In fact,
had.
you said that again
Donald
tonight.
Trump will be
Your running
74
mate,
years
Senator
old on
Harris, goes
inauguration day.
further,
Joe
saying
Biden
that
will be
public health
78
experts,
years
quote,
old.
will
That
be
already
muzzled,
has raised
will be
concerns
suppressed.
among some voters,
Given the fact
concerns
that
that have been
polls already
sharpened
show
by President
that
Trump's
people are
hospitalization
concerned about
in
the
recent
vaccine
days.
and are reluctant to take it,
Vice President Pence,
are you,
have you had
and your
a
running mate, Senator
conversation
Harris,
or reached an
contributing to that
agreement
fear?
with
No more than
President
the
Trump
question you just
about
asked him. You
safeguards or
pointed out.
procedures when it
He
comes
puts
to the
pressure
issue
and
of
disagrees with
presidential
his own
disability? And if
scientists.
not,
But you're saying you
Everybody
can't.
do you think you
Senator
should?
Harris
You
is
have
saying
2
you can't
minutes
trust the
without
science.
Well, no, you
Well,
can't
Susan,
trust the
thank you,
scientists.
although I would
She
like to
didn't
go
say
back.
that. You can't trust
She
the
said
I think we need to move on.
Well, thank you, but I would like to go back.
Will be
Yes.
suppressed.
Well,
Because
that's
the
what he's gonna
reality
try
is
to
that
do,
we're
but
going to
there's
have a
millions of
vaccine,
scientists, there's
Senator,
thousands of
in record
scientists out
time,
there,
in
like here at this
unheard of
great
time, in
hospital,
less than
that
a year.
don't work for him.
We have
Their
5
job doesn't
companies
depend
in
on him.
phase
That's
3
not-
clinical trials.
They're the people.
And we're right
and
now
by the way,
producing
To the
tens of
scientists
millions
that
of
are in
doses.
charge,
By the way,
they will have
so
the vaccine very soon.
The
but
fact that
do
you
you
continue
believe
to
for a moment
undermine public confidence
what
in the
he's telling
vaccine,
you in light of
if the
all
vaccine
the lies
emerges
he's
during the
told you
Trump
about
administration, I
the
think
whole issue
is
relating to
unconscionable.
COVID.
And
He
Senator,
still
I
hasn't
just
even
ask you,
acknowledged that he
stop playing
knew
politics
this was
with people's
happening,
lives.
knew how dangerous it was
The
going to
reality
be back in
is that
February,
we will have
and
a
he
vaccine,
didn't
we believe,
even tell
before
you.
the end of this
He's
year.
on record as
And it
saying
will have the
he
capacity
panicked
to
or
save
he just looked at the stock
countless
market,
American
one of the
lives.
two, because guess what?
Your
A lot of
continuous
people die,
undermining
and a lot
of
more are going to die
confidence
unless he
in a
gets a
vaccine
lot
is
smarter,
just,
a lot
it's
quicker.
just
Mr.
unacceptable. And let me
Did you use
also
the word
say,
smart?
you know, the reality is when
So
you talk
said
about
you went to
about
Delaware
failure in
State,
this
but you forgot the
administration,
name of your college.
we actually
You
do
didn't
know
go to
what
Delaware
failure
State.
looks like.
You
in the
graduated
pandemic.
either
It
the
was
lowest or almost the
2009.
lowest in your
The
class.
swine
Don't ever
flu
use the
arrived
word
in the
smart
United
with
States.
me. Don't ever use that
Thankfully,
word.
it was
give me a break.
ended up
Because you know
being
what?
not
There's
being
nothing
as
smart
lethal
about you, Joe.
as the
47 years you've done
coronavirus.
nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you
Before
would have
the
had,
end of
let me
the
just
year,
tell you something, Joe.
when
If
Joe
you
Biden
would
was
have
vice
had
president of the United
the
States,
charge
not
of what I
7.5
was put
million
through. I had to
people
close the
contracted
greatest
the swine
economy
flu.
in the history of our country.
60
And by the way,
million
now it's being
Americans
built again.
contracted
See,
And
we're
it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next
if the
segment.
swine flu had been as lethal as
It's
the
going up
coronavirus
fast.
in
Okay.
2009,
When it comes to
when
how
Joe
the
Biden was
virus
vice
has
president,
been
we would have
handled
lost 2
so
million
far,
American
the
lives.
two of you have
His
taken
own
very
chief of
different
staff,
approaches,
Ron
and this is
Klain,
going to affect
would say
how
last
the
year
virus is
that it
handled
was
going
pure
forward
luck
by
that
whichever
they
of
did,
you
quote,
ends up becoming the next
everything
president.
possible
I want to
wrong.
quickly go through several of
And
those.
we
Reopening.
learned from that.
Vice President
They
Biden,
left the
you have
Strategic
been much
National
more
Stockpile
reluctant than
empty.
President Trump
They left
about
an
reopening
empty and hollow
the economy
plan, but
and
we
schools.
still
Vice
learned
President.
from it.
Because he
and I
doesn't
think
have
the
a
American
president
people,
running.
and I
I
say
know
again, can be
what the
Vice
proud.
President Pence, I'm
You've
sorry,
got
your
to
time
we
is
have
up.
provide
done,
these
and Senator,
businesses the
please
ability
Thank
to
you,
have
Vice
the money
President.
to be able
Confidence
to
in the
reopen with the
vaccine.
PPE.
Senator Harris, let
as
me
well
ask you the
as
same
with
question
the
that I asked
sanitation they need.
Vice President
You have to
Pence,
provide
which is,
them
Nancy
plastic.
have you had a conversation or reached
he's
an
just
agreement
shush
with
for a
Vice
minute.
President
Tell it
Biden
to Nancy
about
Pelosi.
safeguards
And
or
by the way,
procedures when
Nancy
it comes to
Pelosi
the
and
issue
Schumer,
of
they have a
presidential
plan.
disability?
He
And if
won't
not,
even meet with
and
them.
if you win the election
Republicans
next
won't
month,
meet with the Senate.
do you think
he
you should?
sits,
You have
he
2
sits
minutes
on his golf
uninterrupted.
course and I
So
mean,
let me
literally
tell you,
think
first of
about
all,
it.
You probably play
today
more
I
than I
got
do,
the
Joe.
call from
What about
Joe
this
Biden.
question of
It was
reopening
actually a Zoom
and the
call,
fact
Well, he wants to shut down this
asking me
country.
to serve with him on
And
this
I
ticket
want to keep it
was
open.
probably one of the most
And we did a
memorable
great job.
memorable
Let
days
me
of my
shut
life.
it down. Wait a minute, Joe.
I,
Let me shut you
know,
down for a second, Joe, just
I
for
thought
1
about
second.
my mother,
We
who
want to. He
came to the
wants to
United
shut down the
States at the age
country.
of
We just
19.
went through it. We had to because we
Gave
didn't know
birth to
anything
me at
about
the
the
age of
disease. Now we
25
found that
at
elderly
Kaiser
people
Hospital in
with
Oakland,
heart
California.
problems and diabetes and different
the thought that
problems
I'd be
are
sitting here right
very, very
now,
vulnerable. We
I
learned a
know
lot. Young children
her proud.
aren't.
She must be looking
Even
down.
younger people aren't. We've learned a lot.
You know,
But he
Joe
wants to
and
shut
I
it
were
down.
raised in a very
More
similar
people
way.
will be heard hurt
we were
by
raised with
continuing. If you
values
look
that are
at
about
Pennsylvania,
hard
if you
work,
look at certain states
about
that have been shut down, they have
value and the
Democrat
dignity of
governors
public
all.
service,
One of the reasons they
and
shut
about
down
the
is because they want to
importance
keep
of
it shut
fighting
down
for the
until
dignity
after
of
the
all
election.
people. And I
on
think
November
Joe asked
3rd.
me to serve with him
Because it's
because
political.
Under another
I
subject.
have a
Those-
career
but
that
those
included
states-
being
those
elected
states
first
are
woman
not
district
doing
attorney,
well that
San
are shut
Francisco,
down right now.
where I created models
to shut
of
down the
innovation
begun
for law enforcement in terms of reform
increasingly
of the criminal justice
question the
system. I was
effectiveness
elected,
of masks
the
as a
first,
disease preventer.
woman
And
of
in
color
fact, recently
and
you
black
have
woman to
cited
be
the
elected
issue
Attorney General of the
of
state of
waiters
California,
touching
where I
their
ran the
masks and
second
touching
largest
plates.
Department of Justice
Are
in the
you
United States.
questioning the
No, I
second
think
only
the
to the United
efficacy
States
of it.
Department of
You have to
Justice.
understand, if you look, I mean, I
From there,
have a
I
mask
took
right
on
here. I
everything from
put the mask
transnational
on,
criminal
when I
organizations
think I need it.
to the big banks that
Tonight,
were
as an
taking
example,
advantage of
everybody's had a
homeowners,
test,
to
and you've
for-profit
had
colleges
social
that were
distancing
taking
and all
advantage
of the
veterans.
things that you have to, but
And then,
I
of
wear
course, now I
masks
serve
when
in the
needed.
United States
When
Senate
needed,
as
I
only
wear
the second
masks.
black
Okay,
woman
let me
ever
ask-
elected
I don't
to the United
wear
States
masks
Senate.
like
I
him.
serve
Every
on the
time you see
Senate
him, he's got a
Intelligence
mask. He
Committee,
could
where
be
I've been in
speaking
regular
200 feet
receipt
away from
of
it. He shows up
classified
with the biggest
information
mask
about
I've ever seen.
threats to our nation
I
and
will say,
hotspots
I
around the
will
world.
say,
I've
Vice
traveled
President
the
Biden.
world.
Go ahead,
I've
sir.
met with
Look,
our soldiers
the way
in
to open businesses
war zones.
is give them the wherewithal
And
to be
I think
able
Joe
to-
has asked me to
We
serve with
provided
him
money
because he
because-
I
knows
was
that
asking
we
you, sir, about
share.
masks.
Well,
We
masks
share a
make a big
purpose,
difference.
which is
His
about
own
lifting up
head
the
of
American
CDC
people.
said if we just
And
wore
after the
masks
4
between
years
now,
that we have
if
seen of
everybody
Donald
wore
Trump
masks and
unifying
social
our
distance
country
between now
around
and January,
our common
we'd probably
values
save up to
and principles.
Thank you,
100,000
Senator Harris.
lives.
You know,
It
neither
matters.
President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released the sort of
no
detailed
serious person
health
said the
information
opposite.
that had
No
become the modern
serious
norm
person.
until the
Dr.
2016
Dr.
election.
Fauci said the
And in
opposite.
recent days,
Yeah,
President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer
Then he
basic
changed his
questions
mind.
about
He
his
said,
health.
"Mask good."
And my
I'm
question
happy with
to
masks.
each of
I want
you
to ask you both about one last
is
subject
this
because
information
your different approaches
voters
has even affected the
deserve
way that you have
Vice
campaigned.
President Pence, would you
President
like
Trump,
to
you're holding large rallies with
Susan,
crowds
thank you.
packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
And let me
Outside,
say,
yes, sir. Agreed.
on behalf of the
Vice President Biden, you are
and the First
holding much
Lady,
smaller
how moved we've all
events
been.
with
Nobody will show
by the
up.
outpouring
people
of
with
prayers and
Nobody
concern
shows up to his rally.
for the
In
president.
any case,
And
why
I do believe
you
it's
holding the big
emblematic of
rallies?
the
Why
prayers
you
and
not?
the concern
Who goes
that
first,
have
sir?
ushered forth for
Because
every
people
American impacted
want to hear what I have to
by the
say. I mean,
coronavirus.
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it?
job
The
as
care
a
of the presidency
president, and I'll have 25,
at Walter Reed
35,000
Hospital,
people show up
the
at
White House
airports.
doctors was
We
exceptional.
use airports.
Are you
to
not
hang
worried
them.
about
We have a
transparency
lot
that
of
they
people.
practiced all along?
Well,
and
so
they will
far we have
continue.
had no
The
problem
American
whatsoever.
people
It's
have a
outside.
right
That's
to
a
know
big
about
difference
the health
according
and
to the
well-being
experts.
of the president.
And we do them
and we'll
outside. We
continue
have
to do that.
tremendous
But I'm just
crowds,
extremely
as you
grateful.
see. I mean,
And
every
was
and
more
literally
than-
on
more than a
24
little
hours
moved,
notice.
by
And Joe
the
does the
broad
circles and has 3
bipartisan
people
support.
someplace.
Okay.
Senator, I want to thank you and Joe
Did you see
Biden for your
one of the
expressions.
last big
genuine
rallies he
concern.
had? And, a
And I
reporter
also
came
want to
up him
congratulate
ask him
you,
a question. He said, "No.
as I did on
Stand
that
back.
phone call,
Put on your mask. Put
on
on a
the
mask.
historic
Have you
nature
been
of your
tested?
nomination.
I'm way far away from those
I
other
never
people.
expected to be on
But
this
that's what he
stage
said.
4 years
I
ago,
can't.
so
I'm
I
going to
know
be
the
okay.
feeling.
He's not
But,
worried about you. He's not
the
worried about the
reality
people
is,
out there breathing in one another.
We've had no
You've got an
negative
election
effect.
No
before the
negative
American
effect.
people.
We've
in the
had no
midst of this
negative effect.
challenging
And we've
war.
had
The
35,
stakes have never
40,000
been
people.
higher. I think the choices
Yes.
have
Yes.
been
Let's
efficient.
finish
I
up
wanna
because I want to
give
move on to
Senator
our next.
Harris
Yes,
a
I
chance to
would. He's
respond
been
to the
totally
same
irresponsible
question I
the
asked,
way
which
in
is,
which
do
he has
voters
handled
have a right to know
the social
more detailed
distancing,
health
the people
information
wearing masks,
about presidential
basically
candidates
encourage
and
them not
especially
to.
about presidents?
Then he's a fool.
Especially
If you
when they're
could
facing
get the
some kind of
crowds,
challenge.
you would have done the same
Absolutely,
thing.
and that's
But
why
you can't.
Joe Biden
Nobody
has
can.
been
Gentlemen, can we
so
move on to the
incredibly
economy?
transparent, and
Gentlemen, can we
certainly
move
by
on to the
contrast,
economy?
Yes.
The economy
the president has not.
is, I think it's fair to
both
say,
in terms of
recovering
health
faster
records, but
than
also let's look at
expected from the
taxes.
shutdown.
We now
in
know
the second
because of
quarter. The
great
unemployment rate
investigative
fell to
journalism
8.4%
that Donald
last
Trump paid
month. The Federal Reserve says
$750
the
in
hit
taxes.
to
When I
growth,
first
which is
heard
going to
about
be
it,
there,
I
is not
literally
going to be
said,
nearly
"You
as
mean
big as they had
$750,000?" And it was
President
like,
Trump, you say
no,
we are in a V-shaped
$750.
recovery.
We now know Donald Trump
Vice President
owes
Biden, you say it's more of a
and is in
K-shape.
debt
What
for
difference
$400
does that
million.
mean
And just so
to
everyone is
the
clear,
American
when we
people
say
in terms
in
of the
debt, it
economy?
means you
President
owe
Trump,
money
in
to
this
somebody.
segment, you go first.
And it'd be
So
really
we built
good
the
to know
greatest economy
who
in
the
history.
president
We
of the
closed
United
it down
States,
because
the
of the China
commander-in-chief,
plague. When the
owes
plague
money
came in, we
to,
closed
because
it
the
down, which
American
was very
people have a
hard
right to know
psychologically to do. He didn't
what
think we
is
should close it down,
influencing
and he was wrong.
the president's
And
decisions.
again,
And
2
is he
million
making
people
those
would be dead
decisions
now.
on the
Instead
best interest of the
still,
American people, of you,
204,000 people
or
is too much.
self-interest?
One person
So,
is too
Susan, I'm
much.
glad
Should
you
have
asked
never
about
happened from China.
because
But
it
what
has to be
happened
across
is
the board.
we closed
Joe
it
has
down,
been
and now we're
incredibly
reopening, and we're
transparent
doing
over
record
many,
business.
many
We had
years.
10.4
The one
million
thing
people
we all
in a
know about
4-month
Joe,
period that we've
he
put
puts it
back
all
into the
out
workforce.
there.
That's a record
He
the
is
likes of which
honest,
nobody's
he
ever
is
seen before.
forthright.
And he wants to
But
close
Donald
down
Trump,
he
on the
will
other
shut it
hand,
down
has been
again.
about
he will
covering up
destroy this
everything.
country.
Thanks-
You know,
thank
a
you,
lot
Senator
of
Harris.
people
I want to give
between
you a chance
drugs
to
and
respond.
alcohol and
Well, look, I
depression,
respect the
when
fact
you
that
start shutting it
Joe
down,
Biden
you
spent
take a look at
47
what's
years in
happening in
public
some of your
life. I respect
Democrat-run
your
states where they have
public
these
service as
tough
well.
shutdowns. And I'm
The
telling you,
American
it's
people
because
have a president
they don't want to open it. One
who's
of
a
them came
businessman,
out last week. You saw
job
that.
creator.
Oh, we're going to open
He's
up on
paid
November 9th. Why
tens
November
of
9th?
millions
Because it's
of
after the
dollars in
election.
taxes.
They think they're
Payroll
hurting
taxes,
us by
property
keeping them
taxes.
closed.
He's
They're hurting
created
people.
tens of thousands
People
of
know what to
American
do.
jobs.
They can social
And the president
distance. They
said
can
those
wash their
public
hands. They
reports
can
were
wear masks.
not
They can do
accurate.
whatever they want. But
And the
they got to
president's
open
also
these states
released
up.
literally
When you look at
stacks of
North
financial
Carolina, when you
disclosures
look
the
at
American
these
people
governors
can
are under siege.
review just as the
Pennsylvania,
law allows. But
Michigan,
the
and a couple of
distinction
others.
here is
You
that
got to open these
Joe
states up.
Biden,
It's
47
not fair.
years
You're talking
in
about
public
almost it's like
service
being in
compared to
prison.
President Donald
And you
Trump,
look at what's
who
going
brought
on
all
with
of that
divorce.
experience 4
Look
years
at what's
ago.
going on with
Thank you, Vice
Turned
alcoholism
this
and drugs.
economy
It's a
around by
very,
cutting
very sad
taxes,
thing.
rolling
And
back
he'll close down the whole
Thank you.
country.
Thank you,
This
Vice
guy will
President.
close down the whole
Fighting
country
for free and
destroy
fair
our
trade
country.
and
Our
all of
country's
that's
Thank you,
come
Vice
back
President.
if Joe
incredibly
Biden
well,
and
setting
Kamala Harris.
records
You know,
as
that's a good segue
We don't
into
need
our
somebody to
third
come in
topic,
and say,
which
"Let's shut
is
it down."
about the economy.
All right.
This has
Your
been
2 minutes,
another
sir. We're
aspect
now
of
moved to
life
you.
for Americans that's been so affected
As I said,
by this
posing the question,
coronavirus.
the
We have a
president says
jobs
it's a
crisis
V-shaped recovery. You say
brewing.
it's a K-shaped
On Friday, we learned that the
recovery.
unemployment
What's the
rate had
difference?
declined to
difference is
7.9% in
millionaires
September,
and billionaires
but
like
the
him
job growth
in
had
the middle of
stalled,
COVID
and that was
crisis
before the latest
have done
round of
very well.
layoffs and furloughs
Another
in the airline
billionaires
industry at
have
Disney
raised-
and
have
elsewhere.
made another $300
Hundreds of thousands of
billion
discouraged workers have
because of his
stopped looking for
profligate
work.
tax
Nearly 11 million jobs
proposal,
that existed at the
and he
beginning
only
of the
focused
year
on the market.
haven't been
But you folks at
replaced.
home,
Those
you
hardest
folks
hit
living in
include
Scranton and
Latinos,
Claymont
blacks,
and all the
and
small
women.
towns and working class
Senator
towns in
Harris,
America.
the Biden
How are
Harris
you doing?
campaign has
This
proposed
guy
new programs
paid
to
a
boost the
total of
economy, and you would pay for
$750
that
in taxes.
through spending by raising
Sir, it's just
$4
two-
trillion
I understand. You've agreed
in
to the
taxes
2 minutes,
on
so
wealthy
please let him have
individuals
it.
Do I get
and
my time back?
corporations.
The fact
Some
is
economists
that
warn that
he is,
could
in
curb
fact, worked on
entrepreneurial
this in a way
ventures
that he's going to be the
fuel
first president of
growth
the United
and create
States
jobs.
to leave office,
Would raising
having fewer
taxes put the
jobs
recovery
in his
at
administration
risk? And
than
you
when
have
he
2 minutes
became
to answer
president. Fewer
uninterrupted.
jobs than when he became president. First one in American history.
On the issue of the economy,
Secondly,
I think
the
there
people
couldn't be
who
a more
have
fundamental
lost their
difference
jobs are
between
those
Donald
people
Trump
who have
and
been
Joe
on the
Biden.
front lines. Those people
Joe
who have
Biden
been saving
believes you
our
measure
lives.
the
Those
health
people who have
and
been
the
out there
strength of
dying.
America's economy
People who've been
based
putting
on
themselves
the
in a
health
way to
and the
make sure
strength of
that
the
we could
American
all
worker
try to make it.
and the American
The
family.
idea that he is
On the other
insisting
hand, you have
that
Donald
we
Trump,
go
who
forward
measures
and open
the strength of
when
the
you
economy
have almost
based
half
on how
the
rich
states in
people are
America
doing.
with a significant increase
Which is why
in
he
COVID
passed a
deaths
tax
and
bill
COVID cases
benefiting the
in the
top
United States of
1%
America.
and the
he wants
biggest
to open it up
corporations
more.
of America,
Why does he want to
leading
open it up?
to
Why doesn't
a
he take
$2
care of the
trillion
American? You can't
deficit
fix
that
the
the American
economy
people are gonna have to
until
pay
you
for.
fix the COVID crisis.
On day one,
and he has
Joe
no
Biden
intention of doing
will
anything
repeal
about
that
making it
tax
better
bill.
for
He'll get
you
rid of
all
it.
at home.
And what
in
he'll
terms
do
of
with
your
the money
health and
is
your
invest
safety.
it in the
Schools.
American people.
Why are schools open?
And through a
Because it
plan that
costs
is
a
about
lot of
investing
money
in
to open
infrastructure,
safely.
something that
You know,
Donald Trump said he
they
would
were
do. I
gonna
remember
give
hearing
his
about some
administration were to give the
infrastructure week. I don't
teachers and
think it
school
ever happened.
students masks.
But Joe Biden
Then
will
they
do that.
decided,
He'll
no,
invest in
couldn't do
infrastructure.
that
It's
because
about
it's not a
upgrading our
national
roads and bridges,
emergency.
but also
Not a national
investing in
emergency.
clean energy
They've
and
done
renewable
nothing
energy.
to help small
Joe is going
businesses.
to invest
Nothing.
that
They're
money in
closing.
what we need to
1
do
in
around
6 is now
innovation.
gone.
There was
He
a
ought to
time when
get
our country
on the
believed in
job and
science
take care of the needs of
and
the American
invested in
people
research
so we
and
can
development
open safely.
All right.
so that
Your
we
time
were
is up,
an
sir. Well, you're gonna get
innovation
to-
leader
you're gonna
on the
respond to
globe.
that.
Well, you
Joe
both have
Biden
2
will
minutes,
use
sir.
that money to invest
Excuse
in
me,
education.
he made a statement.
So, for
people
example,
want their
for folks
schools-
who want to
no,
go to a
people want
two-year
their
community
schools open.
college, it
They
would
don't
be
want to be
free.
shut down.
If you
They don't
come
want
from
their
a
state
family
shut
that makes
down.
less
They
than
want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's
$125,000,
so
you'll go
sad
to a
what's
public
happening in New York.
university
It's almost
for
like
free.
a ghost town. And I'm
And
not sure it
across
can
the
ever
board, we'll
recover
make sure
what they've done
that
in New
if you
York.
have student
People
loan
want
debt,
their
it's cut by
places open.
$10,000.
They want to get back to
That's
their
how
life.
Joe Biden
They'll
thinks
be
about the
careful,
economy.
but
It's
they want their
about
schools
investing
open.
in the
I'm the
people
one
of
that
our
brought back
country,
football.
as
By the
opposed
way,
to
I brought
passing a
back
tax
Big
bill,
Ten football.
which had the
It was
benefit
me,
of letting
and
American
I'm very happy to do it.
corporations go
And
offshore
people of
to do their
Ohio are very
business.
proud of me. And
Thank
you know
you,
how I
Senator
found out? When
Harris.
it's a-
Gentlemen,
Vice
we're
President
gonna
Pence, your
get to your
administration has been
economic
predicting
plans
rapid
going
and
forward in a
robust
moment. But first,
recovery.
Mr. President,
But the latest economic
as you well
report
know,
suggests
there's a new
that's not
report
happening.
that in
Should Americans
2016, the
be
year you were
braced
elected
for an
president,
economic
in
comeback that is going to
2017,
take not
your
months,
first
but a
year
year
as president,
or more?
that you paid
have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
$750 a year in
When
federal
President Trump and I took
income
office,
tax. Each
America
of
had
those
gone through the
years,
slowest economic recovery since
I know
the
that you
Great Depression.
pay a lot of
When
other
Joe Biden was
taxes,
vice
but I'm
president,
asking
we
you
tried
the
to tax
specific
and
question.
spend
Is it
and
true that you
regulate
paid
and bail our way back to a growing
$750
economy.
in federal income
President Trump cut
taxes
taxes
each of
across
those
the
2
board.
years.
I paid millions
Despite
of
what
dollars
Senator
in
Harris
taxes,
says,
millions of dollars.
the average American
in
family of
income
four
tax.
had
And let me
$2,000
just tell
in
you,
savings in taxes.
there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your
I
tax
paid,
With the
I
rise in
paid $38
wages
million
that occurred,
one year.
most predominantly
I
for
paid
blue-collar,
$27 million
Show us your
hardworking
tax
one year.
returns.
The average household income for a
you'll see
family
it
of
as soon
four
as it's
increased by
finished. You'll see it.
$4,000
You know, if you want to
following
do, go to
President
the
Trump's
Board of
tax
Elections.
cuts.
There's
But
a
America, you just heard
118-page
Senator
or so
Harris tell you,
report
on
that says
day one,
everything I have,
Joe
every
Biden's
bank I
gonna raise
have,
your
I'm
taxes.
totally under leveraged
It's really
because the
remarkable to
assets are
think.
extremely good.
I mean, right
and we
after
have a very
a time where
I
we're
built
going
our
through a
I'm asking you a
pandemic
specific
that lost
question, which
$22
is,
Let me tell you.
I understand all of that.
We've already
I understand
added
all of that.
back
But let me-
11.6
no, Mr.
million
President,
jobs.
I'm asking
Because
you a
we had a
question.
president who cut
Will you
taxes,
tell
rolled
us
back
how much
regulation,
you
unleashed
paid in
American
federal
energy,
income
fought for free and
taxes
fair trade,
in
and
2016
secured
and
$4 trillion
2017?
Millions
from
of
Congress of the
dollars.
United
You paid
States.
millions of
Give
dollars.
direct payments
So
to
not
families.
Millions of
$750.
dollars.
Save
And you'll
50
get to see
million
it.
jobs
And
through
you'll
the
get to
Paycheck
see it.
Protection
But let me
Program.
just tell
We
you,
literally have
Chris, let
spared
me
no
just say
expense to
something
help
that
the American people
It was
and
the
the
tax
American workers
laws.
through this.
I don't want to pay
Joe
tax.
Biden and Kamala
Before
Harris
I came here,
want to raise
I was a
taxes.
private
They want
developer.
to
I was a
bury
private
our
business
economy
people.
under a $2
Like
trillion
every other private
Green New
person,
Deal,
unless they're stupid,
which you were one of the
they go
original
through
co-sponsors
the
of in
laws,
the
and
United
that's what it
States
is.
Senate.
He passed
They
a
want to
tax bill
abolish fossil
that gave
fuels
us all these privileges
and ban
for
fracking,
depreciation
which would cost hundreds
and
of
for
thousands
tax
of
credits.
American
We built
jobs
the
all
building and
across
we
the
get tax
heartland.
credits like the
And Joe
hotel
Biden
on
wants to go back
Pennsylvania
to
and you get a
economic
massive,
surrender
which, by
to
the way,
China, that
was
when we
given
took
to me
office,
by the
half of our
Obama
international
administration,
trade
if you can
deficit was
believe
with
that.
China
Now, the
alone.
man got fired.
Joe
right
Biden wants to
after that
repeal
happened,
all
but
of the
that's-
tariffs
Biden, you wanna
that
respond?
President Trump
Yeah, I do
put into
wanna
effect to
respond.
fight for
Look,
American
the
jobs
tax
and American
code
workers.
that made
Joe
him
Biden says democracy's on the
put him in a
ballot.
position
Make no
that he
mistake
pays
about
less
it.
tax than a school
The
teacher.
American
make
economy, the
on
American
on the money a
comeback
school
is
teacher
on
makes
the ballot.
is because
With
of
4 more
him
years of
he
growth,
says he's
and
smart because he can
opportunity,
take
4 more years of
advantage
President
the tax
Donald Trump.
code. And he does take
2021
advantage
is going to
of
be
it.
the biggest
That's why
economic year
I'm
in the
going to
history of this
eliminate the
country.
Trump
Thank you,
tax
Vice President
cuts.
Pence.
And we're going
Senator
to
Harris.
eliminate those tax
Well,
cuts.
I mean, we
and
saw
make
enough
sure
of
that
it in
we
last
invest
week's
in the
debate,
people
but I
who in
think this
fact
is supposed to be a
need the
debate
help.
based on fact
People
and truth.
out there
And the truth
need
and the
help.
fact
Why
is,
didn't
Joe
you do it
Biden has
over
been
20
very
the last
clear.
25
He
years?
will not raise taxes
Why
on
didn't you
anybody
do it
making
over
less than
you are president
$400,000 a
screwing
year.
things up.
You were a
Mr.
senator.
Vice
You're the
President,
worst
speaking.
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let
The
me
important
just
is he
say,
said the
Joe, I've
truth.
done more in
Joe Biden
47
said twice in the
months.
debate
I've done
last
more
week
than
that he's
you've
going to
done in
repeal the
47
Trump
years,
tax
Joe.
cuts.
We've done things
That was
you
tax
never even
cuts that
thought
gave
about,
the average
including
working
fixing
family
the broken military that you gave me,
$2,000
including
tax
taking
break.
care of
We're
your
talking,
vets.
Mr. President, we're
That's-
talking about the
that is
economy. I'd like to
absolutely
ask you
not
about
true.
your
That
plans
Is he
going
only
forward.
cutting? Is he only going to
Because,
repeal
Mr.
part of the
Vice
Trump
President,
tax
your
cuts?
economic plan,
If you don't mind letting me finish.
if you were to be
we can
elected
have a
president,
conversation,
focuses
okay?
a lot on
Please.
big government, big taxes, big spending.
Joe
I
Biden
want
will
to
not
focus
raise
first
taxes
on the
on anyone who
taxes.
makes less than
You
$400,000
propose
a year.
more
He has
than
been very clear
$4
about
trillion
that.
over
Joe
a
Biden will
decade
not
in
end
new
fracking.
taxes
He has been very
on
clear about that.
individuals making more than $400,000
Joe
a year
Biden
and on corporations.
is the one who,
President
during
Trump says
the
that that
Great
kind of an
Recession,
increase
was
in taxes
responsible
is going to
for the
hurt the
Recovery
economy as
Act
it's
that
just
brought
coming out
America
of a recession.
back.
Well,
And
just
now
take
the
a look at
Trump
what
Pence administration
the
wants to
analysis
take credit.
done by Wall Street firms.
When they
Points
ran,
out
when they
that
rode the
my
coattails
economic
of Joe
plan
Biden's
would create
success
7
for the
million
economy
more
that they
jobs
had
than
at the
his in
beginning
4
of their
years,
term.
number
Of course,
one.
now the
And
economy is a
number
complete
two,
disaster.
it would create an
But
additional
Joe
$1
Biden, on the one
trillion in
hand, did
economic
that.
growth
On the other
because
hand,
it
you have
would be
Donald
about
Trump,
buying
who has
American.
reigned
That we
over
have to. We're
a
going to make this federal
recession
government
that
spend
is being compared
$600
to the
billion
Great
a year on
Depression.
everything from
On the one
ships
hand, you have
to
Joe Biden,
steel to
who
buildings
was
and the like.
responsible with
And under my
President Barack
proposal,
Obama
we're going to
for the
make sure
Affordable
that
Care
every
Act,
penny of that
which brought
has to be
healthcare to over
made
20
by
million Americans
But
and
respectfully,
protected
sir, I'm
people with
talking about
pre-existing
taxes, not
conditions. And what it
spending.
also did
By the way, I'm
is
going to
it
eliminate
saved those
significant number
families
of the
who
tax.
otherwise
I'm
were
going
going
to make
bankrupt because
the
of
corporate
hospital
tax
bills they could not
28%. It shouldn't be
afford.
21%.
On the other hand,
you have
Donald Trump, who's in court right now,
91
trying to get
companies
rid
in
of
federal,
trying to get rid of
Fortune
the
500 who don't pay
Affordable
a
Care
single
Act,
penny in
which
tax,
means
making
that you
billions
will
of
lose
dollars.
protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And I just this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but we need to give Vice President.
I just like
Got it
he
done. And you know
interrupted
what
me,
happened?
and I'd like to
Our
just finish.
economy boomed
And
like it's never boomed.
the economy.
If you
Mr.
have a
President,
pre-existing condition,
Mr. President, let me
heart
pick up
disease,
on that.
diabetes,
You
breast
would continue
cancer, they're
your
coming
free
for
market
you.
approach, lower
If
taxes,
you love
more
someone who has a pre-existing
deregulation.
condition,
Not lower
they're
taxes.
coming for you. If you are under the
But
age
in-
of 26
but in
on your
Obama's-
parents'
you talk about the
coverage,
economy
they're
booming.
coming for you.
It turns
Senator
out
Harris,
that in
thank you.
Obama's
Let me
final
give you a
3
chance to
years as
respond.
president,
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk
more
about
jobs
health care
were
because
created,
Obamacare was a
1.5 million
disaster.
more
The American
jobs
people remember
than in the
it
first
well.
3 years of your
President Trump and I
They
have a
had the
plan
slowest
to
recovery
improve health care and
since
to protect
economic recovery
pre-existing
since
conditions for every
1929. It was the
American.
slowest recovery.
But look,
also,
Senator Harris,
they
you're-
took over
you're entitled
something
to
that
your
was
own
down
opinion,
here.
but
All you
you're
had
not
to do is
entitled to
turn
your
on
own
the
facts.
lights and you pick up a lot.
You
But
yourself
they had
said
the
on
slowest
multiple
economic
occasions when you were
recovery
running
since
for president
1929. Let me tell
that
you
you
about
would
the stock
ban
market.
fracking.
When the stock market
Joe
goes up, that
Biden
means
looked at
jobs. It
supporter
also
in the
means
eye
401ks.
and pointed and said,
if you
"I
got in, if
guarantee,
you have
I
you became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes.
They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan. Your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different than the original Green New Deal.
They will leave, and you will
more
have an impression
taxes,
the likes
more
of
regulation,
which you've never seen.
banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy,
short of a depression
and
in
economic
American history.
surrender.
I was asked to
is
bring
a
it back.
prescription for
We were able to
economic
have an economic
decline.
recovery
President
that
Trump
created
and
the
I will
jobs you're
keep
talking about.
America
We
growing.
handed him a
The
booming
V-shaped
economy.
recovery that's
He
underway
blew it. It
right
wasn't
now
booming.
will continue with 4
wasn't
more years of
booming.
President Donald
It was
Trump.
the weakest
very
recovery
much.
Is it
since
fair to,
1960.
And once again, you've
is it fair
provided
to
the
say he
perfect
blew
segue
it
to
when,
the topic.
in
When
fact,
COVID
when there was record
And
low
Vice President Pence,
unemployment
I'd like to
before
pose the first
COVID?
question.
Yeah, but because what he did, even
This year
before
we've seen
COVID,
record-setting
manufacturing went in the hole.
hurricanes in the South.
Manufacturing
Another one,
went in the
Hurricane
hole.
Delta, is now
Excuse
threatening
me,
the
Chris,
Gulf.
Number two.
And we have seen
Number three.
record-setting
They said they would
wildfires
take- no,
in
you
the
were number
West.
two.
No.
Do you
Chris,
believe, as the
they
scientific
said
community
it would
has
take a
concluded,
miracle to bring
that
back
man-made
manufacturing.
climate change
I brought
has
back
made
700,000
wildfires
jobs.
bigger,
They brought
hotter,
back
and
nothing.
more
They
deadly,
gave up on
and
manufacturing.
have made hurricanes
We
wetter,
standard
slower,
fare.
I'm the
and
guy
more
who
He
brought
damaging.
totally
back the
gave up on
automotive
manufacturing.
manufacturing.
Let him make.
We brought back, I
you,
was
Susan.
asked to bring back Chrysler
First, I'm
and
very
General
proud of our
Motors, brought
record on
them
the
back right here in
environment
state
and
of
on
Ohio and
conservation.
Michigan. He blew it. They're
According
gone.
to
He
all of
blew
the
it.
best
And in
estimates,
fact,
our
they're going
Ohio
Our
had
air
the
and
best
land are
year it's
cleaner
ever
than
had last
any time
year.
ever recorded.
Michigan had the
Our
best
water is
year
among
they've ever
the
had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies
Now,
came
just
in
a
from
little while
Germany,
ago,
from
the president signed the
Japan, went to
Outdoors Act,
Michigan,
the
went to
largest
Ohio,
investment in
and they
public
didn't come
lands
to
Wait,
you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And
in
so
100
you
years.
take a look at what he's actually
So
done.
President Trump has
He's
made a
done
commitment to
very little.
conservation
His
and
trade
the
deals are the same way.
Now, with regard
he
to
talks
climate
about
change,
these great trade deals.
the climate
You know,
is
he talks about the
changing.
art of the deal.
The
China's
issue is,
perfected the art of the steal.
what's the cause?
We have a higher
What do we do
deficit
about
with
it?
China now than we did
President
before.
Trump has made it clear
we have
that
the
we're gonna
highest
continue to listen
trade
to
deficit
science.
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your
Now,
lunch.
Joe
They
Biden
ate 100%.
and Kamala
China
Harris
ate
would
your
put us
lunch,
back
Joe,
in
and
the
no
Paris
wonder your
Climate
son
Accord.
goes in
They
and he
imposed
takes
the
out
Green New Deal,
He takes out
which would crush
billions of
American
dollars.
energy, would
Takes out
increase
billions
the
of
energy
dollars to
costs of
manage. He makes
American
millions of dollars.
families
And also,
and their homes.
while we're at it,
Literally
why
would
is it,
crush
just out of
American
curiosity,
jobs. And President
the
Trump
mayor
and I
of
believe
Moscow's
that
wife
the
gave your son
progress that we
$3.5
have
million.
made
What
in
did
a
he do to
cleaner
deserve it?
environment
What did
has
he
been
do
happening
with
precisely
none
because
to deserve
of that
$183,000?
That
You know what's remarkable is the United States has
Really, he
reduced
said no.
CO2
Mr. President,
more
President, please.
than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through
He
innovation.
didn't get $3.5 million.
And we've done it through
Mr.
natural
Vice
gas
President,
and
$3.5 million.
fracking,
It is not
which
true.
Senator, the American
Mr.
people
President,
can go look at the record.
It's an open
I
discussion.
know Joe
please.
Biden
You
says otherwise now, as you do.
You have raised an
But the
issue.
both
Let
of you
the Vice
repeatedly
President answer.
committed to abolishing
Did
fossil
Barroso pay him
fuel and banning
$183,000 a
fracking.
month?
And so
With
by
no
creating
experience
the
in
kind of
energy?
American
Mr.
innovation,
President,
no
My
job.
son
actually
did
steering
nothing
toward a
wrong
stronger
at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr.
with regard to
President,
wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and
His
center. And
position has
even
been totally
Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management.
by the
With
media,
regard to
by our
hurricanes,
allies, by the
talk about
World
it,
Bank,
National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually,
everyone.
as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
there are no
Matter of
more
fact, even the
hurricanes
people
today
who
than there were
testified
100
under
years
oath.
ago.
So let me ask you
But
this.
many of the
No,
climate
Mr.
alarms,
President,
these
you-
hurricanes and
you got $3.5
wildfires,
million
to try and
Thank
sell
you,
the
Vice
bill of
President.
goods
He
of a
testified
Green New
under
Deal.
oath in his administration.
And President
said,
Trump and I are
I
going to
did
always
my
put
job and I
American
did it
jobs
very
and
well.
workers
I did
really?
it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who
Senator
they are.
Harris, as
I'll
the
give
Vice
you the
President
list
mentioned,
of
you
the people who
co-sponsored the
testified.
Go ahead,
Green Deal
sir.
in Congress.
You've already
But
fired
Vice
most
President
of them
Biden said
because
in
they
last
did a
week's
good job.
debate
Some
that
people
he
don't
does
know.
not
But here's
support the Green New Deal.
With you,
Go ahead, you got the-
But if you
wait a
look at
minute,
the
you get the final word.
Biden-Harris
Well, it's hard to
campaign
get
website,
anywhere
it
with this
describes the
clown.
Green New
Excuse
Deal
me, this-
Hey, let
as a
me just
crucial
tell you.
framework.
Mr. President.
Exactly
Mr.
would be
President.
the stance
That
of a
is simply-
Biden-Harris
Why did he
administration
deserve $3.5
toward
million from
the Green
Moscow?
New
Look,
Deal. You have
here's the
2
deal.
minutes uninterrupted.
We want to talk about families
first of
and
all,
ethics.
I will repeat.
I don't want to do
and
that.
the American
I mean,
people
his
know
family we could talk about
that
all
Joe
night.
Biden
His family's
will
already
not stand
family,
trial.
my
That is a
family
fact.
lost a fortune by
That
coming
is a
down and
fact.
helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's
I
such
will
a,
They're right
repeat
here.
that's such a
Every
great.
single one of
Joe
them lost.
This is
Biden
not
has been
about
very
my
clear
family or his
that
family.
he
It's about
thinks
your
about
family.
growing
The American
jobs, which
people.
is why
He
he will not
doesn't.
increase
That's not
taxes
true.
for
It
anyone who
doesn't
makes less
want
than
to talk
$400,000
about
a year.
what you need.
Joe
you,
Biden's
the
economic
American
plan
people. It's about
movies,
you. That's
which
what we're
is a
talking about.
reputable
All right, that's
Not
the end
about
of
here.
the, that's the end of
That
the
said
segment.
we'll
We're
create 7
moving
million
on.
more
He
jobs
didn't take that.
than
Vice
Donald
President,
Trump.
no.
Can I be
And
honest? It's a
part
very
of those
important
would be
will be
100%
created by
good.
Joe Biden
No,
are going to
the
be
answer to the
about
question is
clean
no.
energy and renewable energy.
Sir,
With $1 billion,
Because you see,
That is
Joe
absolutely
understands
not
that
true.
the west
Doing
coast
it.
of
You're
our
gonna have
country
it.
is
True.
burning,
Gentlemen,
including my home state of California.
I hate to raise my
Joe
voice, but I think it
sees
seems to
what
be,
is happening
why should I be
on the
different
Gulf
than the two of
states,
you?
which are
So
being
here's the
battered
deal.
by storms.
We have
Joe has seen and talked with
six
the
segments.
farmers
We have
in
ended
Iowa,
that segment.
whose
We're going to
entire
go to the
crops
next
have been
segment.
destroyed
In that
because of
segment,
floods.
you each are going to have
And so
two
Joe
uninterrupted
believes, again,
moments.
in
those
science.
two
I'll tell you
uninterrupted minutes,
something,
Mr.
Susan. I
President, you can
served
say
when I first
anything
got
you
to the
want.
Senate on the
I'm going
committee
to ask a
that's
question about
responsible for
race,
the
but if you
environment.
want
Do
to
you know this
answer about something else,
administration
go ahead.
took
But
the
I
word
think
science
that
off the
country would be
website
better served
and
if
then
we
took the
allowed
phrase
both people
climate
to
change
speak
off
with
the
fewer
website.
interruptions. I'm
We have
appealing
seen
to
a
you, sir, to
pattern
do-
with this administration,
him
which is
too.
they don't believe in
frankly,
science.
you've been doing more
And
interruptions.
Joe's
That's all right, but he
plan
does
is about
plenty.
saying we're going to deal with
less
it,
than
but
you-
we're also
sir,
going to
less
create
than-
jobs.
No, less than
Donald
you have.
Trump, when asked
Let's
about the
please
wildfires
continue
in
on.
California, and
The
the
issue of
question
race.
was,
Vice
you know, the
President
science
Biden,
is
you
telling
say
us, you know
that
what Donald Trump
President
said?
Trump's
Science doesn't know.
response to the violence in
So,
Charlottesville 3
let's
years
talk
ago,
about who is
when he talked
prepared to
about
lead
very
our
fine
country
people on
over the
both
course
sides,
of the next 4
was
years
what
on what is
directly
an
led you
existential threat
to us as
to
human
launch this
beings.
run for
Joe is
president.
about saying we're going to invest
President
that in renewable
Trump,
energy.
you
It's going to be
have
about the
often
creation of
said
millions
that you
of jobs.
believe you have
We will
done
achieve
more for
net
Black Americans
zero
than any
emissions by
president, with the
2050,
possible
carbon neutral by
exception of
2035.
Abraham
Joe
Lincoln. My
has a
question
plan.
for the two of you
This has been a
is
lot of
why
talk from
should
the Trump
voters
administration,
trust
and
you
really it has
rather
been
than your
to go
opponent
backward instead of
to
forward.
deal with the race
We will also
issues
re-enter
facing
the
this
climate
country over the
agreement
next
with
4
pride.
years? Vice
Senator
President
Harris
Biden, you
just
go
said
first.
that climate change is an
It's about
existential
equity
threat.
and equality.
Vice President
It's
Pence,
about
do you believe that
decency.
climate change
It's about
poses
the
an
Constitution.
existential threat?
And we have never walked away from.
As I said,
trying to
Susan, the
require-
climate is changing.
require equity for
We'll follow
everyone,
the science.
equality for the whole of America.
Once
But
again,
we've never
Senator
accomplished
Harris
it, but we've never walked away from it like
is
he has done.
denying the fact
It is
that
true.
they're going to
The
raise
reason I got in
taxes
the races when
on
those
every
people.
American.
Close
Joe
your eyes.
Biden said
Remember what those
twice
people
in the
look like
debate
coming
last
out of the
week
fields carrying
that on
torches.
day one
their
he
veins
was going to
bulging,
repeal the Trump tax
spewing,
cuts.
and just
Those
spewing
tax cuts delivered
anti-Semitic bile
$2,000
and
in
accompanied by the
tax
Ku
relief
Klux Klan.
to
A
the
young woman
average
got
family
killed.
of 4 across
And they asked the
America.
president what he thought. He
With
said,
regard to
"We're
banning
very
fracking, I just
fine
recommend that
people
people
on both sides."
look at the record.
No
You yourself
president's
said
ever said
repeatedly that
anything
you
like
would ban
that.
fracking. You were
It
the
is
first
now,
Senate
second,
sponsor of the
second
Green
point
New
I'd
Deal.
make to you
And while
is
Joe
that
Biden
when
denied the Green
Floyd
New Deal,
was
Susan,
killed, when
thank you
Mr.
for
Floyd
pointing
was
out
killed,
the Green
there
New
was a
Deal is
peaceful
on their
protest
campaign
in front of the
website.
White House.
And as
What
USA
did he do?
Today said,
He came
it's
out of his
essentially
bunker,
the same
had the
plan
military
as you
use
co-sponsored
tear gas
with
on him so
AOC
he could
when
walk
she submitted
across
it in the
to a
Senate.
church and hold up
And
a
you just
Bible.
heard the senator
And
say that
then
she's
what
going to
happened after
resubmit
that?
America
The
to
bishop
the
of that
Paris
very
Climate
church
Accord.
said that
Look,
it was the disgrace.
the American
general who
people
was with
have
him said
always
all
cherished our
he ever
environment.
wants to
We'll
do is
continue to
divide
cherish
people,
it. We've
not
made
unite
great
people at
progress
all. This is a
reducing
president who has
CO2
used
emissions
everything
through
as a
American
dog
innovation
whistle
and
to
the
try
development
to
of natural
generate
gas through
racist
fracking.
hatred,
We
racist
don't need
division.
a massive
This is a man
$2
who, in
trillion
fact, you talk
Green
about helping
New Deal
African
that would
Americans.
impose all new mandates on
1 in
American
1,000
businesses
African
and American
Americans has been
families.
killed
Joe
because
Biden
of
wants
the
us to retrofit
coronavirus.
4
And if
million
he doesn't do
American
something
business
quickly by the end of
buildings.
the year,
It
1
makes
in
no sense. It will
500 will
cost
have been killed.
jobs.
1 in
President Trump
500
is
African
going to put
Americans.
America first. He's going to put jobs
this man
first, and we're going to
is
take
a
care of
savior
our
of African
environment and
Americans.
follow the science.
This
But,
man
you know, on the
cares
issue
at
of
all.
jobs,
This
let's
man's
talk
done
about that.
virtually nothing.
The
Look,
vice
the
president
fact is that
earlier
you have to
referred
look
to
at what he
as
talks
part
about.
of
You have
what
to
he
look
thinks
at
is an
what he did,
accomplishment.
and what he did has been
the
disastrous
president's
for the
trade
African
war
American
with China.
community.
So you lost that
President
trade
Trump,
war.
you have 2
You
minutes.
lost it.
Why should
What ended up
Americans
happening
trust you over
is because
your
of a
opponent
so-called
to deal
trade
with
war
racism?
with
Did a crime
China.
bill.
America lost
1994, where
300,000
you call them
manufacturing
super
jobs.
predators, African
Farmers
Americans, super
have
predators, and they've
experienced
never forgotten
bankruptcy
it. They've never
because of
forgotten
it.
it, Joe.
We are in a
Sir, it's his 2 minutes.
manufacturing
So you did that,
recession
and they call you a
because
super
of it.
predator, and I'm letting people
And
out of
when we
jail
look
now
at
that you
where
have
this
treated the
administration has
African
been,
American
there are estimates that by
population
the end
community,
of the
you have
term
treated the
of
black
this
community
administration,
about as
they
bad
will
as
have
anybody in this
lost
country.
more
You did the
jobs
19,
than almost
and that's
any
why
other
if you look at the
presidential
polls, I'm doing better than any
administration.
Republican
And the
has done in a
American people
long
know what I'm
time
talking
because
about.
they saw what
You
you
know.
did. You called
I
them
think about
super
20-year-olds.
predators,
You know,
and
we
you've
have a
called them worse
20-year-old,
than that
a
because you look back at your
20-something-year-old
testimony over the
who
years.
are
You've
coming
called
out
them a
of high
lot
school
worse
and
than that as
college
far
right
as the
now, and
church
you're
is
wondering,
concerned,
is there
and
going
as
to be
far
a
as the
job there
generals
for
are
me?
concerned. We just
We're
got the
looking
support
at
of
people who are
200,
trying to figure
250
out
military
how they're going
leaders
to
and
pay
generals.
rent by the
Total
end of the
support.
month. Almost
Law
half of
enforcement,
American
almost
renters
every law
are
enforcement
worried about
group
whether they're
in
going
the
to be able
United
to
States.
pay
I
rent
have Florida,
by the
I have
end
Texas,
of the month.
I have
This is
Ohio,
where the economy
I
is in
have
America right now,
Excuse
and it
me,
is
Portland,
because of
the sheriff just came out
catastrophe
today and he said, I
and the
support
failure of
President
leadership
Trump. I don't
of
think
this
you have any
administration.
law enforcement.
Thank you,
You
Senator
can't even
Harris.
say the word law
Vice
enforcement
President
because
Pence,
if
let
you
me
say
give you just
those
15
words,
seconds to respond,
you're going to lose
because then I
all of
wanna
your
move on.
radical
Well,
left supporters.
I'd love to
And
respond.
why aren't you saying those words, Joe?
lost
Why
the
don't you say the words law
trade war
enforcement?
with
Because
China. Joe
you know
Biden
what?
never
If they
fought it.
called us in Portland,
Joe
we
Biden's
would
been a
put out
cheerleader
that
for
fire in a
communist
half
China
an hour,
through-
but they
over the
won't
last
do it
several
because they're run
decades.
by radical
And-
left
and
Democrats.
again,
If you look at
Senator Harris,
Chicago,
you're entitled
if
to
you
your
look
opinion,
at
you're not
any
entitled
place
to
you
your
want to
own
look,
facts.
Seattle.
When Joe
They
Biden
heard
was
we
vice
were coming
president,
in
we
the
lost
following day, and they put up
200,000
their hands and we
manufacturing
got back
jobs.
Seattle.
And President Obama
Minneapolis,
said they would
we got
never
it
come
back,
back. He
Joe,
said we
because
needed a
we
magic
believe
wand to
in
bring
law
them
and order,
back.
but you don't.
In our first 3
The top
years after
10
we cut
cities are
taxes,
just
rolled
about
back
the top
regulation,
40
unleashed
cities
American energy,
are
this
run by
administration saw
Democrats and in many cases
500,000
radical left,
manufacturing
and they've
jobs
got you
created.
wrapped around
And
their
that's
finger,
exactly
Joe,
the kind
to a
of growth
point where
we're
you
going
don't
to
want to
continue to
say
see as we
anything
bring our
about
nation
law and
through
order.
Thank you, Vice
this
And I'll tell you
pandemic.
what, the
The
people
Green
of
New
this
Thank you,
Deal,
country
your
Vice
massive
President.
new
want and
mandates, your
demand
Paris Climate
law and
Accord,
order, and you're
it's going
afraid
to
to
kill
even
jobs
say
this
it.
time, just like it killed jobs.
I just need to respond very briefly.
15 seconds.
Vice
Thank you.
President
Thank
Biden,
you.
after the grand jury in the Breonna
Joe
Taylor
Biden
case
is responsible for
decided not to
saving
charge any
America's
of the police
auto industry,
with
and you
homicide,
voted
you
against
said it raises the
So
question,
let's set
quote,
the record
record
whether
straight.
justice
Thank you.
could be equally
I'd like to
applied
talk about
in America.
China.
Do you
We
believe
have, as
that
our
there is
next
a separate
topic,
but unequal
we have no more
system of
complicated
justice for
or
blacks in this
consequential
country?
foreign
Yes, there's a
relationship than the one with China.
systemic
It is
injustice
a
in
huge
this
market
country,
for
in
American
education and
agricultural
work
goods.
and
It's a
in
potential
law
partner
enforcement
in dealing
and
with
the-
climate
and the
change
way
in
in
North
which it's
Korea.
enforced.
And in a
But
video
look,
tonight,
the vast
President
majority
Trump
of police
again blamed
officers
it
are good,
for the
decent, honorable
coronavirus,
men and
saying
women.
China
They
will
risk their
pay.
lives every day to take
Vice
care
President
of us.
Pence,
But
how
there
would
are
you
some bad
describe
apples,
our,
and when they
our
occur, when they
fundamental
find them, they
relationship
have
with
to
China?
be sorted out.
Competitors,
They have to be held
adversaries,
accountable.
enemies?
They have to be held
You have
accountable.
2 minutes.
And what I'm going to
Thank you,
do as
Susan.
President of the United States is call
Well, let me, before
together
I leave that,
an
let me
entire
speak
group
to
of people at
voting
the White
records
House.
if I can.
Well, everything from
know,
the civil rights groups,
everybody
to the
knows
police
that NAFTA
officers, to the
cost
police
literally
chiefs, and we're going to work this
thousands
out.
of American
We're going to work
factories
this
to
out.
close.
So we change the
We
way
saw
in which we
automotive
have more
jobs go south of the
transparency
border. President
in when
Trump
these things
fought
happen. These
to
cops aren't
renegotiate
happy to
NAFTA.
see what happened
The
to,
United
to,
States
to George
Mexico-Canada
Floyd.
agreement is now
These
the law of the land.
cops aren't happy to see what happened to
American people
Breonna
deserve to
Taylor.
know.
Most don't
Senator
like
Kamala
it,
Harris was
but
one
we
of
have
only
to have
10
a system
members of the
where
Senate
people are
to
held
vote
accountable.
against the
And by the way,
USMCA.
violence in
It was a
response
huge
is
win
never
for American
appropriate.
auto workers.
Never appropriate.
It was a huge
Peaceful
win
protest
for
is.
American farmers,
Violence
especially
is never
dairy in the
appropriate.
upper
All right,
Midwest.
What is peaceful protest?
But Senator,
When
you
they
said
run
it
through
didn't
the
go far enough on
Parliament
climate
and burn
change.
down your
President Trump,
stores and
But
kill
you
people
put
all
your,
over the place.
your
That
You
is
say
not
radical
peaceful.
environmental
No, it's
agenda
not.
but you say it
ahead
is.
of
President
American
Trump,
auto
I'd like to
workers
continue with the
and
issue of race. I
jobs.
promise we're going to get to the
Jobs.
issue
The
of law
American
and
people
order
deserve to know
in
that.
a
It's
moment.
probably why
This
Newsweek
month, your
magazine said
administration
that Kamala Harris
directed
was the
federal
most
agencies
liberal
to
member of the
end
United States
racial
Senate in
sensitivity
2019.
training
More liberal than Bernie
that addresses
Sanders,
white privilege
more
or
liberal
critical
than
race
any of the
theory.
others in the
Why
United
did
States
you
Senate.
decide to
now,
do
with
that,
regard
to
to
end
China,
racial sensitivity training? And
Susan,
do
first
you
and foremost,
believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
China is
I
to
ended it
blame
because
for
it's
the
racist. I ended it because a lot of people were
President Trump
complaining
is
that
not
they
happy
were
about it.
asked to do
He's made
things
that
that
very
were
clear. Made it clear
absolutely
again today.
insane. That it was
China
a
and the World Health
radical,
Organization did not play straight
revolution
with the
that was
American
taking
people.
place in our military.
They did not let our
in
personnel
our schools,
into China
all
to get
over the
information
place,
on the
and you know
coronavirus
it, and
until the
so
middle
does
of
everybody
February.
else.
radical-
And he would know.
Fortunately,
What is
President
radical
Trump,
racial
in dealing
sensitivity
with China
training?
from
If
the
you
outset
were
of
a
this
certain
administration,
person,
standing up to
you
China
had
that had been
no
taking
status
advantage
in
of
life.
America
It was
for
sort of a
decades
reversal.
in the
And if
wake
you
of
look at the people,
Joe
we would
Biden's
pay people
cheerleading for
hundreds of
China.
thousands of dollars
President Trump
to
made
teach
that decision
very
before the
bad
end of
ideas
January
and
to
frankly
suspend
very sick
all
ideas.
travel from China.
And really,
And again,
they were
the American
teaching
people
people
deserve
to
know
hate
Joe
our
Biden
country.
opposed
And I'm not going to
President
do that.
Trump's
I'm not going to
decision
allow that to
suspend all
happen.
travel from
We
China.
have to go back
He said it was
to the core
hysterical. He
values
said
of
it
this
was
country.
xenophobic.
They were
But
teaching
President
people
Trump
that
stood
our
up to
country
China
is a
and
horrible
continue to
place. It's a
stand
racist
strong.
Thank you,
place.
Vice President.
And they
We
were
want to
teaching
improve the
people to
relationship,
hate
but
our
we're going to
country.
level the
And I'm
playing
not
field.
going to
We're
allow
going to
that
hold
to
Vice
China
President
accountable
Biden.
for what they did to
Nobody's
America
doing that.
with the
He's just,
coronavirus.
he's
Oh,
the
you
racist.
just-
Senator Harris,
Here's
let
the
me
deal.
ask
I
you the
know a
same
lot more about
You
this.
question
Let
that I
him
asked
finish.
the Vice President. How
The
would you
fact is that
describe
there
our
is
fundamental relationship
racial
with China?
insensitivity.
Are we
People have to be
competitors,
made aware
adversaries,
of what other
enemies?
people feel like.
You'll have
what,
2 minutes
What
uninterrupted.
insults them. What is
Susan,
demeaning to
the
them. It's important
Trump
that people know. They don't want that. Many
administration's
people don't want to hurt other people's
perspective
feelings.
and approach
but
to
it's
China
it
has
makes a big
resulted in the
difference.
loss of
It makes a
American
gigantic
lives,
difference in the way a child
American
is able to grow up and have a,
jobs,
sense
America's
of self-esteem.
standing.
It's a little bit like how this guy and,
There's a
and his
weird
friends look
obsession
down on so
that
many
President
people.
Trump
They
has
look down their
had
nose on
with
people
getting
like
rid of
Irish
whatever
Catholics like me and grew up in
accomplishment
Scranton. They look down on
was
people who don't have money.
by
They look
President
down on people
Obama and
who
Vice
are
President
of a
Biden.
different faith. They
For
look down
example,
on people who are a
They
different color.
created within the White
In fact,
House
we're all
an
Americans.
office
The only way
that
we're going to
basically
bring
was
this country
responsible for
together
monitoring
is bring
pandemics.
everybody together. There's nothing we
got away-
cannot
they
do
got rid of
if
it.
we do it together. We
There
can take this
was
on and
a
we can
team
defeat
of disease
racism.
experts
President
that
Trump said.
President
During the
Obama and Vice President Biden
administration, there was
dispatched to
tremendous
China
division.
to
There was
monitor
hatred. You look
what
at
is now predictable
Ferguson.
and
You
what
look
might
at.
happen.
You go
They
to
pulled them out.
many places. Look at
We
Oakland.
now
Look
are
what happened in
looking
Oakland. Look what
at
happened in Baltimore. Look what happened.
210,000
Frankly, it was more
Americans
violent
who
than what
have
I'm even
lost
seeing
their
now.
Oh, my
But the
Lord.
reason
Let's look
is
at
that
the
the
job
Democrats that
situation. We
run
mentioned
these
before
cities
ridiculous.
the trade
don't want to
deal,
talk like you about
the trade
law and order.
war.
Violent
And you
They wanted
still
to
haven't
call it
mentioned.
China.
Are you in favor
It
of law and
resulted
order?
in a
I'm in
loss
favor
of over
of law. You
300
follow
Are you in
manufacturing
favor of law and
jobs
order?
and a manufacturing
You asked a question, let him
and the
finish.
American
Law and order.
consumers
Law
paid
and
thousands
order.
of dollars
Let
more
Law and order with justice where
because of that
people get
failed
treated fairly. And the
war
fact of
that
the
they
matter is
called it.
violent crime
And
is
let's
down
talk about standing.
17%,
Pew,
15%
a reputable
in our administration.
research firm.
It's gone up on his watch.
has
He
done
much
an
more. He
analysis
has-
All right, we're
that
down.
shows that
Mr. President, you're going
leaders
to
of all of our
Mr. President,
formerly allied
record in the
countries
Mr. President,
have
you're going to be
now
very happy because we're now going to
decided
talk
that
about
they hold
law and
in greater
order.
This is we had
esteem and
trouble with
respect Xi
Democratic-run
Jinping,
cities.
That's
and
exactly
the
my
head
question.
of
There
the
has been a
Chinese
dramatic
Communist
increase in
Party,
homicides
than they
States in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth.
Senator Harris,
so
we've
the
seen
question
changes
is this really
in
a party
the
issue?
role of the United States.
I think
in
it's a
terms of
party
global
issue. You can bring in a couple of
over the past
examples,
4
but if you
years.
look at
And
Chicago,
of course,
what's
times
going
do
on in
change.
Chicago, where
What's your
53
definition?
people
We've
were
seen
shot
strains
and
with
8
China, of
died
course,
shot.
as the
If
Vice
you look at New
President
York,
mentioned,
where it's
we've
going
seen
up
strains
like
with our
nobody's ever
traditional
seen
allies
anything. The
in
numbers are going
NATO
up
and
100,
elsewhere.
150,
What is your
200%.
definition of the role of
crime.
American
It
leadership
is
in
crazy what's
2020?
going on, and he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters, and once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country, and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never
He
seen.
wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
I was
Wait a minute.
raised in the suburbs. This is not
Gotta know who your
1950.
adversaries
All
are
these dog whistles
and
and
keep them in
racism don't
check.
work anymore. Suburbs are
But what
by
we
and
have
large
seen with
integrated.
Donald Trump
There's many people today driving their
that
kids to
he
soccer
has
practice and or
betrayed
to
our friends
black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the
dictators
past.
around the
What
world.
really is a threat
Let's take,
to
for
the
example,
suburbs and their
Russia.
safety is his failure to deal with
So,
COVID. They're dying in the
Russia-
suburbs.
I serve on
His
the
failure to
Intelligence
deal with the
Committee of the
environment.
United
They're
States
being
Senate.
flooded. They're being
America's
burned out
intelligence
because
community
his refusal
told
to do
us
anything. That's why
Russia
the suburbs
interfered
are
in the
in trouble.
election
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though, and in the joint recommendation
Christopher Wray,
that
the
came from the
director of the
Biden,
FBI,
Bernie
said the same.
Sanders task force,
But Donald
you
Trump, the
talk
commander-in-chief
about,
of the United States of America,
reimagining policing.
prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin
First of all, what does
over the word of the
reimagining
American
policing
intelligence
mean,
community.
and do you support?
You look
these-
at our
let me,
friends
if I
at
might finish the
NATO.
question, what does
He's
reimagining policing mean,
away
and
from
do you
agreements.
support
You
the
can
Black
talk, look at
Lives
the Iran
Matter
nuclear deal, which now has put us in a
call
position
for
where we
for
are less
community
safe
control of
because they are
policing?
building up
Look,
what
I
might end up
support
being a
is the
significant
police
nuclear
having the opportunity
arsenal.
to deal with the problems
We
they
were
face.
in that deal,
And
guys.
I'm
We were
not-
in
I'm
the
totally
Iran
opposed to
nuclear deal
defunding
with
the
friends,
police
with allies
officers.
around the
As a
country.
matter of fact,
And because
police,
of
local
Donald
police.
Trump's
The only one
unilateral
defunding it,
approach
his
to
budget
foreign
calls for a
policy,
$400 million
coupled
cut
with
in
his
local law
isolationism,
enforcement assistance. They
he
need
pulled
more
us out
assistance.
and has made
They
America
need, when they
less
show
safe.
up
So,
for a
Susan,
9/11
it's
call, to
about
have someone with them as a
relationships.
psychologist
And the
or
thing that has
psychiatrist
always been
to
part
keep
of the
them from
strength of
having
our
to use
nation,
force
in
and be
addition to
able
our
to talk
great
people
military,
down. We
has
have
been
to
that we
have
keep our
community
word,
policing
but
like we
Donald
had
Trump
before,
doesn't
where the
understand
officers
that,
get to
'cause he
know the
doesn't
people in the
understand
communities.
what it
That's
means
when
to be
crime
honest.
went down.
Thank you.
It didn't
Thank
go
you,
up, it went
thank you,
down.
Senator Harris.
And so we
Vice
have to
President,
be
let me
That's
get
not what they're talking
Well,
about,
thank
Chris.
you.
That's
Well,
not what
that-
they're
President
that's
Trump kept his
exactly-
word when he
funding
moved the
the
American
police.
That
embassy
is
to
not
Jerusalem,
true.
He doesn't have any
capital of
law
the state of Israel.
Well, you
support.
look,
He has
when Joe
no
Biden was
law
vice president,
enforcement
that's not
support,
true.
almost
That's
nothing.
not. Look,
We
All
stood
right, who do you have?
strong
Name
with
one
our
group
allies.
that supports
But we've
you.
been
Name
demanding.
one group that came out
NATO
and
is now
supported you.
contributing more
Go
to
ahead.
our common defense
Think.
than
We have time.
ever
We don't have
before,
time
thanks
to
to
do
President
anything.
Trump's
All right,
leadership.
Name
Strengthen our
one
alliances
law
across
enforcement
the
group
Asia
that
Pacific.
came
I
out
think,
and
I
supported
gentlemen,
And
I
we've
think
stood
I'm
strong.
going to take back the
There are.
moderator's
I don't
role,
think
and
there are.
ISIS
I
will
want
do
to
us
get
harm.
to another
You know,
subject,
when President Trump
which is
came
the
into
issue
office,
of protests in many
ISIS
cities
had captured
that have
an
turned
area
violent. In Portland,
of the Middle
Oregon,
East the
especially,
size
we had
of
more than
Pennsylvania.
100
But
straight
President Trump
days of protests,
unleashed the
which I
American
think you would
military.
agree. You talk about peaceful
And our
protests.
armed forces
Many of those
destroyed the
turned
ISIS
into
caliphate
riots.
and
Mr.
took
Vice
down their
President,
leader al-Baghdadi without
you
one
say
American
that people
casualty.
who commit crimes
Al-Baghdadi was
should be held
responsible
accountable. The question I
for
have,
the
though,
death
is as
of
the Democratic
thousands.
nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the
Notably,
Democratic
America's
Party
hearts
right
today
now.
with the family of
Have
Kaylee
you
Miller.
ever called the
parents
Democratic
of
mayor
which
of
are
Portland
here
or
with
the
us tonight
Democratic
in Salt Lake
governor of
City.
Oregon and said,
Today,
hey, you got to stop
two
this,
of the
bring in
ISIS
the National
killers
Guard, do whatever
responsible
it
for
takes,
Kaylee
but you
Miller's
stop the
murder
days
were
and
brought to
months of
justice in the United
violence
United States.
in Portland.
Jihadi John
I
was
don't
killed on
hold
the
public
battlefield
office
along
now.
with the other.
I am a former vice
reality
president.
is
I've
that
made it clear.
when Joe
I've made
Biden
it
was
clear
vice
in my
president, we
public
had an
statements
opportunity
that the violence should be
save Kayla Moore.
prosecuted. It should be
Breaks
prosecuted.
my heart to
Anyone who
reflect on
commits
it,
it,
But
the
you've never
military
called for
came
the
into the
people,
Oval
the leaders,
presented a
excuse me,
plan.
sir.
They
You had
said they
never
knew where
called
Kayla
for the
was.
leaders in Portland
Baghdadi had
and
held her for 18
in
months.
Oregon
abused her
to
mercilessly.
bring in the National Guard
Killed
and
her.
knock off 100 days of riots.
When
They
Joe Biden
can,
was
in
vice
fact,
president, they
take care of
hesitated.
it if he just stay out of the way. Look,
When armed forces
here-
finally went in,
Here's the
But
thing.
that-
it was
no,
clear
that's-
she'd been
no, wait,
with
I
two
asked him a
marshals.
question.
Get the killer
No,
of the
then
young
her
man in
family
the middle of the street and they
says with
shot him. And for
a heart
3
that broke the
days,
heart of
President
every
Trump,
American.
Portland
President
wouldn't do
Trump
anything.
President
I
Donald Trump
interrupted the
and
U.S. Marshals.
President
They
Trump,
took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you,
And by
Vice
the
Look,
way,
we destroyed the
you know,
ISIS
his own
caliphate.
former spokesperson said,
And you talk about
riots
re-entering
and
the Iran
chaos
nuclear
and violence
deal.
help
The
us
last
cause.
administration
That's what
transferred
this is all about.
$1.8 billion
I do.
to the leading state sponsor
Thank you, Vice
of
President.
terrorism.
Conway.
President Donald Trump got us out of the
Thank you,
deal.
Vice
So here's the-
President.
And
here's the
when
point.
Qasem
The
Soleimani
point
was
is that
traveling to
that's what he
Baghdad
is
to do
doing, trying
harm
to
to
rile
Americans,
everything
President
doesn't
Donald
want to
Trump
calm
took
Thank you,
it
Vice
out.
President Pence.
And
Instead of
America
going
is
in and
is
talking to
safer,
people and
our
saying,
allies
let's get
are
everybody
safer.
together,
The American
figure out
people
how
know
to deal with
President
this.
Donald Trump
What's he
will
do?
never
Thank you,
Just
Vice
pours
President.
gasoline
Take
on the
action.
fire.
I would like to give Senator
Every
Harris a
single
chance to
solitary
respond,
time.
but not at
And
such
to
great length,
end
because of
this,
course there are
button
other
up this
topics we
segment. I'm
want
going to give you a
talk
minute
about.
to
I would like
answer,
equal
sir.
time.
Yes.
You have repeatedly
I have
criticized.
to answer his statement.
First of all,
You
to
have
the
statement.
Mueller family.
You have repeated. No,
I
you've
know
been talking
about
back
made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm
And
asking you.
I would love to
You know,
end it.
sir.
I would love to end it. and
You know,
we
if
would
you want to
very-
switch seats,
we're happy
we
to
would very
hurry.
quickly.
we could do that. But
I'd
I'm
send
no,
in the
I'm-
National Guard, it would be
And it
over. There'd
should
be no
never
problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept
And
the
I know
National
Joe feels
Guard.
the same
You
way.
have repeatedly
And I
criticized
know
the
that President
Vice
Obama feels
President
the
for
same way.
not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
But you mentioned
extremist
Soleimani.
groups.
Let's
But
start
are
there.
you willing tonight to condemn white
after the strike on
supremacists and
Soleimani,
militia groups
there was a
and
counter
to say
strike
that they
on our
need
troops
to
in
stand
Iraq.
down and not add to the violence in a number of
And
these cities, as we saw in Kenosha
They
and as we've
suffered
seen in
serious
Portland?
brain
Are you prepared to
injuries. Because you know what
specifically-
Donald Trump
Go
does?
ahead,
I would say
Headaches.
almost everything I see
And this
is
is
from the
about a
left
pattern
wing,
of Donald
not from the
Trump.
right
So
wing.
what are you
Where he has
saying?
referred
I'm willing to do anything. I
our
want to see
men who
peace.
are
Then do it, sir.
serving
Say
in
it.
our
Do it.
military
Say it.
as suckers and losers.
You want to call him?
Donald Trump,
Give me a name. Give me a
went
name.
to
White
Arlington,
supremacists and
Who would
right
you like me to condemn?
white
Proud Boys.
supremacists and
and
right
stood
Proud
above
Boys.
the
Stand
graves
back and stand
of our
by. But I'll
fallen
tell you what.
heroes.
I'll tell you what. Somebody's
And
got to do
said,
something about Antifa
"What's
and the
in it
left
for
because
them?"
this is not a right-wing
Because of
problem.
course,
This
you
is
know,
a
he only
left.
thinks about what's in it
This is
for
a
him.
left-wing
Let's
problem.
take what you said about John
Antifa's an
McCain.
idea, not an organization.
A great
got it.
American
Militia.
hero.
That's what his
It's an idea.
FBI,
And
his
Donald Trump
FBI
says-
director said.
Well, then you know what?
We're done, sir. We're
Because
moving
he
on to the
was
next.
president
We're moving.
That is your head. That's not an idea.
This is very
Antifa
Your
is
important.
administration
When you
tells
wanna
you the
talk
truth
about
is a
who
bad
is the current
idea.
Can I tell
commander
you
in
what?
You have no
And
idea.
what they care about and what they don't care
Antifa
about.
is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen, we're now moving on to the
that
Trump and
Russian
Biden
bounties
records.
on the
They'll overthrow
heads
you.
When a president, I'm
of
going to ask a
American
question.
soldiers.
When the
And you know what a
president
bounty
seeks a
is?
second term,
It's
it is
somebody
generally a
puts price
referendum
your
on his
head,
record.
and they will pay
But
it
Vice
if you
President
are
Biden,
killed.
you like to quote one
And
of your
Donald
dad's
Trump
sayings,
had
which is
talked
don't
at least
compare
6
me to
times
the
to
Almighty,
Vladimir Putin,
compare me to the alternative.
and never
in
brought
this
up the
case, sir,
subject.
you are
Joe
the
Biden
alternative.
would never do that.
Looking
Joe Biden would.
at both
Joe
of your
Biden
records, I'm going to ask
would
each of you,
hold Russia
why
to
should
account
voters
for
elect
any
you president
threat
over your opponent
to our
in
nation's
this
security
segment?
or to our
President Trump, you go
troops
first, 2
who
minutes.
are sacrificing
there
their
has never
lives
been
for the sake
an
of our democracy
administration
and
or
our safety.
president
Thank you,
who
Senator
has
Harris. This is
done
such an
more
important
than
issue,
I've
but we
done
have other
in a
important
period of
issues as
3.5
well. And I
years.
want
And
to
that's
make sure we have a
despite
chance
the
I really have
talk
to
about.
respond to that.
And you saw what happened today
she
with
has-
Hillary
15
Clinton,
seconds,
where it was a
because
whole
I gotta
big
have
trying to
to
do
job.
Look,
Well, you,
But
I'm
despite
sorry,
going through
Vice
all of
President,
these
but
things,
you've had
where I
more
had a
time than
fight
she's had
both
so
flanks and
far.
behind
Slanders
me
against
and above.
President Donald
There has
Trump
never been an administration
regarding
that's
men
done
and
what
women
I've
of our
done.
armed
The
forces
greatest
are
before
absurd.
COVID came in, the
I'm
greatest
sorry, Vice
economy,
My son is a
President.
captain
lowest
in the United States
unemployment
Marine
numbers.
Corps. My
Everything was
son-in-law
good.
is deployed
Everything
in
was
the
going.
United
And by the
States
way,
Navy.
there was
I can
unity
assure
going to
all of
happen.
you,
People were calling me
sons
for
and
the
daughters
first
serving
time
in
in
the
years.
military.
They were calling
President
and they were
Donald Trump
saying
not
it's
only
time
respects,
maybe.
but
And then what
reveres
happened? We got
all
hit,
of
but
those
now
who
we're
serve
building
in
it
our
back
armed
up
forces,
again.
and any
A
suggestion
rebuilding of
the military, including Space Force.
Let me also say, the American people deserve, Susan, the American people deserve to know.
Vice President,
I did not, excuse me, I did not create the rules for tonight.
Joe Biden,
Your campaign.
And we now got a 91% approval rating
with the
at
Commission on
VA. Our
Presidential
vets.
Debates.
We take
I'm
care
here
of
to
our
enforce
vets,
them,
but
which
we've rebuilt
involves
our military.
moving from one
The
topic to
job
another,
that we've done,
giving
and I'll
roughly
tell you
equal
some
time
people
to
say
both of
maybe
you,
the most
which is
important.
what I'm trying
By
very
the
hard
end
to
of the
do.
first term,
So I want to
I'll
go
have
ahead and move to
approximately
the next topic,
300
which is an
federal
important one,
judges and
as
Court of
the
Appeals
last topic
judges,
was,
300,
and that is the Supreme
hopefully
Court.
3 great Supreme Court judges.
On Monday, the
justices.
Senate Judiciary
That
Committee is scheduled to
a
open hearings
record,
on Amy
the
Coney
likes of
Barrett's
which very
nomination
few
to the
people.
Supreme
And you know
Court.
one of the
Senator
reasons
Harris,
I'll have so many
you'll
judges?
be there as a member of the committee.
Because President
Her
Obama and
confirmation
him
would
left me
cement the court's
128
conservative majority
judges
and make
to
it
fill.
likely
When you
open
leave
to more
office, you don't
abortion
leave any
restrictions,
judges.
even
That's
to
like you
overturning
just
the
don't do that.
landmark Roe v.
They left
Wade ruling.
128
Access to
openings,
abortion would
and if
then
I
be
were
up
a
to the
member of
states.
his party, because they have a
Pence,
little different
you're the
philosophy.
former governor of Indiana.
I'd say if you left
if Roe v. Wade is
us
overturned,
128
what would you want
openings,
Indiana
you can't
to
be a
do?
good
Would
president.
you want your home
can't be a good
state
vice
to ban
president. But I want to
all
thank you
abortion?
because it gives
You have
us
2 minutes,
almost, it'll
uninterrupted.
probably
Well, thank
be
you for
above
the
that
question,
number by
but
the end
I'll
of
use a
this
little bit
term.
of my time to respond.
300 judges, it's a record.
Looking
American
at both
people
your
deserve to
records,
know.
why
Qasem
should voters
Soleimani,
elect
the
you
Iranian
president
general, was
as
responsible
opposed to
for the
President
death
Trump?
of
You have 2
hundreds
minutes
of
uninterrupted.
American
Under this
servicemen.
president, we become weaker,
When the opportunity
sicker,
came, we saw him headed to
poorer,
Baghdad to
more
kill more
divided,
Americans.
and
President
more
Trump
violent.
didn't hesitate.
When I was
and Qasem
vice president,
Soleimani is gone.
we inherited a recession.
But you deserve to know
I
that
was
Joe
asked
Biden
to fix it. I did. We left
and
him
Kamala
a
Harris
booming
actually
economy,
criticized the
and he
decision to
caused
take
the
out
recession. With
Qasem
regard to being
Soleimani.
weaker, the fact
It's
is
really
that
inexplicable.
I've gone
But
head to
with
head
regard to
with
Joe
Putin
Biden, it's
and made it clear to him we're
explainable.
not going to take any of
Because
his
history
stuff.
records that Joe
He's
Biden
Putin's
actually
puppy. He
opposed
still
the raid
refuses
against
to
Osama
even
bin
say
Laden.
anything to Putin about
It's
the
absolutely
bounty on the heads of
essential
American soldiers.
that we
His
have a
son got
commander in
$3
chief
million.
who will not
And
hesitate
by the way,
to
Mr.
protect
President,
American
wait a minute.
lives
Mr.
and to
President,
protect American
your
service
campaign
members, and that's what you
agreed
have in
to
President Donald Trump.
both sides would get 2
Now, with
minute
regard to the
answers
Supreme Court of the
uninterrupted.
United
Well,
States,
your side agreed
let
to
me say
it.
President Trump and I
And
could not be more
why don't you
enthusiastic
observe what your campaign agreed
about
to
the
as a ground rule,
opportunity to
okay,
see
sir?
Judge
He never
Amy
keeps his
Coney
word. Can you add back
become Justice
No,
Amy
I'm not
Coney.
asking. That was a rhetorical
She's a brilliant
question.
woman.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30
And,
seconds?
She
Yes,
will bring
you
a
may have.
lifetime
All right.
of experience and
So,
a sizable American
thirdly,
family
we're
to
poor.
the Supreme Court of the United
Billionaires
States.
have gotten much
And our
much
hope
more
is,
wealthy
in the hearing next
by a
week,
tune of
unlike
over
Justice
$300
Kavanaugh
to
received
$400
with
billion
treatment from
more
you and others,
just since COVID.
but we hope she gets a
You
fair
in the home,
hearing.
you got
And we
less. You're
particularly
in more
hope that
trouble
we
than
don't
you
see
were
the kind
before.
of attacks on her
In terms of being
Christian
more
faith
violent,
that we saw before.
when we were in office, there were 15%
Democrat
less
chairman of
violence
the
in America
Judiciary
than there is
Committee
today.
before,
He's
when-
president of the United
when
States.
Judge
It's
Barrett
on
was
his
being
watch.
confirmed
And with
for the Court of
regard to
Appeals,
more divided,
expressed
the nation
concern that
can't stay
the
divided. We
dogma
can't
of
be
her
this way.
faith lived
And
loudly
speaking
in
of
her.
my son, the way
Dick
you
Durbin
talk
of
about
Illinois
the
said
military,
that it was a
the way you
concern.
talk about them being losers,
Senator, I know
and
one of our
being-
judicial nominees,
and
you
just
actually
being suckers.
attacked
My
because they
son
were a member of the Catholic
was
Knights
in
of
Iraq.
Columbus.
He spent a year
just because
there.
the Knights of Columbus
He got-
was pro-life
he got the
views and
Bronze
Thank you.
Star.
views.
Thank you,
Got
Vice President.
conspicuous
So my
Your time
hope
is
is
up.
that
He
when the
was
hearing
not
takes
a
place,
loser.
Thank you, Vice
He
President.
was a
that Judge
patriot,
Amy Coney
and the
Barrett
people
will
left
be
behind
respected,
there
Thank you, Vice
were
President.
heroes.
Yes.
And
Voted
I
and
resent
confirmed.
just
Talking
like
about Hunter?
him.
Are you talking
Senator
about
Harris,
Talking about my
you're
son,
the
Beau
senator
Biden,
from
you're
and
talking
former
about
I
Attorney
don't know,
General
Bo. I
of
know Hunter,
California. So let me ask you a
Hunter
parallel
got
question.
thrown out of the military.
To the Vice
He was
President.
thrown out,
If Roe v.
dishonorably
Wade is
discharged.
That's not
overturned,
true.
what would you want
cocaine use,
California to
and
do?
he
Would you
didn't
want
have
your
a job
home
until
state to
you
enact
became vice
no
president. And once you
restrictions
None of
became
that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a
And you
fortune
have
in
2
Ukraine,
minutes
in China,
uninterrupted.
in Moscow,
That is
and
simply
various
not
other
true.
places.
Joe Biden and I
He
are
made
My
a
both
son,
people of
fortune.
faith.
my son,
And he didn't have a
my
job.
son,
consultants to
like a lot of
suggest
people, like a lot of
that
people we
we
know at
would
home, had a
knock anyone
drug
for
problem.
their faith.
He's
And in fact,
overtaken it.
Joe,
He's
if elected,
fixed
will
it.
be
He's
only
worked
the
on it,
second,
and I'm proud of him.
But why was he
practicing
given tens
Catholic
of millions
All
of
right, if he
dollars?
wasn't
as
given
president of the
tens of
United
millions,
States.
that is
Tens of
totally
millions
on the issue
totally
of this
discredited.
nomination.
We've already been through.
Totally
Joe and I are very clear, as are the
We've already
majority of the
been through
American
this.
people.
I think the American people
We
would
are
rather hear
27
about more
days
substantial
before the
subjects.
decision
Well,
about
you
who
know,
will be
as the
the next
moderator,
president
sir,
of the
I'm going to make a,
I know,
a
but when
judgment call
someone
And,
here.
you know,
$3.5
before
million
when this
from
conversation
the
has
mayor
come
of
up, you know, it's been
Moscow.
about
Talk about
a year or
it.
election
That
time.
report is totally
We're literally
discredited.
in an
Mitt
election.
Romney on that committee
Over
said it
4
wasn't worth
million
taxpayers'
people have
money. That
voted.
report was written for political
People
reasons.
are
You know,
in the process
I'd
of
like to
voting
talk about
right
climate
now.
change.
So would
And
I.
so Joe has been very clear.
The forest fires in the West are raging now.
Let
they
the
have
American
burned
people
millions of
fill
acres.
that seat in the
they
White House,
have displaced
and then we'll fill
hundreds of
that seat on the
thousands of
United States
people.
Supreme Court. And
When
to your
state
point,
officials
Susan,
there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science
and I will
knows.
always fight
Over your
for a
4
woman's
years,
right to make a decision
you
about
have
her
pulled
own
the U.S.
body.
out of the
It should
Paris
be her
Climate
decision and not that
Accord.
of Donald
You
Trump
have rolled back a
and the
number
Vice
of
President, Michael
Obama
Pence. But
environmental
let's also look at what else is before the
What
the,
do
the
you
court.
believe
It's
about
the
the
Affordable
science
Care
of
Act.
climate change?
Literally,
and what
in the
will you
midst
do
of a
in the next
public
4
health
years to confront
pandemic,
it?
I want
when
crystal
over
clean water and air. I
210,000
want
people
beautiful,
have died,
clean air.
and
We have now
7
the
million
lowest
people
carbon. If you look
probably
at
have
our
what will be
numbers
in the
right
future
now,
considered a
we are
pre-existing
doing
condition because
phenomenally.
you
But I haven't
contracted
destroyed
the
our
virus.
businesses. Our businesses
Donald Trump
aren't
is
put
in
out
court
of
right now trying to get
commission.
rid of the Affordable
If you
Care
look
Act.
at the
And
Paris
I said
Accord,
it
it was a
before, and it
disaster
bears
from our
repeating.
standpoint. And people
This
are actually
means
very happy about
that
what's
there will
going
be
on
no
because
more
our businesses are
protection
doing
if they
well. As far
win
as the
for
fires are
people with
concerned,
pre-existing
you need forest
conditions.
management in addition
This
to everything
means
else.
that over
The
20
forest
million
floors
people
are
will
loaded
lose
up
your
with
coverage.
trees, dead trees that are
It means
years
that if
old
you're
and they're like
under the age
tinder
of 26,
and
you
leaves
can't
and
stay on
everything
your
else.
parents'
You drop
coverage
a
anymore.
cigarette in there, the whole forest
here's the
burns down.
thing.
You've got to have
The
forest
Trust couldn't be more clear. They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums. Let's lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Billion trees, the Billion Tree Project.
You know,
it's very
You
exciting.
believe
mentioned,
that human
earlier, Vice President
pollution,
Pence said the president was
greenhouse
committed
gas emissions
to
contributes to the
maintaining
global warming of the
I think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. I think to an extent, yes.
you
But
do
I
have this
also
court
think
case that you
we
are
have to
supporting,
do
your
better
administration
management
supporting,
of our forests.
that would strike
Every
down
year,
the Affordable
I
Care
get the
Act.
call.
The president
California's
says,
burning.
President Trump
California's
says that he's going to
burning.
protect people
If that
with
was
pre-existing
clean,
conditions, but he has not
if you
explained
had forest
how
management,
he
good
would do
forest
that.
management,
And that was one of
you
the
wouldn't be
toughest nuts
getting
to
those
crack
calls.
when they
You know,
were
in Europe,
passing
they
the
live their
Affordable Care
forest
Act. So
cities. They're
tell
called
us
forest
specifically,
cities.
how
They
would your
maintain their
administration
forests. They manage their
protect
forests.
Americans with
I
pre-existing
was with the
conditions
head of
have
a
access to
major
affordable
country.
insurance
It's a
if the
forest
Affordable
city.
Care Act
He said,
is struck
sir,
down?
we have trees
Well,
that are far
thank you,
more,
Susan,
they
but
ignite
let me
much
just say,
easier than
addressing your very
California.
first question.
There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the
I couldn't
governor
be
about
more
it. I'm
proud
getting
to
along
serve
very
as
well
Vice
with the
President
governor.
to a
But I
president
said,
who
you know, at
stands
some
without
point,
apology for the
you can't
sanctity of
every
human life.
year have hundreds of
I'm pro-life.
thousands of acres
I don't
of land
apologize
just
for it.
burned to the ground.
But, sir,
That's
but-
burning
This
down
is
because
another
of
one
a
of those
lack
cases
of
But,
where
sir,
management.
if you believe in the science
contrast.
of climate change,
Joe Biden
why
and
have you
Kamala
rolled
Harris
back the
support
Obama
taxpayer-funded
Clean
abortion
Power
all
Plan,
the
which
way up to
limited
the moment of
carbon
birth?
emissions in
Late
power
term
plants? Why
abortion.
have
You
you
want to
relaxed?
Because it
increase
was
funding of
driving
Planned
energy
Parenthood
prices through
of
the sky.
America.
Why have you relaxed
Now, for
fuel
our part,
economy
I would never
standards
presume how Judge
that
Amy Coney
are going to
Barrett
create
would
more
rule on the
pollution
Supreme
from
Court.
cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really,
United
because what's
States,
happening
but,
is the car is much
we'll
less
continue to stand
expensive and it's a
strong for the
much
right to life.
safer car.
When you
and
speak
you're talking
about
about a
the
tiny
Supreme
difference,
Court,
and
though,
then
I
what
think
would
the American
happen
people
because
really
of the
deserve an
cost of the
answer,
car,
Senator Harris.
you would have at least
Are you and Joe
double
Biden
and
gonna
triple
pack
the
the
number of
court?
cars purchased.
Judge
We have
Amy
the
Coney
old
Barrett has
slugs out
confirmed.
there that are 10, 12
I mean,
years
there have
old.
been 29
If you did that,
vacancies
the car
on the
would be
Supreme Court
safer.
during
It would be
presidential
much
election years
cheaper
from
by
George
In the
Washington to
case of
Barack
California,
Obama.
they've simply
Presidents
But
have
it would take
nominated
a lot of
about
cars
29
off the
cases.
market because people
But
would be able
your
to
party
afford a
is
car.
actually openly
Now,
advocating
so, and by the
adding
way, we're going to
seats
see
the
how that
Supreme
turns
Court,
out. But a lot
which
of
has
people
had
agree
9
with me.
seats
Many
for
people.
150
The car
years
has gotten so
if you don't get
expensive
your
because
way.
they
This
have
is a
computers
classic
all
case
over the
of if
place
you can't win by
for
the
an
rules,
extra
you're
little
going to
bit
change the rules.
of
Now,
gasoline.
you've refused to
And
answer the question.
And I'm
Joe
okay with
Biden has
electric
refused
cars
to answer
too.
the
I think
question.
I'm all for
So I think the
electric cars.
American
I've
people
given
would
big
really like
incentives
to
for
know
electric cars.
if Judge
But
Amy
what they've
Coney
done in
Barrett is
California
confirmed
is
at the
just
Supreme
crazy.
Court of the United States.
Vice President
Are
Biden,
you
I'd
and
like
Joe
you to
Biden, if
respond
somehow you
to
win
the
this election,
president's
going to
climate change
pack
record,
the
but I also
Supreme
want to
Court to
ask
get your
you
way?
about a concern.
I'm
You
so glad
proposed
we
$2
went through a
trillion
little
in
history
green
lesson. Let's do that a
jobs.
little
You
more.
talk about new limits, not
In
abolishing, but new
1864
limits.
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
Yes,
Ending the
Vice
use of
President, I'm
fossil
speaking.
fuels to
I'm
generate
speaking.
electricity by 2035 and
In
zero net
1864,
emission of greenhouse gases
one
by
of the,
2050.
I think, political
The president
heroes, certainly
says
the president,
a lot of
I
these
assume if you
things
also,
would
Mr.
tank
Vice
the
President,
economy
is
and cost
Abraham
millions
Lincoln.
of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong.
Abraham
number
Lincoln
one. Number
was up
two,
for re-election.
if in fact, when
And it was
during our
27
administration, the
days before
Recovery
the
Act,
election.
I was in charge, able to
And
bring
a
down the
seat
cost
became open on
of
the United
renewable
States Supreme
energy
Court.
to cheaper
Abraham
than or as
Lincoln's
cheap
party
as
was in charge,
coal
not only of the
and
White House,
gas
but the
and
Senate.
oil. Nobody's going to build
But Honest
another
Abe said
coal-fired plant in America.
the right thing
no
to
one's
do.
going to build another
The American
oil-fired plant in
people
America. They're
deserve
going
to
to
make the
move to
decision
renewable energy, number
about
one.
who will be the next
Number
president of the
two,
United
we're going to
States.
make sure that we
And then
are
that
able to
person
take the
can select
federal
who will
fleet
serve for
and
a
turn it into a
lifetime
fleet that's run
on the highest court
their
of
electric
our land.
vehicles, making sure
And
that
so
we can
Joe
do that.
and
We're
I
going
are
to
very
put
clear.
500,000
American
charging
people
stations
are
and
voting
all of the
right
highways
now.
that we're going to be
And it
building in
should
the
be
future. We're
their
going to build
decision
an economy that, in
about
fact,
who will
is going to
serve
provide
on
for
this most
the ability
important
us to
body
take 4
of
million
for a
buildings
lifetime.
and make sure that they,
Thank
in
you.
fact, are
And Senator
weatherized
Harris.
People, Susan, are
in a way
voting
that,
right
in
now.
fact,
They'd like to know if you and Joe
they'll
Biden
emit
are going to
significantly less
pack the Supreme
gas and
Court
oil because the
if
heat
you
will
don't
not
get
be
your
going
way
out.
in this
There's so many
nomination.
things that we can do now.
You once again gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer
The
you now.
American people deserve a straight answer. And if
energy
you haven't figured it out
production
yet, the straight
by
answer is they are
2035.
going to
not
pack
only
the
not
Supreme
costing
Court
people jobs,
if they somehow
creating
win
jobs,
this election.
creating
Men and
millions
women,
of
I got to tell you, people across this
not
country, if you
15
cherish
bucks
our
an hour,
Supreme Court,
but
if you cherish the
prevailing
separation
wage
of powers,
by
you need to
having a
reject
new
the
infrastructure that in
Biden-Harris
fact
ticket
is green.
come November
And
the
the first
3rd,
thing I will
re-elect
do, I will
President Donald
rejoin
Trump, and we'll
the
stand
Paris
by that
Accord.
separation
I
of
will
powers
join
in
the
the
Paris
9
Accord
seats.
because without
Yeah,
out
let's
of it,
talk
look
about
what's
packing
happening.
the court
It's
then.
all falling
Let's
apart.
talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah,
Talk
I'm
about someone who
to.
has no relationship with
So,
foreign policy.
the
Brazil,
Trump
the
Pence
rainforests of Brazil are being
has
torn
been, because
down,
I sit
are
on the
being ripped
Senate
down.
Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you
More
mentioned.
carbon is
And I've
absorbed in that
witnessed
rainforest
the
than every bit of
appointments for
carbon that's
lifetime
emitted in the United
appointments to
States.
the federal
Instead
courts,
of doing
district
something
courts,
about
courts
that,
of appeal.
I would be gathering up
People
and making
who
sure
are
we had the
purely
countries of the
ideological,
world
people who
coming
have
up
been
with $20 billion.
reviewed
Say, here's
by
$20
legal
billion.
professional organizations
Stop,
and found to have been
stop
not competent are
tearing down
substandard.
the forest.
And do
if
you
you
know
don't, then you're going to
that
have
of the 50
significant
people
economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests,
This is what
and he's
they've
drawn
been doing.
his
You want to
line?
talk about packing
Well,
a
he
court?
hadn't
Let's
drawn a
have
line.
that
He
discussion.
still, for example,
Right,
makes sure
thank
that
you.
he
Thank
wants
you,
to make sure
Senator.
that
Let's go on and
methane's
talk
not a
about
problem.
the
We
issue
can,
of
you can
racial
now emit more
justice.
methane.
I just
without
want
it
the
being a
record
problem.
reflects you
Methane.
never answered the
This is
question.
a guy who says
the
that
American people,
we
maybe
don't
the
have
next
to have
debate,
mileage
Joe
standards
Biden
for
will answer
automobiles
the
that
question.
exist
Thank you.
now.
The American people know
This is
the
the
answer.
guy who says that. Well, the fact is,
In March, Breonna Taylor,
it's
a
all
26-year-old
true.
emergency
Talking about the Green
technician
New
in
Deal,
Louisville
and
was
it's
shot
not
and
$2
killed
billion or
after
$20
police
billion,
officers
as you said.
executing a search
It's
warrant in the narcotics
$100
investigation.
trillion.
I'm talking about
Where they want
The
to
police
tear
said
down
they
buildings
identified themselves.
and rebuild the
Taylor's
building.
boyfriend
It's the
said he
dumbest,
didn't
most
hear them
ridiculous.
not-
Where
He used a
airplanes
gun
are out of
registered
business,
as a gun
where
to fire a
two-car
shot,
systems
which
are out,
wounded an
where
officer.
they want to
True.
take out
The
cows.
officers then fired more than 20
that's not
rounds
true
into the
either, right?
apartment.
No,
They
this
say they
is
were
a-
acting
This
in
is a
self-defense.
100 trillion.
Look,
None
That's
of them have
more
been
money
indicted
than
in
our
connection
country
with
could
her
make
death.
in
That is
100
simply-
years.
Senator
if
Harris,
not
in the
the
case
case.
of
Let me
Breonna
destroy
Taylor,
our
was
because
justice
wait a
done?
minute, sir. I
You have
actually
2 minutes.
have studied your
I don't
plan,
believe so, and
and it
I've
includes
talked with
upgrading 4
Breonna's
million
mother to make a
buildings,
promise.
weatherizing 2 million
And her family.
homes over 4 years,
And her
building
family
1.5
deserves
million
justice. She was a beautiful young
energy-efficient
woman.
homes.
She had as
So
her
the
life
question
goal to become
becomes,
a nurse, and
the
she wanted to
president
become
is
an
saying, I
EMT to
think some
first learn
people who
what's
support the
going
president
on
would say
out on
that
the street.
sounds like
so
it's
she
going to
could then
cost a lot of money and hurt the
become a nurse
economy.
and
What it's
save
going to do is going to create
and her life
thousands
taken.
and millions of jobs, good paying
Unjustifiably,
jobs.
Well, let him
tragically,
finish,
and
sir.
violently.
He doesn't know how to do that.
And it just it brings me
The
to
fact is, it's going to create
you know,
millions of good paying jobs.
8 minutes and
these
46
tax
seconds
incentives
that
to
America
for people to
witnessed,
weatherize, which he wants to get
during which
rid of. It's going to make
an
the
American
economy
man
much safer. Look how much we're
was
paying now
tortured
to deal with
and
the
killed
hurricanes. Deal with. By
under
the way,
the
he has an
knee
answer for hurricanes. He
of
said
an
maybe we
armed,
should drop a nuclear weapon
uniformed
on them.
police
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
and people
and here's
around
the
our
deal.
country.
Make up a
We are going to be in a
every
position
race,
where we can create
every age,
hard,
of every
hard,
gender,
good jobs
perfect
by
strangers
making
to each
sure the
other,
environment
march,
is clean
shoulder
and
to
we all
shoulder,
are in better
arm in
shape.
arm,
We spend billions
fighting
of dollars now. Billions of
for
dollars
us to
on
finally
floods,
achieve that ideal of
hurricanes,
equal
rising
justice under
seas.
law.
We're in real
And
trouble.
I was a part
Look
of
what's
those
happening just in the
peaceful
Midwest
protests.
with these storms that come through
And
and wipe out
I
entire
believe
sections
strongly
and counties
that
in
first
Iowa.
of all, we are
That
never
didn't
going to
happen before, but
condone
because
violence,
of global
but we always
warming,
must
we make
fight
up 15% of the
for
world's
the
problem.
values that we
in
hold
fact,
dear,
but
including the
rest
fight
of the
to
world, we got to
achieve
get
our
them to
ideals.
come along. That's
And
why we
that's
have
why
to get
Joe
back
Biden and I have
into
said on
back
this
into
subject.
the
Look, and
Paris
I'm a
Accord.
former
All right,
career
gentlemen,
Wait a minute,
prosecutor.
Chris. So why
I know
didn't he
what
do
I'm
it for
talking about.
47
Bad
years? You
cops
were
are
vice
bad for
president.
good
Why didn't you
cops.
get the world?
We need
China
reform
sends up
of
real
our
dirt into
policing in
the air.
America
Russia
and our
does.
criminal
India
justice
does. They
system,
all
which is why
do.
Joe
We're
and I
supposed to be
will
good. And by the
immediately
way,
ban
he made a
chokeholds and
couple of
carotid
statements.
blows. George
The Green New
Floyd
Deal
will be
is
alive today
$100
if we did
trillion.
that.
That is
We
not
will
my plan.
require a
That's
national
Green
registry.
you want to
Deal
rebuild
Police
every
officers
not
who
my
break the
plan.
You want
law.
to rebuild
All right.
every
We will
building.
unleash
Wait a
the
minute,
criminal
wait a minute.
justice
Gentlemen,
system.
He made a
Gentlemen,
statement about the
get rid of
military. He said I
private
said something
prisons
about the military.
and cash
He and
bail,
his friends
and we will
made it up, and then
decriminalize
they went with it.
marijuana,
I never said
and we
it.
will
Okay.
we will
What you
expunge
said
the records
in a
those who
segment.
have been
Mr.
convicted
Vice
of
President.
marijuana. This is time for leadership on a tragic issue of unarmed black people in America.
I would
Thank
never
you,
say
Senator.
that.
Play it.
Vice President Pence, let me pose the
Mr.
same
Vice
question
President
to you.
answered
case of
his
Breonna
his
Taylor,
final question.
The final
justice
question
done?
is, I can't remember
You have
which
2
of all
minutes.
his rants.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but
our heart
and
breaks.
about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal
I
will
trust our
pay
justice
for
system.
itself as we move
A grand
forward.
jury that
You're not
refused
going to
the
build plants that, in fact,
And it really
are
is remarkable
great
that as
polluting
a
plants.
former
Do you support the
prosecutor,
Green New Deal?
Pardon
you
me?
would assume that an
No, I don't
independent
support
grand
the
jury
Green New
looking
Deal.
at all the evidence.
Well, that's a
You
big
know,
statement.
I
That
support
means
the
you just
Biden
lost the radical left.
I support the Biden plan
With regard
that I
to
put
George
forward.
Floyd, there's no
The
excuse
Biden
for what
plan,
happened to
which is
George
different
Floyd.
than what he calls
Justice
the
will be
radical
served.
Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen.
But there's
final
also no
segment,
excuse for the rioting
election
and
integrity. As we
looting
meet
that
tonight,
follow.
millions of Americans
It
are
really is
receiving
astonishing.
mail-in
Flora
ballots
Westbrook
or
is
going
with
to
us here
vote
tonight in
early.
Salt Lake City.
How confident
Just a few
should
weeks
we
ago,
be
I stood
that
at
this
what
will be a
used
fair
to be
election, and what are you
her
prepared to
salon
do
was
over the
burned
next
to the ground.
plus weeks,
by
because
rioters
it'll not
and
only be to
looters.
Election Day, but also
And
counting
Florida
some
is still
ballots,
trying to
mail-in
put her
ballots
life
after
back
Election
together.
Day. What are you
And I must tell you,
prepared
this-
to do to
this-
reassure the American
this
people that the next
presumption
president
that you hear
will be the
consistently
legitimate winner
from Joe
of
Biden
this
and Kamala
election?
Harris,
In this final segment,
that,
Mr. Vice President, you go
that
first.
America is
Prepared to let
systemically
people vote.
racist.
They should go to iwillvote.com.
That as Joe Biden said, that he
decide
believes
how
that
they're going to
law
vote, when they're going to
enforcement has
vote,
an
and what
implicit
means by which they're going to vote.
bias
His own
against minorities.
Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI
is a
Director,
great
says that
insult
there's no evidence at all that mail-in
to
ballots
the men and
are
women
a
who serve
source
in law
of
enforcement.
being
I want
manipulated
everyone to know
and
who
cheating.
puts on the
They
uniform
said
of
that.
law
The
enforcement
fact
every day.
is that there are going to be
President
millions of
Trump
people
and I
because of
stand
COVID that are
with
going to be
you.
voting by
It
mail-in
is
ballots, like
remarkable
he
that-
does, by the way.
that
He
when
sits
Senator
behind
Tim
the
Scott
Resolute desk
tried
and
to
sends
pass
his
the
ballot to
police
Florida.
reform bill,
Number one. Number
brought
two,
together a group of
we're going to make
Republicans
sure
and
that those
Democrats.
people
Senator
who
Harris,
want to vote in person
you got up and
are able
walked
to
out
vote
of the
because
room.
enough poll watchers
And then you
are there to
filibustered
make sure
Senator
they can socially
Tim
distance.
Scott's
The
bill
polls are
on the
open
Senate floor
time,
that would have
and their
provided
polls
new
stay open
accountability,
until
new
the votes are
resources.
counted.
But we
And
don't
this
have
is
to
all
choose
about
between
trying to
supporting law
dissuade people
enforcement,
from voting
improving public
because he's
safety, and
trying to
supporting our African
scare
American
people into
neighbors
thinking
and
that's
all
not
of our
going to be
minorities.
legitimate.
Under
Show
President
up
Trump's
and vote.
leadership,
Thank you,
we'll
Vice President.
always
You
stand with
will
law
determine the
enforcement and
outcome
we'll
of this
do
election.
what we
Vote,
Vice
President
want,
Pence,
thank you.
Your
To
time
save
is
the
up.
lives of
Early in your
African
state,
Americans,
vote early.
Thank you, Vice
record
President.
unemployment,
In person,
record
Vice
investments in
President,
your time is
education,
up.
and
whatever way
fight
is the
for
best
school
way for
choice
you,
for all of our
because
Thank you, Vice
he
President.
cannot stop
Senator
you
Harris.
from being
I
able
will
to
not sit here
determine
and
the
be
outcome of
lectured
this
by the Vice
election.
President
And in terms of
on
whether
what
or
it
not when the
means
votes are
to enforce
counted
the
and
laws
are
of
all
our
counted,
country. I am the only
that
one on
will
this
be
stage
accepted. If I win,
was
that
personally
will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be
Everything
accepted.
from child
But by the
sexual
way,
assault to
if in
homicide.
fact he says he's not
I'm
sure
the
what he's
only one
going to
on this
accept,
stage was
well, let me tell you
prosecuted the
something, it
big
doesn't
banks
matter.
for
Because
taking
if we
advantage
get
of
the
America's
votes,
homeowners.
it's
I'm
gonna
the
be
only
all
one on
over.
this stage
He's going to go.
who
He can't stay
prosecuted
in
for
power.
profit
It won't
colleges
happen.
for taking
It won't
advantage
happen.
of our
So
veterans.
vote. Just make sure
And the
you
reality of
understand
this is
you
that
have it in
we
your
are
control
talking
to
about an
determine
election
what
in
this country's
27
going to
days,
look like the next
where
4
last
years.
week
Is it
the
going to
President of
change?
the
We get
United
4
States
more
took a
years of
debate
these
stage in front of
lies.
70 million Americans
Mr. President,
and
2
refused
minutes.
to condemn white
when
supremacists.
I listened to Joe talking about
And
a transition, there's been no
wasn't like he
transition
didn't
from
have a
when I won. I
chance.
won that election.
He
And if
didn't
you look
do
at
it, and then he
crooked
doubled
Hillary
down.
Clinton, if you look at all
And
of the
then he
different
said,
people,
when pressed,
there was no transition because
stand
they came
back.
after me trying to do
Stand
a coup.
by.
They came after me spying on my campaign. They
this
started
is a
from the
part
day I
of a
won and even
pattern
before I won, from the day I
of
came
Donald
down the
Trump's.
escalator with our First Lady.
He
They were a
called
disaster. They were a disgrace to our
rapists
country.
and
And we've
criminals.
caught them. We've
He
caught them all.
instituted
We've
as
got
his
it all
first
on
act
tape.
a
We've caught
Muslim
them all. And
ban.
by the way,
He,
you
on
gave
the
the
issue
idea
of
for the Logan
Charlottesville,
Act against General Flynn.
where
You
people
better
were
take a look at that
peacefully
because we caught you in a
protesting.
sense. And
The
President
need for
Obama
racial
was sitting in the office. He knew
justice, where
about it
a
too. So
young
don't tell
woman
me
was
about a
killed.
free transition.
And on the other side, there were
As far as the ballots
neo-Nazis
are
carrying
concerned, it's a
tiki torches,
disaster.
shouting racial
solicited
epithets.
ballot. Okay,
It's
solicited is
anti-Semitic
okay. You're soliciting.
slurs.
You're asking. They send it
And
back.
Donald
You send
Trump,
it
when
back.
asked about it,
I
said
did that. If you have an
there were fine
unsolicited, they're
people
sending
on
millions
both
of ballots
sides.
all over the
This is
country.
who we have as
There's
the President
fraud.
of the United
They
States.
found
In
them
America, you
creeks.
deserve
They found
better.
some with the
Joe
name Trump.
Biden
Just
will be
happened to
a
have the name
president
Trump
who brings
just the
our
other day in a
country
wastepaper
together
basket.
and
They're being sent all over
recognizes
the place.
beauty
They
in our
sent
diversity
2 in a
and the
Democrat
fact that
area.
we
They
all
sent
have
out
so much more
1,000
in
ballots.
common than
Everybody
what
got 2
separates
ballots.
us.
Vice
This is
President, can
going
somebody
to
give
be a
you a
fraud
minute
like you've
to
never seen.
respond?
The
Thank
other
you,
thing,
Susan. I
it's
appreciate
nice
that
on
very
November
much.
3rd, you're watching and you see who won the
I
election.
think this is one of the things
and I
that
think we're going to
makes
do well
people
because
dislike
people
the
are
media
really
so
happy
much
with the
in this
job we've
country.
done. that. But you know what?
Is that
We
you
won't know.
selectively
We might
edit,
not
just
know
like
for months
Senator Harris did.
because these ballots are going to be all over.
Comments that
Take a
President
look
Trump
at what
and I and
happened in
others
Manhattan. Take a
on
look
our
at what
side now
happened
and
in New Jersey. Take a look at what
Senator
happened
Harris
in Virginia and
conveniently
other
admitted
places.
after the
They're
president
not
made
losing
comments
2%,
about
1%, which,
people
by
on
the way,
either
is too
side
much. An
of the
election could
debate
be
over
won or lost
monuments.
with that. They're losing
He
30 and
condemned
40%.
the KKK,
It's a
neo-Nazis,
fraud,
and white
and it's a
supremacists, and he's
shame.
done so
And can you imagine where they
repeatedly.
say you have
You're
to have your
concerned
ballot
that he
in
doesn't
by November
condemn
10th.
neo-Nazis.
November 10th.
President Trump has
that
Jewish
means
grandchildren.
that's 7 days
His daughter
after
and son-in-law
the
are
election.
Jewish.
In theory, should have been
This is a
announced.
president
We
who
have major states with that.
respects
all
and
run
cherishes
by
all of
Democrats.
the American people.
All run by
But you talk about having
Democrats.
personally
It's
prosecuted.
rigged
I'm glad you brought up
You're
the
going to be
Republicans.
able to
Thank you.
continue.
That's-
You have been
I really need to
charging
make
for
this
months
point.
that mail-in
When you
balloting
were-
is
when
going
you
to
were
be a
DA
disaster. You say
in
it's
San
rigged,
Francisco,
that it's going to
when you
lead
left
to
office,
fraud. But in 2018,
African Americans were
in the last
19
midterm
times
election,
more likely to
31
be prosecuted
million
for
people
minor
voted
drug offenses than
mail-in
whites and
voting.
Hispanics.
That
When
was-
you were Attorney General of
Florida.
California,
More
you
than all the
increased
voters that year cast
the
their ballots by
disproportionate
mail.
incarceration
Now
of
that
blacks in
millions of
California
mail-in
You did
ballots have
nothing
gone
on
out.
criminal justice
What are you
reform
going to
in
do about
California.
it?
You didn't lift a
are
finger
you
to
counting
pass the
on the
first step
Supreme
back
Court,
on Capitol Hill.
including a Justice
The
Barrett,
reality is
to
your
settle any
record
disputes?
speaks for
I
itself.
think we're
President
counting on
Trump and
them
I
to
have
look at the
fought
ballots, definitely.
for
I don't
criminal
think, I
justice
hope we don't
reform.
need
Thank you,
them
Vice President.
We fought
in
for
terms of the
education
election
choice and
itself.
opportunities for
But for the
African
ballots, I
Americans,
think
all of
so.
our
Thank you,
parties.
sir.
Because
And we'll
what's
do it for
happening is
full
Thank you.
incredible. I
You
just
know, there
heard,
is
I
no
read
more
today, we're at
important
least
issue than the
1%
final
of the
issue
ballots for
that we're going to talk about
2016
tonight, and that is
were
the issue of the election
invalidated.
itself.
They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
What are
They
you
throw
gonna
them
do
out
about
left.
it?
Let me
There are
give you
millions
30
of ballots
seconds
going out
because
What
right
you
now.
do
What
is
are
you
gonna
go
do
and
about
running
it?
out of
vote. You
time.
do
I
a
appreciate
solicited ballot,
No,
and that's okay,
I know
or
you're
you go and
I'm
vote.
asking you about
Having
the fact that
served
millions of
as the
people
Attorney
You go and
General of the
vote.
state of
You
California.
go and vote,
but
like
what I'm
they,
saying is
like
that
they
I
used
did
to
is
in
a
the old
model
millions
of
of
what
people.
our
You either
nation needs
do,
to
Chris,
do,
a
and we will
solicited
be able
ballot
to
where
do
you're sending
under
it in, they're sending
a
it
Joe
back,
Biden
and you're sending.
presidency.
They have
Our-
mailmen with lots
our
of it. Did you see
agenda
what's going on? Take a
includes
look
what
at West
this
Virginia,
administration has
mailmen
failed
selling
to
the
do.
ballots.
It will
They're
be
being
about
sold.
not only
They're being dumped in
instituting
rivers.
a ban
This is
on
a
chokeholds
horrible
and
thing for our
fraud
country.
polls. Not only
This is not.
I would
like
This
to
is
go
not
through.
going
These are
to
points that
end
you made
well.
earlier in the
Okay,
hour, and I
this
want
is
to talk
not
about the
going to
election
end
itself
well.
before we have to.
But I want to talk
mail-in
about the
ballots
connection
for
between
the
what Joe
last
and I will do and my
decade
record,
or more,
which
5,
includes
including 2
I was
Republican
the
states.
first
And you don't have to
statewide
solicit the
officer to
ballot. It's
institute
sent
a
to you.
requirement that
It's sent to your
my
home.
agents would
What
wear
we're
body
saying
cameras
is,
and keep
they're
them on
saying
full
is there
time.
has
We
to be
were
a
the first
postmark
to
by the
initiate
time
a
by
requirement that there would be a
election day.
training
If
for
it
law
doesn't get
enforcement on
in until
implicit
the
bias,
7th,
because
8th,
yes,
9th,
Joe
it
Biden and
still
I
should
recognize
be
that
counted.
implicit
He's just
bias does
afraid of
exist,
counting
Mr.
the
Vice
votes.
President,
You're
contrary to
wrong.
what you
You're
may
wrong.
believe.
No, I
We
want to
did
continue with you on this.
of
that.
Vice
instituting
President Biden.
reforms
Chris,
that
he's
were
so
about
right when he makes
investing in
a statement.
reentry.
Excuse me.
This is the work that
Vice
we
President
have done
Biden,
and the work we
biggest
will do
problem, in
going
fact,
forward.
over
And
the years with
again, I will
mail-in
not be
voting
lectured
has not been
by the
flawed
Vice President
historically. It has been
on
that
our record
sizable numbers, sometimes
of
hundreds
what
of
we have done in
thousands of
terms of
ballots
law
are thrown
enforcement
out
and keeping our
because
communities
they
safe
have not
and a
been properly
commitment to
filled
reforming the
out, or
criminal
there is
justice
some
system
other
of America.
irregularity.
Thank you,
or they missed
Senator Harris.
the
I'd like to
deadline. So the
pose
question
the
I have is, are you concerned
I'd like you to respond first
that
to
the Supreme Court
question
with
on
a
our
Justice
final
Barrett
topic, the election
will settle
itself.
any dispute?
I'm
President Trump has
concerned
several
that any
times
court
refused to
would settle
commit
this,
himself
because here's the deal.
to a peaceful transfer of
when you
power after the election.
When you get a
if your
ballot
ticket wins
and you fill it out,
and President Trump
you're
refuses
supposed to have an
accept
affidavit. If
a
you didn't
peaceful
know, you have
transfer of power,
someone say that
what
this
steps
is me.
would you and Vice
should be
President
able
Biden
to,
then
if in
take?
fact
What
you
would
can
happen
verify that's you
next?
when
We have
before
2
the
minutes.
ballot is thrown out, that's
So, I'll
sufficient to
tell
be
you,
able to count the ballot because
Joe and
someone
I
made a
are
mistake and
particularly
not dotting
proud
the correct
of
I. Who they voted for,
coalition that we've built
testify,
around our campaign.
say who they
We
voted for.
probably have one of the broadest
say
coalitions
it's you.
of votes
that is
that you've
totally
ever
legitimate.
seen in a presidential
All right.
race.
Excuse me,
Of
Chris,
course,
when
they
you
have
have 80
supported
million
Democrats,
ballots
I have a final
Senate and
question.
swamping the
Independents,
system.
Republicans, in
You
fact,
know it can't be done. You
7
know it
members
can't. And
of
already
All right.
President
So now
George W.
mail
Bush
serves
staff
delivers
Wait a minute,
185
gentlemen. The final
million
question
pieces
is,
of
we
mail
have
in 8
ballots.
states, we can keep talking.
Colin
In
Powell.
8 states,
Cindy
election
McCain,
workers are
Eric
prohibited
Kasich,
currently by law,
over
8 states,
500
from even beginning to
generals,
process
retired generals and
ballots,
former
even take them
national
out of the
security
envelopes and
experts advisors
flatten
are
them
supporting our
until
campaign.
election day. That means
And I
that
believe
it's
they are
likely,
doing that
because there's
because
going to
they
be a
know
huge
that
increase
Joe Biden
in mail-in
has a
balloting,
deep,
that we are
deep
not going to know
commitment
on election
to
night
fight for
who
our
the winner is,
democracy
that it could be
and to
days,
fight
it
for the
could be
integrity
weeks,
Could be
of our
months.
until we
democracy
find
and
out
to
who
bring integrity back to
the new
White House.
president is. So
And so
first
we
for you,
believe
sir,
in the American
finally,
people.
for the
We
Vice
believe in
President, I hope
democracy.
neither of you will interrupt
and here's
the
what
other.
I'd like to say to everybody.
Will you urge
Vote.
your supporters
Please
to
vote.
stay
Vote
calm
early.
during
Come up with a
this
plan to
extended
vote. Go to
period,
iwillvote.com.
not to
You can
engage
also
in
go to
any civil
joebiden.com.
unrest? And will you pledge
We
tonight
have it within
that
our
you will
power
not
in these
declare
next
victory
27 days
until the election
to
has been
make the
independently
decision
certified?
about what will be
President Trump,
the
you
course
go
of
first.
our
urging my
country for the
supporters
next
to go
4
into
years.
the polls
And it is
watch
within our
very
power,
carefully,
and if we use our
because
vote,
that's what
and
has
we
to
use
happen.
our
I am
voice,
urging them to do it.
we will
As you
win.
know, today there was a big
And we will
problem
not
in
let
Philadelphia.
anyone
They went in
subvert
to
our
watch. They were
democracy
called
with
poll
what
watchers,
Donald
a very
Trump has been
safe,
doing,
very
as he
nice
did on the
thing.
debate
They
stage
were
last
thrown
week,
out. They weren't allowed to
when
watch.
again in front
you
of
know
70
why?
million
Because
people,
bad things happen in Philadelphia. Bad things.
openly
And I am urging.
attempted to
I am
suppress
urging my
the
people.
vote.
I hope it's going to be a fair election.
Joe
If it's a
Biden, on the
fair
other hand,
election,
on that same
I am
debate stage, because
100%
clearly
on
Donald
board.
Trump doesn't
But
think
if
he
I
can run
see
on a record
tens
because
of
it's a failed
thousands of
record,
ballots being
Joe Biden on
manipulated,
that stage
I can't
said,
go
hey,
along with that.
just
And I'll tell you
What does that mean?
from a common
sense-
Does that mean you're
I'll tell
going
you
to
what
tell
it means.
people to take to
It
the
means you have a
streets?
fraudulent
Senator, Vice
election.
President
You
Pence
said
has
you
done
got
that several
80
times.
million
He was
ballots.
doing
They're not equipped
to a
to.
peaceful
These
transfer of
people aren't
power
equipped to
after
handle
the
it.
election.
Number one. Number
If Vice
two,
President
they
Biden
cheat.
is declared the winner
They
and
cheat.
President Trump
Hey,
refuses
they
to accept a
found
peaceful
ballots
transfer
in
of
a
power,
waste paper basket
what would be your
3 days
role
ago,
and
and they all had the name
responsibility as
military
Vice
ballots. They
President?
were
What would
military.
you
They all had the name
personally
Trump on them.
Vice
You
President
think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden,
Well, Susan,
final
first and
question
foremost,
for
I
you.
think we're
Will
gonna
you
win this
urge
election.
your supporters to stay calm
Because while
the
Joe
vote
Biden
is
and Kamala
counted,
Harris
and
rattled
will
off
you
a long
pledge
litany of
not to declare
the
victory until
establishment
the
in
election commission is
D.C. and
independently
establishment that Joe
certified.
Biden's
Yes,
been a part of for
here's the
47
deal.
years.
They count the ballots, as
President
you pointed
Donald
out.
Trump is-
Some of these ballots in
launched
some
a
states
movement of
can't
everyday
even be
Americans
opened
from every
until
walk of life.
Election day. And if there's
I
thousands
have
of
every
ballots, it's going to
confidence
take
that
time to
the
do it.
same
And by the way,
Americans that delivered
our
that
military,
historic victory in
they've been
2016,
voting by
they see this
ballots
president's
for
record,
since the end of
where
the
we
Civil
rebuild
War,
our
in
military.
effect.
We revived
and
our
that's what's
economy
going to
through
happen. Why
tax
was it
cuts
not?
and rolling
Why
back
is it for
regulation,
them
fighting for
somehow
fair trade,
not fraudulent?
unleashing American
It's the
energy.
same process.
We appointed conservatives
It's
to our
honest.
federal courts
No
at
one
every
has
level.
established at all
And we
that
stood
there
with the
is
men and women of law
fraud
enforcement every
related
single
to
day. And
mail-in ballots.
that movement of
somehow it's a
Americans has
fraudulent
only grown
process.
strong
It's already been established. Take a look
When
at
you talk
Carolyn
about accepting
Maloney's
the
race
I
in
asked
Nashville.
you had an opportunity
Look
to
at
respond.
Carolyn Monroe.
Go ahead.
I must
They have
tell
no
you,
idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go
Senator,
ahead.
He has no idea
your
what he's
party has
talking
spent the
about.
last 3.5
Here's the deal.
years trying to
The fact
overturn
is,
the
I will
results of the
accept it,
last
and he will
election.
too. You know why?
It's amazing.
Because once
When
the
Joe Biden
winner
was
is
vice
declared
president of
after
the
all
United
the
States,
ballots are counted,
the
all the votes
FBI
are
actually
counted,
spied
that'll
on
be the end of it.
President Trump.
That'll
in
be
my
the end of
campaign.
it. And if it's me,
I mean, there were documents
in fact,
released
fine.
this
If
week
it's
that the
not me,
CIA actually made a
I'll support the
referral,
outcome. And I'll
to
be a
the
president not just
FBI
for
documenting that
Democrats.
those
I'll be a
allegations
president
were
for
coming from
Democrats
the Hillary
and
Clinton
Republicans.
campaign.
And
of course,
this guy,
we've
I
all
want to
seen
say,
the honest
ballot count.
Gentlemen,
We
you say
put
that's
the
the end of it?
country
This is the
through
end of this
an
debate?
honest ballot
the
count.
better part
We're
of
going
I
to
think
leave
he
it
does
there.
too.
years.
To be
Until it was found there
continued
was no
in
obstruction,
more
no
debates as
collusion,
we
case
go
closed.
on. President Trump,
Senator Harris, you
Vice
and your
President
colleagues
Biden, it's
in
been
the-
an interesting
in the
hour and a
Congress
half. I want to
tried
thank you
to
both
impeach the
for
President of the United
participating
States
in the first of
over a
3
phone
debates
call.
that you have agreed to engage
And now
in. We
Hillary
want to
Clinton
thank
has actually
Case
said to
Western
Joe
Reserve
Biden that
University
in her words, under
and
no
the Cleveland Clinic for
circumstances should he
hosting this
concede the
event. The
election.
next debate,
Let me
sponsored
just
by
say, I
the
think we're
Commission
going
on
to win this
Presidential
election.
Debates,
President
will be
Trump and I
1
are
week
fighting
from
every day in
tomorrow, October
courthouses to
7th, at
prevent
the University
Joe
of
Biden and
Utah
Kamala Harris from
in
changing
Salt Lake
the
City. The
rules
two
and
vice
creating this
presidential
universal
nominees,
mail-in
Vice
voting
President
that
Mike
will create
Pence and
massive
Senator Kamala
opportunity for
Harris,
voter fraud.
will debate at 9
We have
p.m.
a free
Eastern
and fair
that night.
election.
We hope you watch.
We know we're going to have
Until
confidence
then,
in it.
thank you.
And I believe in all my heart that
good night.
President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked
And
tonight,
that
but for the
concludes
final question of the
PBS's
debate,
coverage of
I'd
this
like
first
to,
presidential debate of the
read a
2020
question that
election
someone else
cycle.
wrote.
Welcome back to the
The
PBS
Utah Debate
NewsHour's
Commission asked
special
students in the
coverage. I'm
state
Judy Woodruff at our
to
studio
write essays about
in
what
Washington,
they would like to
D.C.
ask you.
I
And
have
I
to
want to
say,
close
I've
tonight's
never
debate
seen a
with the
debate
question
like
posed
this
by
one. It
Brecklin
was
Brown.
more of a
She's an
brawl
8th grader
at
at
times than it
Springville
was
Junior
a
High in
debate.
Springville,
The
Utah. And
president
here's what she wrote,
repeatedly
quote,
was asked by the moderator, Chris
when I
Wallace,
watch the news,
not
all
to
I see
interrupt.
is arguing between
There
Democrats
were
and
tough
Republicans.
words exchanged.
When I watch the news,
president
all I
accused
see
Joe
is citizen
Biden of
fighting
being
against
radical
citizen.
left, of being not
When I
smart.
watch the news, all I see are two
someone
candidates
who's trying
from
to steal
opposing
the
parties
election. We heard
trying
Joe
to tear
Biden
each
say
other
he's the
down.
worst president
If our
the
leaders
country's
can't
ever
get
had.
along, how are
And
the
at one point
citizens
early in
supposed
the
to get
debate
along?
said,
And then
"Shut
she
up,
added,
man."
Your
I think it's fair to
examples
say
could
we
make
broke
all
new
the
ground
difference
with
to bring us
presidential
together,
debates.
end quote.
Joining me now
So to each
to
of
look
you in
at a
turn, I'd
little
like you
of
to
what
take
was
1
said
minute
tonight, the
and
NewsHour's
respond
Yamiche
to
Alcindor and Lisa
Brecklin.
Desjardins.
Vice President Pence, you have
Let's
1 minute.
turn to you,
Brecklin, it's a
Yamiche.
wonderful question.
First, the president was determined to have
Let me
his
just
say
commend you
tonight,
for
wasn't
taking
he?
an interest in public life. I
That's
started
right, Judy. This was an
following the news when I
all-out
was very
dogfight,
young.
a brawl. It was
And in
fierce. It
America,
was personal. The
we
president said
believe
that
in a
Joe
free
Biden
and
could not have
open
handled the
exchange of
coronavirus pandemic. He said that
and
he
we
wasn't
celebrate
smart.
that.
He also went after him and
It's how
accused him
we've
of being a
created
socialist.
literally the
And then he was
freest
on the
and most
defense
prosperous
as
nation
Joe Biden called him
in
a
the history of the
clown,
world.
a racist, a liar, saying he was the worst
I would would tell you that,
in the United States. President Trump
don't
also,
assume that
and
what
it's a
you're
moment to
seeing
remember,
on
he was
your
asked
local
several times, will you
news
denounce white
networks
supremacists? He
is
said,
synonymous with
quote,
the American
Proud
people.
Boys, stand back
You know, I
and
look at the
stand by.
relationship
I also want to
between
do a quick
Justice Ruth
fact
Bader
check, Judy,
Ginsburg
because that was a
and
remarkable
late
moment. But
Justice
there was
who we
another
just
remarkable
lost from the
moment,
Supreme
and it
Court.
was when Chris
And
Wallace
the late Justice
posed the
Antonin
question
Scalia.
multiple times to President Trump,
They were
how
on
much taxes
polar
have you paid?
opposites
We should pull
on
up
the
that
Supreme
graphic
Court of the
now
United
on
States.
President
One
Trump's
very
taxes. He
liberal,
paid,
one
according
very
to the New York
conservative.
Times,
But what's been learned since her
$750 in federal
passing is
income
the two of
taxes
them
in
and their
2016
families
and $750
were the
in
very closest of
2017.
friends.
He did not pay
And
income
here in
taxes 10
America,
out of the
we can
15
disagree.
years
We can
beginning
debate
in 2000
vigorously, as
due to
Senator
losses.
Harris and I have
President Trump
on
pushed
this
back on
stage
that
tonight.
report. He said he's paid
But
millions of
when the
taxes.
debate
He
is
said
over,
some years
we
he's
come
paid as much as
together as
38
Americans.
million. But just like
And
in
that's what people
2016,
do
he
in
said
big
he
cities
can't
and
release
small
his tax
towns all
returns
across this country. So
because he is under
I just
audit.
want to encourage
Joe
you,
Biden
Bill.
released his
I
tax
want to tell
returns
you
along
that,
with Kamala Harris today.
we're
So Joe
gonna
Biden
work
said
every day
it's
to
time
have
to release your
government as good as
taxes.
our
The
people.
president wouldn't
The
do that.
American people
And we
each
heard
and
Joe
every
Biden
day
and the
love a
moderator
good
say,
debate.
when are we
love
going
a
to
good
see
argument.
your taxes? And the
But we
president
always come together
did not
and
answer,
always there
as
for
he
one
has
another
not previously.
in times
Lisa,
of need, and we've
in terms
especially
of Joe
learned
Biden,
through
he
the
was, as we
difficulties
said,
of this year.
interrupted a lot, but
Senator
he
Harris,
gave
what would you say
as
to
good as he
Brooklyn?
got at points.
First of all, I'm I love
He did. First, I almost feel like I have to take a deep breath and just say, I hope everybody out there is okay. That was quite an experience we had. There's a lot to unpack. When we talk about Joe Biden, one argument he made was he said that violent crime went down under his and President Obama's administration more
and that,
than President
that brings
Trump.
me to Joe.
Let's look at a graphic about what we know about that.
One of the reasons that Joe decided
to run a statistic, he said it went down 17 to 15%. That's true. The FBI crime statistics show that the violent crime rate,
upset him like it did all of us,
did go
that
down
there was that
16%
kind of hate
under President
and
Barack
division.
Obama. Now, Biden
what
also
propelled
said
Joe
that
to run
murder
for
rates
president
have gone up, and
was
in fact,
to
he said
see that over the
everything
course
has
of the
gone up in
last
terms
4
of violent
years,
crime
what
under
Brecklin
President
described
Trump.
has been happening.
That we do not yet
Joe has a
know.
long-standing
in fact, the
reputation
FBI
of working
statistics
across
show
the aisle,
that the rate of violent
working in a
crime
bipartisan
dipped
way.
in 2017
and that's what he's going to do as president.
Under President Trump.
Joe Biden
we do not
has
yet have
a
statistics,
history
Judy, for
of
2019.
lifting people
there is some data
and fighting
that shows,
for their dignity.
especially in cities.
I mean, you
some
have to
murder
know
rates
Joe's
have
story
gone
to know
up,
that Joe
and
has
violent
known
crime has
pain.
gone up in the last
He has
year,
known
but
suffering,
the FBI has
and
not
he has known
compiled
love.
those statistics yet. So it's really
And so,
extrapolating
Brecklin,
what
when
some
you
people
think about
see
the
in
future,
general, and it's not
I do
yet
believe
known.
the future is bright.
Just quickly to you
and it will be because of
Yamiche,
your leadership.
In terms of COVID,
and it will
the
be
president's handling of COVID,
we
we heard
fight
a
for
lot of
each
criticism
person's voice
from Joe Biden
through their
about
vote,
the number of Americans
and we get
who
engaged
died.
in this
Yamiche,
election because
is the president
you
saying
have the
anything,
ability
what
through
did you
your
hear
work
tonight,
and through
contrasted with what the
eventually
president
your
has said
vote
on COVID.
Thank you,
to
Senator
determine
Harris.
the future of our country and what its leadership
The president really was saying what he's
Thank
always
you,
said on COVID,
Senator
which is
Harris.
that he
Thank
did
you,
the
Vice
best that he
President
could do.
Pence.
He
Thank you
talked
so
about
much
the
for
fact
being with
that
us
he
tonight.
banned travel
We
from
want to
China.
thank
What he did, of
also
course,
the
was not
University of
ban
Utah
complete
for its hospitality.
travel from China.
And
There
most
were
of
Americans
all,
that were
our
coming in
thanks
from China,
to all the
Europeans that were coming in
Americans
from
who
China
watched
at
this
one point.
debate
So the
tonight.
president was saying that
Again,
he
our
really
best
is trying
wishes for a
to
quick
make sure also
recovery
that
to
this
President
vaccine
Trump,
is going to
the
be
First
out
Lady,
in the
and
hands of
everyone
Americans as
who is
soon as
battling
possible. Health
COVID-19.
officials say his timeline
The
seems
second
to be quicker
presidential
than they can
debate
imagine.
is next
The other thing to
week
note
on
is that the
October
president
15th,
really talked
a
about
town
the
hall
fact that
style
the United
debate
States
in
is
Miami.
doing a good
We hope
job
you'll join
in the
us then.
coronavirus. I don't think we have the graphic up right now, but what I will say is that the United States is doing poorly when you look at modernized, industrialized nations. When you compare it to Germany, the European Union, other countries, you see that our deaths and our infections are higher than those other countries that we compare ourselves to. So the president was not right in trying to say that the United States is handling the coronavirus well.
And Lisa, just quickly, Joe Biden was challenged by the president to explain why he wasn't in favor of closing down China earlier. And at one point, it got into a discussion about who believes the scientists and what Biden had said about that.
That's right, and also the words of his running mate, Kamala Harris, came into play. Her words that she was fearful that scientists could be muzzled. Chris Wallace questioned whether that raised more fear, that if it was contributing to the problem. Biden's answer to that was no. It was sort of pointing out from his point of view an issue with the Trump administration and how they handle science, in their view, repressing the science.
All right, Lisa Desjardins, Yamiche Alcindor. Turning now to some analysis of the debate. We're joined by our panel, Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, host of Public Radio's Politics with Amy Walter, Gary Abernathy, contributing columnist for the Washington Post. He joins us from Cincinnati. And Cynthia Tucker, she's a syndicated columnist and journalist in residence at the University of South Alabama. So Amy Walter, I don't know if you've seen a debate like this one. I certainly haven't, but give us your takeaway.
Yeah, I'm still trying to recover from what we saw here, Judy, and I don't know that anybody should feel particularly good about what just happened for the last 90 minutes, or if anybody will really remember anything about the last 90 minutes other than it looked like a food fight. In fact, I'm quite curious if we had dial tests to see how many people after the first 15 minutes actually turned this thing off. But look, as I said at the very beginning, the goal, if you're Donald Trump, is to change the narrative in this race, to put Joe Biden on the defensive, to make the focus a choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden instead of just a referendum on Donald Trump. And I don't think he was particularly effective in doing that tonight. Now, what he was able to do by the constant interrupting was to kind of get Joe Biden out of a groove. Joe Biden never was able to get into a comfortable, smooth place to make his case. But he didn't rattle him, I think, in the way that Trump and Trump advisors had hoped, where he would either say something completely terrible or melt down or lose his train of thought. But this goes back to the challenge that President Trump has had from the very beginning. The way he operates is the way he likes to operate. And there is a certain percent of the American public that also likes to see that. His problem is there are more people who don't like that behavior. And part of the reason that the president is trailing right now is that independent voters, women, suburban voters, what they tell us over and over again is this exact kind of style, the bullying, the interrupting, the chaos is what they're exhausted by. And so what the president was offering was 4 more years of that, which to his supporters might be appealing. Right. But to the folks out there who've already decided they don't want any more of that, he didn't offer any other option.
And Gary Abernathy, I believe you told us going into this debate that you thought the greater burden was on Joe Biden to show that he could be a president, the right presence, the right alternative. What did you see?
Yeah, I think the challenge for Biden was really to answer Trump's challenge and his questioning about whether he could do a 90-minute debate, had the stamina for it, the focus for it. And he did that. I thought he was shaky at times, but he did that. And given that, that's kind of a low bar, but the fact that Biden is leading in the polls right now, that was probably good for him. I think when the dust settled tonight, I don't think anything changes, which is good for Biden if you're in the lead. I thought that Biden was a little weak tonight on the law and order issues. And I thought he was a little weak on, he won't answer whether he would pack the court or not, Judy. And I think at some point he really has to answer that question. I thought that Trump went too far on some of his attacks on Hunter Biden in particular. There's some legitimate questions there, but Trump made it too personal in a way that I think could lead to actually some sympathy for Biden, because Trump was just so aggressive. So, 4 years ago, Trump did well by kind of presenting himself as not the politician. That appealed to a lot of people. I'm not the politician, I'm not the professional. After tonight, we'll see whether some people, particularly swing voters, begin to think to themselves, maybe a professional politician is not such a bad idea.
Cynthia Tucker, what did you make of what we've watched?
My goodness, Judy, this is the first World Wrestling Federation match I think I've ever seen. I assigned my students to write about this debate, and one of the questions I asked them was, what did they learn? I can't wait to see what their answers were. I'm not sure any viewer learned anything much tonight. But I have to agree with the analysis that President Trump needed to move the needle. He's behind in the polls, and I can't imagine that he did that. I am sure that his base, people who like his style, his pugilistic style, his always attacking, his personal attacks, certainly think he carried the day. But as Amy said earlier, for all of those voters who are exhausted by the sense of chaos that has already engulfed their lives, what they saw from President Trump, I think, promised just 4 more years of that. I will be interested to see what the next debate is like, whether the moderators think that they can come up with a method of having the speakers stick to the rules more often, but I'm not sure that they can. As for Biden, I think that Trump and his allies had already set the bar so low for him. What he needed to do, he accomplished. He didn't commit any gaffes that will dominate the news cycle over the next 24 hours. I thought he made some very good points on COVID, on healthcare, and on racism. I thought he did well on those. But it was also, in many ways, from both candidates, one of the meanest, most demoralizing debates I've ever seen, for heaven's sakes. Not only was the president yelling and calling Biden a liar, but Biden called the president of the United States a clown. and said he was the worst president in American history. Again, I've never seen anything like it. And I could go for the rest of my life not seeing another debate like that.
I think a lot of people will be wondering if the next two presidential debates will match this one in terms of the temperature and the language. But we will see. Cynthia Tucker, Gary Abernathy, Amy Walter, we thank all three of you for sitting through this with us. And now I want to turn to our senior national correspondent, Amna Nawaz. She's been watching the debate along with a group of Americans as part of our Voices of the Voters project. Amna, their reactions.
Judy, we began the night with 6 voters, 3 leaning towards voting for Mr. Biden, 3 leaning towards voting for President Trump, and we ended basically in exactly the same way. I can tell you, even though a lot of them had different ideas about some of the issues, some of the approaches, as we checked in with them and had a conversation as they watched the debate, and we all watched it together, we kind of ended the evening with bipartisan support on a few big issues. One, none of them found the debate informative. None of them thought that there was nearly enough policy, and nearly everyone said that they were disappointed by both candidates' conduct during the debate. A couple of quick pullouts. Austin is one of our voters we were focusing on because he's a college student. He comes from a family of Republicans, but he's leaning towards voting for President Biden. He basically said he doesn't think either of them did particularly well, so he's not changing his mind. Lorraine is a principal from California. She compared the candidates' behavior to kindergartners on the playground. Bruce, who's a retired police officer, also said he was disappointed, and he felt that both candidates took it too personal in some of their attacks. Disappointment across the board from these voters, and no one has moved from their position that they began with 90 minutes ago. Judy?
So just quickly, Amna, they didn't hold one candidate or another more responsible, except coming from the sides they already supported.
No, that's right, Judy. I think most of them went into the night wanting to feel better about their candidate, looking, as they said, for a little bit more policy, for a little bit more polish. All of them say that they walked away disappointed by both of the candidates' conduct over the course of the evening. And they also said, Judy, the first question I asked them coming out at the end of the debate, does anyone feel like they learned anything new? Do you feel like you learned anything new about your candidate, about a policy, about an issue? Not a single person raised their hand. And yet they're all going to be watching the next debate as well. And Judy, we're going to continue the conversation as well. We'll talk to them for another 25, 30 minutes and get their full takeaways, all their reactions on the issues. That's going to take place online at pbs.org/newshour, and I hope folks join us there to tune into that conversation. Judy?
And I know people will want to do that. Anna's going to continue her conversation with these voters, talk to them about what their impressions were in detail, and we'll continue to report on that online and, of course, on the NewsHour tomorrow night. So at the end of this remarkable evening, I think raising questions about the nature of the next 2 presidential debates in this cycle. Both of them will take place in the month of October, along with a vice presidential debate, which we're guessing will come across with a slightly different tenor than this one, maybe a dramatically different tenor, but we'll find out. But that does conclude the NewsHour special coverage of this first 2020 presidential debate. I do want to thank our correspondents, Yamiche Alcindor, Lisa Desjardins, and as you just heard from, Amna Nawaz. And thanks to our panel, Amy Walter, Gary Abernathy, and Cynthia Tucker. Our coverage will continue on our website with a Voice of the Voters panel. For all of us here at the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff. Thank you. Please stay safe, and good night.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race in Manhattan.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Carolyn
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
Trump, the greatest president of all time. We love you, Trump!